Are y'all ready to roll? Let's go.
Leaders now doing. But as somebody who's actually there, who's not part of the government, what's the biggest misconception about what's going on? What's really going on right now in Tehran?
There was an argument maybe in the United States or outside that Iran is very weak. That's time to attack the country. This was mostly coming from Israeli side. But what we are seeing today in the region, or even in the absence of the leader or high-ranking military commanders, we don't have the Joint Chief of Staff, the Defense Minister, the Chief Commander of IRGC, the Secretary of the Defense Council of the country. But yet we are seeing that the infrastructure that the country has built over decades is yet working, and it is responding to American assets, Israeli throughout the region. So the assumption that Iran is that weak is not correct, and even the assumption that maybe the US is that strong might not be correct as well. So this has created a miscalculation that we're seeing this escalation, and this might even increase in the coming days in terms of the intensity and the scope. Because Iran, we are seeing from Iranian side a departure from the old playbook of targeting American military bases in the region. The scope has grown, and this might also expand further in future. They are also targeting, in addition to military bases, those facilities used by American forces or American interests. And this is in addition to making the bank of targets bigger. That is also Iran is trying to dilute the effectiveness of American, let's say, defense system to vis-a-vis Iranian missiles. So that's why Iran, as it was saying, that this will be a regional all-out war. So this is gradually happening, and we have been just about let's say 3 days into this conflict, and this is the beginning. We have to see how things proceed in the days to come.
Happening now, Beirut is the latest front in Israel's military campaign against Iran and its proxies. Israeli forces are striking Hezbollah targets in the Lebanese capital today. The militant group launched missile and drone attacks against Israel on Monday in what it's called revenge for killing Iran's supreme leader. Meanwhile, President Trump says the biggest wave of attacks against Iran hasn't happened yet, but it's coming. Video from Tehran shows smoke rising over Tehran in the early hours of Tuesday. For more, I want to bring in CNN senior producer Bijan Hosseini, who is joining us live from Doha right now. Bijan, what's happening in Doha?
Hi, Alex. We know that interceptions are still taking place here. We haven't seen or witnessed any interceptions. It's the first time this team here hasn't seen them. We experienced and saw and witnessed that the first 3 days, which means that these interceptions aren't taking place over the city center, at least for now, which is a sigh of relief for people living here. And we got confirmation from the Ministry of Defense overnight that Iran is still attacking. To date, which this all started on February 28th, so 4 days ago, to date, 3 cruise missiles, 101 ballistic missiles, 39 drones, and 2 Su-24 fighters have been fired into the country. A majority of that successfully intercepted, the government says. But that last number, those 2 Su-24 fighters, that is significant. It's the first confirmed instance we have of a Gulf country attacking and shooting down an Iranian aircraft. Obviously a huge escalation in what is becoming a regional conflict. And we heard from ministers over the past couple of days saying that they reserve that right to respond to Iran's aggression. And we saw that take place last night with that statement from the Ministry of Defense. We also heard a spokesperson for the Qatar's Prime Minister office talking yesterday to our colleague Becky Anderson, saying that the number of injuries are up to 20, most of that from debris or shrapnel from these interceptions. And we know that there's some 8,000 passengers that were transiting through Doha, trying to get home at Doha's Hamad International Airport, that are stuck here as the airspace remains closed. We also know that there were 2 ships that are still docked in Doha's port. One of those ships, the Mein Schiff 5, it belongs to German cruise line TUI Cruises. They put out a statement saying that people were still on board, asked not to leave, and that they were being, well taken care of and looked after. We know that the government here has provided hotels complimentary to people that are stuck. And that cruise line, I might just add, the itinerary ended on March 1st. So those people were supposed to fly back, but obviously still stuck on board there as schools and airspace remain closed here.
Yeah, people stuck on cruise lines, people stuck in airports, people stuck all over the place and not easy to get home. Trading above 73, Brent crude climbing to more than $79 a barrel. That's up even in the last hour. Analysts say those prices likely to keep rising if ships are forced to keep avoiding the Strait of Hormuz. That narrow waterway between Iran and Oman is the main route for shipping crude from countries like Saudi Arabia and Kuwait. About 20 million barrels of oil pass through that strait every day. Iran's Revolutionary Guard Corps says it will target any vessels passing through the strait. Our Eleni Gayokos joins us now from Abu Dhabi with the latest. Eleni.
Yeah, I mean, you've just said it. We've got a three-front energy shock that's playing out right now. Firstly, the Strait of Hormuz, 20 million barrels per day pass through that choke point. Super important waterway. That is one of the biggest issues in terms of the disruption we've seen. And the question is, are we going to see a total closure? That is basically being priced into the market right now. The second big issue that we've seen playing out is, of course, this drone strike in Qatar on an LNG plant. The country now stopping production completely. You've got to remember, Qatar is the world's largest LNG producer, and importantly, it really sends a lot of that gas to Asia. Asian markets today showing the effects of just the negative sentiment that's seeping through because of the energy price shock that we're seeing. And the third big issue is we've also seen a strike in Aramco, Saudi Aramco, at an oil facility there. Now, even though they've continued production, it basically shows that critical oil and energy infrastructure is now fair game for the Iranians. Clearly, they're targeting this. And if you take capacity out of the system, that means much higher oil prices for you and for me. And importantly, if you look at the overall picture here, OPEC Plus countries are trying to mitigate this by increasing oil production. The big question is, are we going to see a disruption in the way that oil is moved around the world? Now, most countries are looking at whether they have enough strategic reserves at play. They'll probably tap into that first. Of course, currency issues also have a big game to play here. But importantly, at some point, the oil importers are going to eventually start to see much higher prices at the gas pumps. And that's going to be an eventuality if you see this tension, of course, continuing. You know, analysts are saying that we're currently trapped in an escalation scenario. And of course, President Trump was saying this could last at least 4 weeks. If you see these prices maintained at close to $80 a barrel, and many saying it could hit triple digits very soon, it'll eventually filter through at the gas pump. It's going to impact inflation. It's going to impact companies. And of course, it's going to be a reality that the whole world is going to face.
Eleni, thank you. And thank you all for watching us for the last 3 hours.
Hello and welcome. I'm Becky Anderson, live from our Middle East programming headquarters in Abu Dhabi in the UAE. It is midday in Abu Dhabi. It's 11:30 a.m. in Tehran, and we begin with the very latest in the US-Israeli war with Iran, and word that Israel is now launching, quote, simultaneous strikes in Tehran and Beirut. The onslaught from the Israeli military coming as President Trump tells CNN that the big wave, as he describes it, hasn't happened yet. More than 700 Iranian civilians killed since the war began on Saturday, according to the latest from a US-based human rights group. US Central Command now says 6 American service members were killed in an Iranian strike in Kuwait. The casualties are the first Americans killed in action in what the US and Israel are dubbing Operation Epic Fury. Well, this hour, Israel says it is carrying out new strikes in Beirut. These images showing long lines of cars as people try to flee the Lebanese capital. CNN's Oren Lieben tracking what's going on live from Tel Aviv. And let's start, Oren, if we can, with what we know about Israeli action on Lebanon.
It's not only the strikes we're seeing in Beirut, in Dahia, in southern Beirut itself, an evacuation warning is given to dozens of villages in southern Lebanon. Israel now says they have seized more positions in southern Lebanon, just across the border from Israel. For months now, Israel has already held 5 positions, effectively indefinitely, that it has used to view and appear into southern Lebanon. Israel now acknowledges they have sent more troops into southern Lebanon to take more positions. They call this an enhanced forward defense posture. The Israeli military did a briefing a short time ago. They say this is not a ground incursion or a major ground invasion or operation into southern Lebanon. This is simply, as they put it, taking more positions for another layer of defense to prevent Hezbollah attacks on the residents of Israel that live right along the northern border there. They say that they were forced to evacuate some 60,000 Israelis along the Israel-Lebanon border some 2.5 years ago, and they vow they will not do that again. And therefore, they say this seizure of more territory and more positions in southern Lebanon is another layer of defense for those citizens. But Israel has not taken a ground incursion, a major operation, off the table. It was yesterday that Israel's military spokesperson said all options remain on the table. And of course, several days ago, we saw Israel announce that it's calling up more than 100,000 reservists as it tries to bolster its force posture, not only vis-a-vis what's happening with Iran, but also along the northern border and potentially in the occupied West Bank as well. That is the northern front here. And that began in earnest after Hezbollah, some 24, 25, 26 hours ago, launched a barrage of missiles and drones at what they said was all the reason that they needed to open up a campaign they had been waiting to open up for months, a much broader military operation, an offensive, an assault on Hezbollah itself. And meanwhile, Becky, as all of that is happening, the attack on Iran continues.
What is the latest on Israeli strikes on Iran as you understand it?
There are waves of strikes that continue. Israel says it has expanded its air superiority over Iran, which means that the Air Force can, even at a fairly great range, operate and carry out whatever targets it's looking to strike. One of those key targets has been ballistic missile defenses, arrays, launchers, but they have also gone after the regime itself, after the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, the Ministry of Intelligence, and many other sites, with more and more targets being struck by Israel in Tehran itself. So we are seeing the air campaign in Iran intensify, as even the U.S. warning that too could potentially intensify. I'll bring it back here to Israel to wrap it up here. The U.S. ambassador to Israel, Mike Huckabee, acknowledging what has become blatantly clear to everybody in the country, especially American citizens, and that is, as Israel's airspace remains closed, there are very few options if people want to leave the country. He said one of the only options is to go down towards southern Israel, down to the Taba border crossing with Egypt into Sinai, and try to get out that way. But other than that, many people here effectively stuck, at least for now.
Oren Lieberman is in Tel Aviv. Back to you as we move through the next couple of hours. Oren, thank you. That's the latest there. The U.S. Embassy in Saudi Arabia remains closed after it was struck by suspected Iranian drones. Little damage to report, and so far no reports of injuries from that attack in Riyadh. This is part of what have been new strikes against U.S. allies in the Gulf over the past 24 hours. CNN's Paula Hancock's joining me now live from Dubai. Midday here in the UAE after a wave of attacks on Abu Dhabi overnight. It is 11 a.m. in Saudi Arabia. What do we know about what's been going on here and around the region overnight, Paula?
Well, Becky, certainly we did see or hear a number of blasts in Abu Dhabi overnight. This morning, we have been hearing interceptions here in Dubai as well, and we've heard a number of fighter jets in the sky. So certainly when it comes to the UAE, which appears to have been the heaviest targeted, most heavily targeted so far when it comes to the number of missiles and drones from Iran, we're not seeing much of a let-up. Now, when it comes to Saudi Arabia, you mentioned there that the U.S. Embassy was hit. We understand that it was 2 suspected drones, which were intercepted. The Ministry of Defense there saying it was, quote, limited fire and minor material damages. They say there's been some 8 drones that have been intercepted in Riyadh and also in Al-Kaj, that's near one of the air bases that the US military has historically used as well. We've also been seeing that the Kuwaiti US embassy on Sunday and on Monday appeared to be coming under attack. So that has been closed as well. And it really plays into what we have heard from Iranian officials from the IRGC, saying that they're effectively extending their target list. They have now said that they're starting to destroy American political centers. They had claimed that they were just targeting US military targets, which we know was not accurate. We have been seeing city centers, airports, hotels also being impacted, and energy infrastructure, of course, around the region. But they have now said that they have extended their scope, their targets, and they said that the explosion at the embassy in Riyadh shows that that was their move in that direction. So, of course, this is of great concern to the Gulf nations. Now, one thing to report just on the airport situation, we did see from late last night into this morning a fraction of flights taking off from Dubai Airport. Looking at the website, we can see maybe 24 have left. Now, we're being told many of those are repatriation flights, or they are repositioning flights. Everyone's still being told not to go to the airport, certainly not if you don't have a ticket. So, of course, that directive from the US State Department for all Americans to depart now is quite academic when it comes to some of these Gulf nations, as it is simply too difficult to be able to get out. Becky?
CNN senior international correspondent Ivan Watson is following multiple developing stories. That is not Ivan, there's Ivan. Ivan, let's go to you. You know this region so well. Talk to us about what you're looking at right now.
Right. In the 4th day of this war, the Israeli military claims that it has killed more than 1,500 members of Iran's Revolutionary Guard Corps. The U.S. military saying that it destroyed 11 Iranian Navy ships in the Gulf of Oman. This is having a tremendous toll on the civilian population, the air war in Iran, with the human rights activist news agency saying that at least 742 civilians have been killed in Iran by the joint bombardment thus far, and they're still trying to confirm many more deaths. They report that the Law Enforcement Command and Border Guard Command in the western Iranian city of Sanandaj in the Kurdistan region were targeted by the joint bombardments. The Iranian government is waging a war of narratives with its enemies. Take a look at this tweet that came from Iran's foreign minister in response to kind of shifting explanations for why the U.S. started this conflict, with Foreign Minister Araghchi saying the U.S. has entered a war of choice on behalf of Iran. There was never any so-called threat. Shedding of both American and Iranian blood is thus on Israel firsters. American people deserve better and should take back that country, their country. He's doing the reverse of what President Trump did when he first announced the start of what he described as major operations, where he called on the Iranian people to rise up and overthrow the regime. In the meantime, the State Department has issued warnings for American citizens to leave immediately from 14 Middle Eastern countries. That order, though, is complicated by the fact that flights have been disrupted in many of these countries, such as the UAE, Qatar, Kuwait, and Bahrain. And the U.S. ambassador to Israel, Mike Huckabee, he came out with a long post conceding that there are very few options if citizens want to get out of Israel, the best of them being to take a bus over the land border to Egypt and to try to pick up a flight from there. U.S. embassies in Riyadh have been closed, in Kuwait as well, after both of those diplomatic offices have been hit by suspected attacks coming from Iran. And the conflict has also expanded on a second day in Lebanon, with the Iran-backed militia Hezbollah announcing several waves of missile and drone strikes on Israel. And Israel has been bombing the south of Beirut as well as southern Lebanon, and demanded the evacuation of scores of villages in the south of the country, and has said that a land incursion by the Israeli military is not off the table. Alex.
Ivan Watson in Hong Kong, thank you. The war is taking a toll on energy markets. Oil prices sparked to their highest levels in 8 months on Monday. Right now, crude oil is trading at more than $72. Brent crude climbing to more than $78 a barrel. Analysts say those prices are likely to keep rising if ships are forced to keep avoiding the Strait of Hormuz. The narrow waterway between Iran and Oman is the main route for shipping crude from countries like Saudi Arabia and Kuwait. About 20 million barrels of oil pass through the strait every day. Iran's Revolutionary Guard Corps says it will target any vessels passing through the strait. Christy Lou Stout, who we got a brief preview of a few moments ago, joins us now from Hong Kong. Christy, as the conflict stretches into a fourth day, how is it squeezing the global energy supply, and what does that mean for everybody who needs to fill up their tank?
Yeah, and Alex, there in the beautiful U.S. state of California, gas is already very pricey. You got to brace yourself. It is going to get pricier as this conflict grinds on. Iran is now vowing to attack any ship that tries to sail through the Strait of Hormuz. It is also targeting major energy installations across the Middle East. All of this sending the price of global energy sky high, the price of oil, the price of liquefied natural gas. Now, on Monday, a fire broke out at a major oil refinery in Saudi Arabia, and we have satellite imagery of the aftermath of that fire showing the devastation and the damage that it caused there. The fire, it was caused by falling shrapnel, the result of an interception of 2 Iranian drones. The fire had been put out, but according to Reuters, production there at this facility has been suspended as a precaution. And this is significant. You know, we know that Saudi Arabia is the world's largest exporter of oil. That refinery is the largest refinery in the kingdom. Now, elsewhere in Qatar, you have Qatar Energy suspending production of liquefied natural gas after it was hit by an Iranian strike. Qatar accounts for 20% of global exports of liquefied natural gas. And you look at Kuwait, a major oil refinery there, hit by shrapnel. And adding and fueling the flames to this fire, if you can call it that, is, of course, a situation surrounding the Strait of Hormuz, that narrow channel off the coast of Iran. Some 20% of global oil consumption flows through it. And what we've heard from Iranian officials is that they're saying it is closed, and they also are issuing a threat. Let's bring it up for you. This is what we heard from a senior advisor with the Iran Revolutionary Guards, who said this on Monday, quote, "If anyone tries to pass, the heroes of the Revolutionary Guards and the regular Navy will set those ships ablaze," unquote. Now, choking this off could have major ramifications on oil prices, on shipping, on your ability to get your e-commerce goods on time, depending on where you live in the region. It could also antagonize China. We know that China is the world's largest importer of oil, and China is also the biggest buyer of Iranian oil. Back to you.
So many different aspects of this story. Christy Lou Stout with us from Asia. Thank you. We're following fast-moving developments as we enter the fourth day of the Israel and U.S.'s war with Iran. Just a short time ago, the Israeli military announcing it is conducting simultaneous strikes in Tehran and Beirut. We've got live images from the Lebanese capital where Israel says it is striking Hezbollah targets. You see some smoke there on your screen. We have seen several different strikes happening within the last 2 hours of our broadcast. The attacks come one day after the militant group launched missiles and drones at an Israeli military base, they say in revenge for killing Iran's supreme leader. Of course, Hezbollah has been an Iranian proxy for years. Beirut residents are fleeing after Israel issued a new evacuation warning. Lebanese officials say more than 50 people were killed, dozens more wounded in IDF strikes on Monday. Meantime, U.S. allies in the Gulf and across the region are fending off the latest wave of revolutionary and retaliatory attacks, I should say, from Iran and its proxies. Hundreds of ballistic missiles, more than 1,000 drones have been intercepted so far, according to official figures. In Saudi Arabia, the U.S. Embassy in Riyadh says it is canceling all consular appointments Tuesday due to an attack on the facility. Essentially, they're closing the embassy for the day. That embassy had been struck by suspected Iranian drones. A source tells us that there were no initial reports of injuries. And in Kuwait, U.S. Central Command now says that 6 American service members were killed in an Iranian strike at a tactical operations center. We're also now learning that the U.S. Embassy in Kuwait is closing until further notice, quote, due to ongoing regional tensions. The U.S. State Department has issued U.S. citizens and urged U.S. citizens to depart now from all of these countries throughout the region, you see on your screen right now, due to safety risks.
At the Department of State, our #1 priority is the safety and the security of American citizens everywhere in the world. Now, with what's going on in the Middle East with Operation Epic Fury and the cowardly attacks that we're seeing from Iran against Gulf countries, I wanted to take this chance to speak directly to Americans who are in the Middle East about the work we are doing to try to keep you safe.
Meanwhile, in Iran, more than 700 civilians have been killed since the war began on Saturday, as according to the latest figures from a U.S.-based human rights group. But that number could grow exponentially. As President Trump says, the big wave hasn't even happened yet. He said that in an interview with Jake Tapper earlier. CNN's Paula Hancock standing by in Dubai, where we've seen startling attacks. But let's begin with Oren Lieberman, who is covering the renewed fighting between Israel and Hezbollah. Oren.
Alex, as you pointed out, the Israeli military announced a short time ago they're carrying out effectively simultaneous strikes in both Tehran, the capital of Iran, and in Beirut. The Israeli military issued an evacuation warning for dozens of villages in southern Lebanon, south of the Litani River, as they prepare to strike there. That a Hezbollah stronghold in southern Lebanon, much as Dahia in southern Beirut is a stronghold for Hezbollah there, and that's where the Israeli military has been carrying on strikes. It's also worth noting in a briefing that's ongoing right now, the Israeli military says they have taken additional positions across the Israeli border into southern Lebanon in what they're calling an enhanced forward defense posture. Keep in mind, for months now, the Israeli military has held effectively indefinitely onto several sites that they're using as observation points into southern Lebanon that they have occupied for months. Now they're expanding that position. Now the military says this is not an operation or a maneuver. In other words, the Israeli military is trying to say this is not an invasion or an incursion into southern Lebanon, but the military has made clear that option remains on the table. In the past several days, Israel has called up more than 100,000 reservists to improve and enhance the soldiers it has at its ready. And some of that, perhaps much of that, has gone to the north. Asked yesterday if an invasion of Lebanon into southern Lebanon is on the table, the Israeli military spokesperson, Brigadier General Efi Defrin, said all options remain on the table. A short time later, the foreign media spokesperson did say it's not an imminent step that Israel expects to take, but clearly it is part of the potential depending on how this goes. We have seen Hezbollah launch into northern Israel, including missiles and drones. That was effectively the excuse Israel needed to launch an operation they have been waiting for and preparing for months now. That is a much broader campaign against Hezbollah to try to disarm them, to try to effectively take them out and make sure they don't pose what Israel sees as a threat to northern Israel. What's interesting, in the midst of all this, the Lebanese government has said that Hezbollah's military activities has declared those illegal after warning them over the past week or so not to engage in what the foreign minister called adventurism. We are seeing all of that, however, play out right now across the Israel-Lebanon border. And to underscore here, that's not even the main front. Israel continues to carry out strikes against Iran, saying they have expanded their air superiority over the skies of much of Iran, meaning that Israel can do whatever it wants when it comes to the strikes that it's continuing to take. Those are going after ballistic missiles, IRGC facilities, and much more.
Oren, as we've been looking at this live picture from Beirut and we see the smoke, because we've been seeing these strikes over the last few hours, talk to us about how much of a thorn in the side Hezbollah has been to Israelis for years, and this moment for Israel to be able to, finally take them on in such an aggressive way.
If we're going back all the way to 2006, that would be a major war between Israel and Hezbollah. That war ended effectively inconclusively, but it led to years of, I won't say peace or calm, but I will say quiet along the border. There had been firing some across the border over the past several years, but then on October 8th, if I remember the exact date correctly, one day after the Hamas-led attack on southern Israel on October 7th, Hezbollah began launching rockets and missiles, and Israel responded furiously. That nominally ended with a ceasefire agreement in 2024, but Israel continued to carry out near daily strikes, certainly recently against what they viewed as Hezbollah targets, largely in southern Lebanon, but also across the country, accusing Hezbollah of violating the ceasefire, crucially of trying to rearm and rebuild its forces. On Saturday morning, now effectively present day, the U.S. and Israel launched the campaign against Iran, but Israel knew that there was a possibility Hezbollah will get involved, and that happened about 24 hours ago, a little more than that, when Hezbollah launched a fairly small barrage, from everything we can tell, of missiles and drones at what they said was a military base just south of Haifa, the largest city in northern Israel. And given all the preparations that Israel had made, knowing Hezbollah was still in existence, Hezbollah still had some force, that was the only reason, that was the only event Israel needed to carry out what we're seeing now, which is a much, much broader campaign against the Iran-backed militant group that has carried and held so much power in Lebanon for so many years.
Oren Lieberman live in Tel Aviv as the action continues.
These warring sides, but over recent months and recent years, is that whenever there is a strike without a prior warning, it usually is a targeted killing. Now, the Israeli military has been saying it has been targeting, striking members of the group, and they're also promising really to escalate attacks, not just here in the southern suburbs. We're focusing here on the southern suburbs, but in the south of the country, there have been numerous strikes over the past 24 hours. Now, the Israeli military alleges that what it is striking are Hezbollah positions, Hezbollah facilities. This is all part of a pressure campaign to get Hezbollah to surrender and to get Hezbollah to lay down its arms and to agree to disarm. So far, what we've seen, either from the statements made by Hezbollah officials or from its actions, really, is that the group is not interested in surrendering its weapons. It has launched fresh attacks across the border early on Tuesday, and officials are saying, are being very much defiant, not just towards Israel, but towards the Lebanese government, which has now banned the military wing or military activities of Hezbollah and its intelligence activities as well, in what is being described as an unprecedented move.
Right. And these new attacks is triggering a new wave of displacement in Lebanon, with many now trying to seek shelter in Syria, Zena.
Well, many of those who are crossing the border into Syria are Syrians. This is a country that hosts hundreds of thousands of Syrian refugees. Many of them work in Beirut's southern suburbs. Many of them work in southern Lebanon. It's very unlikely that you're going to see supporters of Hezbollah cross into Syria, because we have to remember Hezbollah took part, militarily intervened in the war in neighboring Syria on the side of Bashar al-Assad. And now there's a new reality in Syria with new authorities. But hundreds of thousands of Syrians who are already very much vulnerable in Lebanon, who are struggling to make ends meet. Many people who live in the southern suburbs of Beirut or across southern Lebanon are daily, wage earners. If they do not work today, they cannot put food on the table. And this is why you are seeing many people, heading back, crossing into Syria in search of safety.
Zina, thank you for the update. That's Al Jazeera's Zina Khouda reporting there live from Beirut. Let's check in with Noor O'Day now in Ramallah in the occupied West Bank. So Israel renewing its attacks on Lebanon in Beirut, but also in the south. What is the objective and what's the scope of Israel's operations in Lebanon?
Well, the objective, according to the Israeli military, is to crush once and for all Hezbollah. Those were the words used by several senior Israeli officials. And to that end, Israel will occupy additional Lebanese territory, as per the Israeli Minister of Defense. But fully in the past 20 minutes or so since we last spoke, we've seen fresh sirens in Israel, in the Upper Galilee, in the occupied Golan Heights, and in the wider Tel Aviv area. And in the meantime, after the Israeli army announced that it had targeted a group of senior Hezbollah commanders, it also said that it targeted a senior figure in Iran, the Israeli military radio, saying it is the person in charge of Lebanon in the Quds Force, so in the Iran's Revolutionary Guard. So everything is connected here. There are no separate lines for all of these wars and all of these strikes that we're seeing. We can connect a line between Lebanon, Palestine, Syria, Iran, Iraq, even Yemen. Beyond that, everything that is happening in the region is interconnected, and the fallout, as we have been covering here at Al Jazeera, is global. Israel's policies towards its neighbors, the fact that it wants to be able to occupy, to take over land, to create buffer zones, and to face no resistance, is at the heart of that doctrine and at the heart of all of the tension spilling over into everybody's screens and lives, really, in the region.
Thank you for that, Noor. Noor O'Day, live for us there in Ramallah. Well, let's discuss this further now and the military strategy with Wolfgang Posthai, who's a security policy and defense analyst, joining us from Vienna in Austria. Thank you very much for your time. As we heard there from Noor, everything in this region right now is interconnected. Let's start with what's happening in Lebanon. Israel intensifying its attacks there, having some troops on the ground in the south of Lebanon. Do you think that opening or escalating a northern front stretches Israel's military capacity, or is the scenario already built into their planning?
No, not at all. Actually, the military capabilities that Israel needs to fight the war in Lebanon, with the exception of some fighter jet sorties, is not what they need in the war against Iran. The war in the Lebanon will be sooner or later a war of ground troops, a ground war. And this is not what they need in the war with Iran. Let me stress an important point. Hezbollah was not eager from the beginning to join the war. They are severely weakened after a couple of years of fight against the Israelis. But they had no choice. Hezbollah is fully dependent on the support of Iran, even after the war is over. So for them, it's like for Iran, a struggle for survival. If in Iran, the regime is overthrown and replaced by someone else who would not support them in the future, this might be also the end of Hezbollah. On the other side, as rightly said by your correspondent in Lebanon, Israel wants to use the opportunity right now to wipe out Hezbollah once and for all.
Right. And so given that the Lebanese government, the Lebanese state, has now banned Hezbollah's military activities, How much pressure does that put on the group? And how can they intervene? How can they respond if they have this additional pressure on them?
Actually, the Shia are an important group in Lebanon, and they need to be taken into account from the political side without any doubt. On the military side, that the government of Lebanon dares to challenge Hezbollah's military arm right now is a strong signal that Hezbollah is really pretty much on the ground, and they are really pretty much about losing their military capabilities. If the government of Lebanon would have been scared that they might retaliate against the government, they would not have said so.
Let me ask you now, Wolfgang, about Iran and its strategy. Day 4 now of the U.S.-Israel attack on Iran, and Iran's response has been wide. It's been prioritizing on the military front. It seems to be wanting to extract costs where it can against U.S. interests and its allies in this region, in the Gulf region. What does the pattern of Iran's strikes suggest to you? Is it a deliberate campaign against military targets or something more fragmented and improvised?
Actually, it's more improvised. But Iran certainly wants to sit this out. They want to continue the war with Israel, with the missile war, as long as their war is ongoing, as long as Israel is attacking Iran. On the other side, they want to avoid dragging the Arab countries, and by the way, also the Europeans, into the war. But on the other side, they want to pressure them, the Arabs and the Europeans, and also India and China and the others. They want to pressure those to use their influence in Washington to urge President Trump to stop the war. This might have worked with the former president, with President Joe Biden, but I doubt that Donald Trump is the right addressee for this kind of strategy.
And there seems to be, Wolfgang, differences in the U.S. and Israeli objective and strategy. When Washington says the objective is to destroy Iran's missile and nuclear capabilities, and that, you know, it could take up to 4 weeks or more, what does that actually require militarily? And is a 4-week timeline, as suggested by President Donald Trump, is that realistic for degrading those capabilities in a meaningful way?
I guess the assessment of the American and Israeli planners was even that it will be shorter. President Trump has no interest whatsoever in a protracted war in Iran. But what we're hearing right now from Israel, from Pete Hegseth, from Donald Trump, from others in the United States, is part of information warfare. I said at the beginning that Iran wants to sit it out. If they believe that America has only the breath for 1 or 2 weeks of war, they will hope to get into the 3rd week. If they get the message from Washington that the Americans continue with the war with an open date, this will certainly undermine their hopes that they can sit it out. So all these statements are part of information warfare. But I'm nevertheless sure that the Americans have more breath for just than 2 weeks of war.
And so if it more than just 2 weeks of war, what will it look like? What will the conflicts look like?
If the conflict extends over more than, let's say, 2, 3, or 4 weeks, then the war will have also a huge global impact. This is about the export of oil and gas from the Gulf. This is about the other economic impact coming out from the region. The Gulf region is not only of significance for oil, it's also in the meantime another economic hub. And all this will have a global impact. For Iran, such an extended war will bring some significant problems because their capabilities to strike Israel will diminish. They won't be able to continue their war with a significant number of missiles. They will shoot only a very few after 3 or 4 weeks, if the war really extends to this time. But they have enough drones and short-range missiles to continue attacking the Arab Gulf states. And this is something which might eventually drag the Gulf states into the war.
All right, Wolfgang Pastai, thank you so much for your insight. It's been very interesting talking to you about the military aspects of this conflict. Let's now go back to our White House correspondent, Kimberly Halkett in Washington, D.C. for an update. Kimberly, I understand there's been another post on Truth Social from President Trump. What is he saying?
What he has said is he's been very active on Truth Social, And as a result, the latest post from 8 minutes ago says that the air defense, Air Force, Navy, and leadership is gone. They want to talk. I said too late. This is the U.S. president quoting with regard to Iran. And this is very consistent with what the U.S. president said about why he gave up on diplomacy when he was speaking to the media on Monday. He said that essentially there had been two different opportunities for a deal and that there actually was a deal, and he accused Iran of backing out. So the U.S. president really reiterating what he said to the media on Monday, that he is pointing the finger at Iran for the reason that there is now this military conflict, that he gave up on diplomacy. In fact, the U.S. president saying specifically, I can't deal with these people.
All right, Kimberly, thank you very much for the update. Kimberly Halkett, our White House correspondent, with the latest there from Washington, D.C. Meanwhile, Russia's Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov has questioned the Trump administration's justification for launching an attack on Iran. Lavrov also said the escalating conflict in the Middle East risks sending nuclear proliferation out of control.
We repeatedly hear statements about the goals of this war. We still see no evidence that Iran was developing nuclear weapons, which was the main, if not the only, justification for the war. There is proof provided by both the IAEA and the American intelligence professionals that Iran did not manufacture and did not try to produce nuclear weapons.
Let's get more from Dmitry Medvedenko in Moscow for us. Tell us more about what the Kremlin has been saying about the situation, Dmitry.
Well, Sergei Lavrov, in addition to what we've just heard him say, he also had a "we need to talk" message to Washington. He said it's time to have a comprehensive conversation with the United States about how it sees the world, how it sees its role in it, and what kind of role everybody else has. And Sergei Lavrov says this kind of conversation is long overdue and is especially relevant given that, Russia and the US are nuclear powers. So his suggestion is to sit down in the P5 group of the permanent members of the UN Security Council, which have nuclear weapons, and that is the US, Russia, China, the UK, and France. Meanwhile, the Russian president is openly mediating between the GCC states and Iran. According to the Kremlin, the Russian President Vladimir Putin had conversations with the leaders of the UAE, with Qatar, Saudi Arabia, and Bahrain. And in these conversations, the sides agreed that the hostilities need to stop, but also Putin said that he's ready to pass on any kind of message to Iran. With Moscow is in constant contact with Tehran. And the presidential spokesman, Dmitry Peskov, was asked today, is Russia playing the mediator role? And he said, well, yes, essentially, Russia's President Vladimir Putin is trying to do whatever he can to at least somewhat, alleviate the situation.
And so in alleviating the situation also, does Russia, Dmitry, stand to make gains from the shortage of energy right now?
Well, regarding the situation of the Strait of Hormuz being closed and 20% of oil and gas going through the strait, obviously, we've seen prices go up for gas to over $700 per 1,000 cubic meters, oil at $83 for a barrel of Brent. Russia does not stand directly to gain from the increase in prices because Russia is only selling to, virtually 3 countries, that's China, India, and Turkey, and selling at a huge discount because of sanctions. So it will see some kind of gain in this respect. But on the other hand, we've already heard reports from India that it wants to increase buying oil and gas, thinking that the current situation could kind of, have Donald Trump gloss over the fact that Russia's under sanctions and there will be, far less consequences for increasing purchases of oil from Russia. But also the Norwegian energy minister today said that, Europe's policy of phasing out Russian oil and gas by late 2027 completely could be revised now, given the current situation with the Strait of Hormuz.
Dmitry, thank you very much for that. Dmitry Medvedenko in Moscow. Well, Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps has threatened to set fire to any ships that try to pass through the Strait of Hormuz. Brigadier General Ibrahim Jabari, advisor to the commander of the Revolutionary Guard, says it will not allow the U.S. access to any oil.
The price of oil's reached $81, and the world's certainly waiting for it to reach at least $200. The Strait of Hormuz is closed. Our heroes in the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, Navy, and the Army will set fire to any ships that try to pass through the strait. We'll also target their oil pipelines in the region, and we will not allow oil exports from this region until we put pressure on the enemy. The Americans have debts of hundreds of thousands of billions of dollars, and they're thirsty for the region's oil. They'll not get a single drop.
Well, as a result of all that turmoil around the Strait of Hormuz, stock markets in Europe are falling for a second day following declines in Asia. South Korea's benchmark Kospi index stumbled by as much as 6.4%. European gas prices jumped another 41% on Tuesday to reach the highest level in 3 years. That's after Qatar's state-owned energy firm halted liquefied natural gas production on Monday, citing Iranian missile attacks on its facilities. European natural gas prices surged by 50% on Monday, as we mentioned, after significant disruptions to supplies of LNG liquefied natural gas. Europe gets roughly 10% of its LNG from Qatar, but some countries like Italy get about a third of their supplies from Qatar. Global gas production is already near capacity, making it difficult to replace lost Qatari volumes in the short term. The disruption triggered the largest LNG price surge since 2022 when Russia invaded Ukraine. Osama bin Javid is joining us now from Brussels for more on this. So Europe's energy security in question again, Osama, but the Hungarians and Norwegians, I understand, are making waves. What do they say?
Well, you heard from the Norwegians this morning saying that essentially this could pave way for the debate again in Europe about going away from Russian energy. So the issue of gas supplies here is not just about keeping the lights on and keeping the boilers boiling, but it is also about security of Europe. As Europe in the last 4 years have been trying to go away from Russian gas, essentially buying a bulk of it, Germany almost 96% from the Americans, it now faces this major question of what to do next. That, on top of historically low volumes of gas available in Europe right now, if you compare it to 2024, it's down by about 20 million cubic meters. And that is going to further exacerbate Europe's energy projections. As you mentioned, the spot prices have reacted sharply and it's gone by 50%, but it is not going to be the short term. It's essentially, if this war drags on, Europe will have to compete with Asian buyers who are scrambling to find alternative sources. So those prices, as you saw 4 years ago, will have to be translated into higher energy costs and more price to pay for production of various goods and more to pay for marine fuel to get things across to Europe and from Europe to everywhere else. So this conflict has major ramifications for the Europeans. Just tomorrow, there's going to be a first meeting of its energy coordinators. And you've heard from Ursula von der Leyen, the European Commission President, that there is the risk of this going into every aspect of life, not just for Europe, but for everywhere else. So the hope here is, as you've been hearing from the Qatari Foreign Ministry as well, that there's been multiple rounds of talks between various leaders, that somebody has to talk down both sides to try and come to some sort of solution, because if this drags on further on,
briefly, Osama, tell us about France's case.
Than just the region.
Yeah, and tell us about France's case. Why is France saying there's no threat to the country's oil and gas supplies?
Well, France is absolutely right in saying that, because in the short term, there is no immediate risk. But it is also because the E3, France, Germany, and the United Kingdom have come out in support of the US, falling short of taking part in the attacks on Iran, saying that they'll continue to take defensive measures. But again, it is not just about this situation, which is in the short term. Now the questions are being raised of the medium and the long term, and whether Europe can bear this storm and weather it if this continues to drag on, and if energy supplies through the Strait of Hormuz and through those major European partners continue to get halted.
Osama bin Javid in Brussels, thank you very much for that. Now, an Iranian-made drone has hit a British airbase in Cyprus, causing limited damage and no casualties. The UK has already announced it's sending a warship to defend the base. British Prime Minister Keir Starmer said the Cyprus base is not being used by US planes to attack Iran. Al Jazeera's John Sarapoulos reports from RAF Akrotiri.
I'm standing outside the British sovereign military base at Akrotiri on the southern coast of Cyprus, where a nearby village has been evacuated for precautionary reasons. 1,000 people have been moved into relatives' homes. About 100 of them have been put up in hotels. But there are no procedures in place, we're told by the local mayor, for such evacuations. They are now deliberating on how to put civil protection procedures. There are no sirens, for example. There's no way to warn people of an incoming air attack. And they are trying to tally all of the transport means at their disposal, such as local municipal buses and other vehicles to transport people in the event of another aerial attack. The evacuation happened because late on Sunday night, a single drone flew into the British sovereign base and struck a hangar. Luckily, it didn't detonate. We presume that explosives experts at the base are now occupied in defusing it. But 2 more drones flew towards the base on Monday, and we're told that they fell into the sea with no intervention from the base itself, although that remains an open question, whether electronic warfare means were used to intercept and down those drones. The Republic of Cyprus as a whole is now doing what the local municipality is doing. They are talking with their European partners to formulate an integrated political crisis response in order to have procedures in place should further air attacks happen.
John Sarapoulos reporting there. It's coming up to 1300 hours GMT, 4 p.m. in Doha. I'm fully back, Thibault. You're watching Al Jazeera with our continuing coverage of the conflicts between the US, Israel, and Iran. Let's bring you up to speed with the latest developments on day 4. The Israeli military says it's carrying out simultaneous attacks on Iran and Lebanon. This is Beirut, the Lebanese capital, where the Israeli army says it's striking Hezbollah commanders after hitting command centers and weapon storage facilities. A senior Hezbollah official has said, quote, if Israel wants an open war, then let it be an open war. The Israeli attacks have triggered a new wave of forced displacement in Lebanon. The UN Refugee Agency estimates at least 30,000 people have registered at shelters in Lebanon. Meanwhile, Iran has launched dozens of attacks on Israel and U.S. assets across the Middle East. Multiple interceptions have taken place in parts of northern and central Israel. In Iran, at least 787 people have been killed since Saturday, according to the Iranian Red Crescent. Airstrikes have been targeting several cities, including the capital Tehran, Isfahan, and Shiraz. And these are images from the Fujairah port in the United Arab Emirates after debris from an intercepted drone caused a major fire. The U.S. State Department has ordered the departure of non-emergency government personnel and their family members from Jordan, Iraq, Bahrain, Qatar, the UAE, and Kuwait. Well, we have a team of correspondents around the world following the latest developments in Tehran, the Syria-Lebanon border, Ramallah in the occupied West Bank, and here in Doha. We begin with Zaina Khodr, who is in Lebanon's capital, Beirut. Zaina, there have been fresh attacks on Beirut. Tell us about what's been happening.
Yes, 2 Israeli airstrikes just minutes apart, and they came without warning. The Israeli army said that they targeted a meeting of Hezbollah military commanders. We are unable to independently confirm that. But what we did hear was the sound of ambulances rushing to the scene. So Israel escalating its strikes, not just on neighborhoods in Beirut's southern suburbs, an area known to be Hezbollah's stronghold, where the group has influence, where its leadership lives, and where its supporters live. There have been numerous strikes over the past 24 hours across southern Lebanon, with the Israeli military telling residents of those villages and towns to leave, to move further north. north. So the Israeli pressure campaign continuing, saying they want to destroy Hezbollah, but it's not easy to crush a movement that has this ideology of resisting, because this is not the first conflict between these warring sides. The last time they went to war, when we saw really a massive aerial Israeli campaign against Hezbollah for almost 8 weeks. Hezbollah, yes, it was badly bruised, it was weakened, it lost its military command, but the group still survived. And this is why Israel is using this pressure as a strategy, really, to get Hezbollah to surrender its weapons. But Hezbollah is refusing to do so. We're hearing from officials saying that, they're not ready to do this. And even by its actions this morning, they claimed responsibility for launching a number of attacks across the border after launching missiles, the initial salvo of missiles Monday night in retaliation for the killing of the late Iranian Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei. You hear gunfire in the background. Sometimes these are warning shots telling people to leave certain areas because the areas are unsafe.
Noor O'Day in Ramallah in the occupied West Bank. As we heard there from Zaina, Israel stepping up its attacks against Hezbollah, but also now putting boots on the ground in southern Lebanon, even if they're not calling this a ground invasion. What is the Israeli strategy and what's the scope of this operation?
Well, there have been no limits fully put on this operation. Invading Lebanon, taking over more Lebanese territory has been on the Israeli cabinet's table for months now, and it's only been deferred because of diplomatic pressure and diplomatic activity. Now, the context of this war, Israel's estimation that Hezbollah would join the efforts once Israel launches an attack on Iran, all really pushed in the direction of this escalating confrontation with Hezbollah, which, as Zaina has been reporting, did launch several missiles from Lebanon into northern Israel. And the sirens keep going off in northern Israel, as well as across Israeli territory, from Iranian missiles mostly, but also from incoming projectiles from Lebanon. There are no limits. There is widespread support in Israel for this, and the Israeli Minister of Defense has said it will take however long it takes, even if this campaign lasts longer than the war with Iran. Hezbollah must be crushed once and for all.
Okay, thank you very much. Zaina Hodder in Beirut, Noor O'Day in Ramallah. Now to the situation here in the Gulf, and U.S. Central Command says its forces have destroyed the Iranian Revolutionary Guard's command and control facilities, as well as Iranian missile and drone launch sites. Gulf countries have uniformly condemned the ongoing Iranian strikes across the region. Saudi Arabia says it reserves the right to retaliate after that drone strike on the U.S. Embassy in Riyadh on Tuesday. A spokesman for Qatar's Ministry of Foreign Affairs says Gulf countries are united to counter Iran's aggression.
The GCC meetings on last Sunday through conference have been held, and they discussed the aggressions and they condemned the Iranian aggression against the GCC countries, and the ministers confirmed their commitment to deal together and to cooperate for the sake of stopping that aggression in order to work within the neighborhood relationship and the United Nations Charter.
Meanwhile, Russia's Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov has questioned the Trump administration's justification for launching an attack on Iran. Let's take a listen.
We repeatedly hear statements about the goals of this war. We still see no evidence that Iran was developing nuclear weapons, which was the main, if not the only, justification for the war. There is proof provided by both the IAEA and the American intelligence professionals that Iran did not manufacture and did not try to produce nuclear weapons.
Well, joining us now to discuss this and all the latest developments in this conflict is Ambassador John Bolton. He's the former U.S. National Security Advisor to President Donald Trump in his first term. Ambassador Bolton is joining us from Washington. Thank you so much for your time, Ambassador. I wanted you to react perhaps there to what the Russian foreign minister said about the U.S. justification for going to a war with Iran and that it's not a credible one. What would you respond to that?
I've known Sergei Lavrov for 35 years, and he knows just as well as I do that Iran was trying to get a deliverable nuclear weapons capability and that they were making substantial progress on it. I think that is a perfectly legitimate basis, along with several other reasons, like Iran's continued sponsorship of terror around the world for the U.S. and Israel to take the actions that they're taking now. I've been recommending it myself for over 20 years.
Right. But there have been mixed messages, Ambassador, from the Trump administration. President Trump's decision to go to war, his justification initially was that this was for the Iranian people. 3 days later, last night, he listed 4 objectives, missiles and nuclear program, and not once did he mention the Iranian people. What are we to make of that? And are you convinced by this strategy?
That it's Trump behaving like Trump. This is what he does. He doesn't have a strategy. He doesn't have a philosophy. He doesn't do policy the way anybody listening to this program understands the word. And I think it's a political problem for him internationally. It's a political problem for him domestically. The president has to make the case to the American people why this is in their interest to engage in these hostilities. I think the case is plain and can be made very effectively. But right now, that's not happening. And if that communications problem isn't corrected, Trump will have serious domestic political ramifications to face.
Are the Americans and Israelis on the same page as far as the goals, the objectives of this operation and how long it will last?
Well, I think the Israelis know exactly what they're doing. Their premier object is regime change, and it has been for some time. Bibi Netanyahu has been thinking about regime change in Iran longer than I have. And the United States knows that that's Israel's objective, and we are assisting them, as we should. We provided intelligence, which together with Israeli intelligence allowed them to carry out many of the strikes in the opening hours of the campaign, particularly the one that got the supreme leader. So it's pretty hard to argue that regime change isn't certainly one of the objectives of the two-country coalition that's engaged in this. I think Israel shares the other U.S. objectives too, but the key point, the logic behind this is to eliminate the nuclear weapons program, to eliminate Iran's support for terrorism, you have to eliminate the regime in power. If you don't do that, if you simply wound it and diminish its capacities, it will grow back, and in some period of time, we'll be right back where we were before this attack started.
But who's leading this stance, Ambassador? Is it the Israelis or the Americans?
Well, I think by dint of total combat capacity, it's the United States. But I think the strategic thinker here is Bibi Netanyahu beyond a doubt.
Well, the U.S. and Israel, no doubt, hold overwhelming military superiority. If the objective is regime change and to truly compel Iran to surrender, what are they missing here? Because we've seen the Iranian response and how far they're willing to take this.
Well, I think the Iranian response is like writing a long suicide note. I think the attacks on the Gulf Arab states, the attack on the British base in Cyprus, certainly other things they've done and could do, like mounting terrorist attacks around the world, in Europe, in the United States, through their terrorist proxies like Hamas, Hezbollah, and the Houthis, are simply sealing their fate. And I don't know how long it will take. Neither does President Trump. But every time another Revolutionary Guard headquarters or base are bombed, every time another member of the government, civilian or military, is eliminated, the regime gets weaker. And that is the point. That is how the bombing facilitates regime change. The regime begins to crumble at the top. Its leading figures begin to spar with one another because many of them begin to think maybe we're not on the winning side if we stick to the regime. And it gives the opposition courage that the outside world understands how unpopular the regime is inside Iran and how they're willing to stand with the opposition.
But, you know, coming back to Iran and what they're doing right now in this region, lashing out at Gulf states is also perhaps their strategy, and they see it as an effective way to compel a change in American behavior. Could Gulf states be putting the pressure on the U.S. here to change tactics, to change the strategy because of the impact it's having on them and the impact it will have worldwide?
Well, I think the attacks and the casualties that caused are unfortunate, but they're really quite minimal. And I think it's a big mistake for Iran to have done this. I think the governments of the Gulf Arab states know full well that the only way to peace and security in the Middle East over a sustained period is for the regime in Tehran to be overthrown. Like everybody else, they'd like to do it with a minimum amount of disturbance. But the disturbance is here, and the question is now, are they going to side with Iran? Or are they going to side with the United States? I think this is pretty clear.
Finally, Ambassador, do you think there's a diplomatic off-ramp at this stage?
I'm sorry, I didn't catch your question.
Is there a diplomatic off-ramp at this stage? Can there still be a de-escalation here?
Well, Trump will talk to anybody, anytime about anything, and his biggest thrill in life is to make a deal. So sure, they can try, and it wouldn't be untypical of Trump to agree to something. I think that would be a mistake, and I'll just say it one more time. The only way to end the Iranian nuclear and terrorist threats is to eliminate the regime. There's nothing to negotiate about that point.
Thank you, Ambassador Bolton, for joining us on Al Jazeera. John Bolton, former U.S. National Security Advisor to President Trump in his first term. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Now, the International Atomic Energy Agency has released a statement on Israel and the United States' attacks on Iran. It says that based on the latest available satellite imagery, the IAEA can now confirm some recent damage to entrance buildings of Iran's underground Natanz fuel enrichment plant. No radiological consequence expected and no additional impacts detected at the FEP itself, which was severely damaged in the June conflict. Let's get an update on the situation in Iran with Al Jazeera's Mohammed Val, who's in Tehran. What more are we hearing about the status, Mohammed, of Iran's nuclear facilities?
Yes, fully, Iran has an official policy of not revealing the impact of the damage inflicted on its nuclear sites, not even on its other strategic facilities such as military and security facilities. So that's the official policy. That's why we don't have any details. We don't have any communications regarding this from the government. But the feeling here in Iran is a feeling of relief so far because of this assertion by the IAEA about the damage in Natanz not being alarming and so on. Yes, there is damage in Natanz according to the IAEA, but it's not to the level that is supposed or probably going to cause massive problem for public health in the country and so on in terms of radiological emissions and so on. So that's very reassuring to people here we talk to in Iran, because there were fears that because the main objective, the primary objective mentioned for this war during the negotiation phase was that the problem is Iran's nuclear reactors, the problem is Iran's nuclear facilities, and the war's aim is to destroy what remained of those facilities. But now people here in Iran are noticing that the focus has shifted to other goals in the country, including the destruction of the regime's facilities, military facilities, and so on, and the decapitation of the leadership. So as much as that's something that is terrible here, seen as terrible in Iran, there is also this feeling of relief that there is no radiological danger so far to be reported against in terms of the nuclear reactors and so on.
That's what's happening in Iran. Meanwhile, Iran, Mohammed, continues to attack U.S. assets in the region as well as energy infrastructure. Qatar's Ministry of Foreign Affairs spokesman has said his country reserves the right to retaliate against Iran. Let's take a listen.
Red lines have already been crossed. The attack on our sovereignty, the blatant attack on our people, on the security and safety of our nation, it has already crossed every possible red line. and therefore we have taken all possible measures, and we reserve the right to retaliate. And as I said, our leaders are considering right now all the options on the ground. Our main focus right now is in protecting our sovereignty, protecting our people, protecting the residents who live here in Qatar of 140 nationalities. And we, as mentioned before, our armed forces, our great armed forces, are doing a wonderful job in protecting our country very bravely, and have shown their capability in defending our country against any threat. So our focus right now is on that. Regarding communicating with Iran, at the moment there are no ongoing communications. As I said, we are focused on protecting our sovereignty.
Let's bring in Laura Khan, who was at that press briefing of the Qatari Foreign Ministry. So what more did we hear from Qatar about Iran's attacks on energy infrastructure here?
Yeah, so that was Dr. Majid Al-Ansari, the spokesperson for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. And as you heard there, he said Iran has crossed all red lines, and one of those red lines has been the energy infrastructure. Now, they shut down the liquid naturalized gas in Ras Laffan in the north of Qatar, and also Massaid. This is all the kind of energy infrastructure. They send around 20% of the world's energy needs from these plants. So this is going to have kind of huge ramifications around the world. But Dr. Al-Ansari made it clear that their priority before anything, before the world's energy needs, is the safety and security of 140, as he said, citizens living in Qatar at the moment. He also spoke about the Hamad at Doha Airport. Now, one of the big issues, obviously, this is a major international hub for people coming not only into the country, but using it as a stopover for all over the world. And up until Saturday, essentially, we were seeing planes in the sky every evening. Now they're being replaced by military planes. Not long ago, we saw a C-130, this and the huge Herculean military plane. So a lot has changed. He said around 8,000 people are now stranded in Qatar. They were planning on leaving. They were planning to go to other countries. But he said that they are now extending the visas for those people. They are putting them up in hotels. And he said the most important thing is they listen to information coming from the ministries and not listen to misinformation. When they're told to shelter in place, he said this is what they should do, and he will keep an eye essentially on the situation. But the most important thing he said is they've thwarted attacks to, again, more civilian infrastructure, to the airport itself, prevented that from happening, and kept the safety and security not only of the staff but the people here in Qatar as well.
And Mohammed Vali in Tehran, why is Iran attacking Gulf states' energy infrastructure, and how is it gaming the outcome?
Fully, that's an interesting question, because so far, since the beginning of this campaign, we didn't have any official announcement by the Iranian government that they have targeted Aramco or Ras Laffan or any oil facilities per se in the Gulf. There is no single statement from the government owning those attacks. Instead, to the contrary, we have reports not from the top leaders of the current government, but from other sources. For instance, now we have the communication center of the General Staff of the Armed Forces denying that the military has ever attacked any location inside the neighborly, friendly country of Oman. That's one thing. Yesterday also, we have the Revolutionary Guard saying that Saudi Arabia, that Iran hasn't been behind the attacks on Aramco, and on Aramco in particular, and also in other facilities in the United Arab Emirates, and said that they have intelligence reports indicating that Israel has been behind those attacks, and also that there is imminent threat on Al Fujairah port, and that's what happened today. So that line came yesterday from the Revolutionary Guard, and it happened this morning that Al Fujairah was attacked. There is a little bit of confusion here. People are not in total clarity about the official communication strategy of the Iranian government. The top leaders are not talking about this, and second-degree sources in the government are even denying some of this. So I mean, that's the situation right now. Probably the Iranians have to come clear and say whether they are attacking the oil facilities, because what they have been saying is that they are attacking only American assets and locations from which attacks have been waged against Iran, including air bases. They are proudly talking about air bases in Bahrain being attacked and destroyed, and also in Kuwait and in other locations, and even against tankers in the Strait of Hormuz. They have been very clear about that, but nothing official about the oil facilities in the Gulf.
All right, thank you for the update, Mohammed Val in Tehran. Laura, let me come back to you now. A number of countries are considering evacuating their citizens from this region. Only the U.S. for now has told its citizens to leave by their own means. Are there preparations in place in Qatar and other countries to facilitate evacuations?
Well, Folly, Dr. Al-Ansari from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs essentially said that they do have contingencies in place and they are working on those at the moment. And one of those, of course, is securing people living here, people who have come to visit, people who have come from other countries and didn't expect to be stuck here in the midst of a war. So he essentially said that they are maintain security around Hamad International Airport. This is of utmost priority. And when it's safe enough to do so, they will be in touch with the relevant parties there and they will be able to start getting people out. But at the moment, he's asking people to sit tight. Essentially, they are extending people's visas. They're allowing people longer hotel stays. But the very important thing is he says that Iran has crossed all red lines. You know, we've just heard from Mohammed Val talking about the energy infrastructure. Qatar said that there was a direct hit on its energy infrastructure. And the reason they have a contingency, he said, is from the war in June, when Iran essentially attacked Al Udeid air base here, saying that this is a U.S. asset. They said that they're attacking U.S. assets. But Qatar says, no, this is an attack on its own sovereignty. This is a Qatari base that the Americans are using. So this was a direct attack on them. So essentially now they said it's about securing all of their assets. They are in touch with all the their clientele across the world, especially when it comes to energy needs. Al-Ansari said from the east to the west. So they're holding this as a contingency at the moment. This was already planned, that they will ensure the safety of onshore and offshore personnel before continuing. And they're also monitoring the security around that. So essentially, they're battening down all hatches at the moment. When it comes to evacuations, they will do that when it's safe to do so. We've seen in Dubai, there have been some planes now going, very limited number. If you look at flight radar, it's still an incredibly limited commercial flights taking people out. There's still flights going on in Riyadh. So again, he said they're monitoring the situation.
Okay, Laura, thank you for the update. That's Laura Khan reporting there live from Qatar's Ministry of Foreign Affairs in Doha. Now, the United Nations Refugee Agency estimates at least 30,000 people are now internally displaced inside Lebanon since the Israeli attacks escalated on Monday. It's also observed a significant increase of Syrian refugees in Lebanon crossing over into Syria. For more on this, let's go live to Obaida Hito, who's at the Lebanon-Syria border. When we talk about a wave of displacement, Obaida, what does it look like where you are?
Well, it's looking like thousands of people are trying to get into the country. So far, over 10,000 people have arrived. Since we've been here this morning, we've seen hundreds of more people enter into the country. We've tried to get a number from authorities here of the total amount of refugees that have entered since this escalation in Lebanon, but they haven't confirmed a final number yet. The number continues to increase, and the authorities say they're ready to accept more people. What you're seeing are these vehicles from the General Port Authority here, busing people from the crossing all the way to this administrative building. And you see the traffic there, the crowd of people in front of this building. all of these people that are arriving are going inside, filling out their paperwork. Most of these people are Syrian citizens. Now, there are other people entering into Syria from Lebanon, including Lebanese citizens and foreigners. The Lebanese citizens do not have an exception yet. The same rules that were in place before this escalation are still in place. They have to have a relative here in Syria or be married to a Syrian or have a pre-existing doctor's appointment or reason to be in Syria or a residency permit. But Lebanese citizens have come into Syria through this border crossing over the past 24 hours. So have foreigners. However, the vast majority of people here are Syrians. The situation remains calm, even though, as you can see, there's lots of women, children, elderly people, sick people. There is a medical point here where people can get treatment, but the flow of people is constant and has increased significantly in the last several hours since Israel announced more evacuation orders in the southern Lebanese border areas.
And what are the people who have been fleeing telling you, Baida, about the circumstances in which they left?
They are telling us that they left under fire. Many of the people that we spoke to left areas in southern Lebanon that were under Israeli shelling. They left in the middle of the night. Most of these people have been on the road for the majority of the past 24 hours trying to reach this border crossing and then trying to cross over into Syria. All of the people that we've spoken to have no plans, especially the Syrians, have no plans of returning to Lebanon. Most of them have packed up all of their belongings in a kind of frenzy. Everybody is in a very anxious state, even though they're back in Syria where it's safer for now than it is in Lebanon. The future is unclear for them. Some of them left their relatives or parts of their families in Lebanon, so it's unclear when they will be reunited. And all of this is happening, this voluntary return, if you will, for these Syrians is happening under these very difficult circumstances with this intensifying campaign in Lebanon. Now people are going to have to try and rebuild their lives here in Syria, which is just now getting back on its feet after the regime fell more than a year ago. But with all of this happening in the region, people are concerned that the situation is going to spill over into Syria possibly, and especially in these border areas like you're seeing here.
Obaida Hito, thank you for bringing us the latest there from the Syria-Lebanon border. It is coming up to 13:30 GMT. I'm Fuli Batibo. You're watching Al Jazeera and our continuing coverage of the conflict between the U.S., Israel, and Iran. These are the latest developments on day 4. The Israeli military says it's carrying out simultaneous attacks on Iran and Lebanon. This is Beirut, where the Israeli army says it's striking Hezbollah commanders after hitting command centers and weapon storage facilities. A senior Hezbollah official has said, quote, "If Israel wants an open war, then let it be an open war." The Israeli attacks have triggered a new wave of forced displacement in Lebanon. The UN's refugee agency estimates at least 30,000 people have registered at shelters in Lebanon. And Iran continues to launch dozens of attacks on Israel and U.S. assets across the Middle East. Multiple interceptions have taken place in parts of northern and central Israel. In Iran, at least 787 people have been killed since Saturday, according to the Iranian Red Crescent. Airstrikes have been targeting several cities, including the capital Tehran, Isfahan, and Shiraz. And these are images from the Fujairah port in the United Arab Emirates after debris from an intercepted drone caused a major fire. The U.S. State Department has ordered the departure of non-emergency government personnel and their family members from Jordan, Iraq, Bahrain, Qatar, the UAE, and Kuwait. Now, Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps has threatened to set fire to any ships that try to pass through the Strait of Hormuz. Brigadier General Ibrahim Jabari, advisor to the commander of the Revolutionary Guard, says it will not allow the U.S. access to any oil.
The price of oil's reached $81 and the world's certainly waiting for it to reach at least $200. The Strait of Hormuz is closed. Our heroes in the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, Navy and the Army will set fire to any ships that try to pass through the strait. will also target their oil pipelines in the region, and we will not allow oil exports from this region until we put pressure on the enemy. The Americans have debts of hundreds of thousands of billions of dollars, and they're thirsty for the region's oil. They'll not get a single drop.
Well, as a result of all that turmoil around the Strait of Hormuz, stock markets in Europe are falling for a second day following declines in Asia. South Korean regulators briefly halted trading after the benchmark Kospi index stumbled by as much as 6.4%. European gas prices jumped another 40% on Tuesday to the highest level in 3 years. On Monday, European natural gas prices surged by 50% when Qatar halted production of liquefied natural gas. Qatar's state-owned energy firm blamed Iranian strikes on its facilities. Europe gets roughly 10% of its LNG from Qatar, but some countries like Italy get about a third of their supplies from Qatar. Global gas production is already near capacity, making it difficult to replace lost Qatari volumes in the short term. The disruption triggered the largest LNG price surge since 2022 when Russia invaded Ukraine. Let's bring in Osama bin Javid in Brussels for more on this. So Europe, Osama, its energy security again in question, but Hungary and the Norwegians have been making waves. What have they said?
Well, this issue of energy is intertwined with European security, as has been the case in the last 4 years after the Russians invaded Ukraine. So this morning, we heard from the Norwegians talk about how this crisis in the Middle East could essentially pave the way for the debate again in Europe of whether it really needs to wean itself away from Russian energy. Remember that Russia used to be the major supplier, and now it's been replaced almost entirely, in the case of Germany, by the United States. So this question of energy is an extremely important one for various European states. There has been a stock taking of Europe's oil reserves that is currently underway, that has been called for by the European Union. And the Hungarians have already, just before this crisis started, sent a letter asking for an independent investigation to the Druzhba pipeline, that important line that brought Russian gas to Europe, and accusing Vladimir Zelensky, the Ukrainians, of using it as a political front, because according to pictures that the Hungarians have seen, it is perfectly fine and operational. So there's a lot that is happening in Europe related to this whole energy crisis. And this, in addition of what is happening in the Middle East, is going to further add to it.
And France, meanwhile, Osama, saying there is no threat to the country's oil and gas supplies.
Well, I think that is a question best answered by the French themselves, because why they say it is interesting. Well, one explanation is that the E3 group, these powerful three nations in Europe, the British, the French, and the Germans, have decided to put their weight behind the United States, although falling short of taking action in attacking Iran, but they say they're going to continue their defensive postures. So it is understandable that they would want to appease their people and let them know. But then again, directly, there is no threat to France's gas or oil supplies, but it is not just the immediate threat. There are people who are scrambling in Europe to try and figure out what is going to happen in the medium and long term. Because if this crisis carries on for long, Europe's gas supplies might not be interrupted, but it will have to pay a lot more, because all the gas suppliers that Europe's going to go towards are also going to be sought by the Asian gas markets, who are actually getting a pounding because a bulk of gas supplies from the Middle East go to Asia. And on top of that, Europe is at its historical low in terms of gas storage. So if you look at the 2024 numbers to now, Europe is about 20 million cubic meters short of its gas reserves as it was 2 years ago. So Europe really has to think hard on how it is going to mitigate this. And that is why there's been a number of conversations between European leaders and Middle Eastern leaders across the region, as they want to try and, well, first assert themselves that they're still players, as they were completely sidelined by the Americans in this decision. Then make sure that the supply lines remain open between them, communication remains open, people are expatriated, but also to find a way out, an off-ramp, that many people will look towards Europe to try and mitigate some sort of the fallout from all of this, and push the Americans and perhaps the Iranians to find some sort of a peaceful solution.
Osama bin Javid in Brussels, thank you for the update. Well, U.S. bases, ports and energy facilities have been targeted across the Gulf region by Iran over the past 4 days. Here's Kulsum Sharif with the details.
Iran has continued to attack several areas right across the Gulf. Energy facilities have come under attack. Now, these are the energy facilities that have taken a hit. We've seen an oil refinery in Kuwait, one in Saudi Arabia. We've seen oil ports in Oman, the UAE, and facilities in Qatar that have taken a hit. Here's a look at what's happened in Saudi Arabia. An Iranian drone was intercepted at a major oil refinery. The concern is the falling debris and the damage that it can cause. So here's what's happened here. The Aramco Ras Tanura oil refinery had a fire. It was contained, but authorities decided to shut the biggest domestic oil refinery as a precaution. Now in Qatar, we're seeing two facilities that have also come under attack: the Ras Laffan oil refinery and the Maisid power plant. Now, Qatar Energy, the state-owned petroleum company, says it has stopped complete production of liquefied natural gas and other products because of these attacks. Now, this is important because it can have global ramifications when it comes to gas supplies. Qatar is one of the biggest producers of LNG, and it operates the biggest gas field along with Iran. This is North Dome, South Pass, and this area closer to Qatar is what it operates. And this area closer to Iran is operated by Tehran, but there's no production happening right now. We also spoke of the oil tankers that have been hit on March 1st in the Strait of Hormuz, an important passageway. An oil tanker took a hit. There's a fire on board. People were injured. And another ship was hit in the Gulf of Oman. One person has been killed. Now, the US, 6 Arab and Gulf states have condemned the repeated Iranian drone and missile attacks. They've reaffirmed their right to self-defense.
Well, let's discuss these latest developments further now with Wolfgang Postai, who joins us from Vienna. He's a security policy and defense analyst. Here in the studio in Doha, we have Mohammed Al-Masri, professor at the Doha Institute for Graduate Studies, and Al Jazeera's Rasool Sadar, who's reported extensively from Iran. Rasool, let me start with you, in fact. Why is Iran attacking Gulf states' energy infrastructure, and how is it gaining the outcome?
Well, for Iranians, I think they have been quite clear. Now, what they're implementing is what they have been saying in the last couple of weeks. So again and again, we have heard from the Iranian officials that in case of the war, they're going to do two things. First, they're going to raise the cost for Washington and to force Washington thinking twice. They were hoping that Washington is going to reassess its position and seeing that the war is going to be extremely costly for them and maybe changing their posture. And second one, regionalizing the war. So bringing a huge cost for the regional countries and forcing the regional countries that somehow they will put pressure on Washington and changing the US or the trajectory of the events against Iran. So here they are implementing these two policies as the strategy of the deterrence. Now they have started, in the first day, they have started by attacking the US military facilities, which by many it was understandable.
Right.
However,
but no one expected them to go as far as attacking energy infrastructure.
They were hinting that.
Were they? Okay.
Because the Fars News Agency, which is affiliated with the Revolutionary Guards, constantly was sharing the pictures of the energy facilities across the region. And now, so they are heating the energy the facilities and the airports. This is where it hurts most because the whole image of the Gulf is based on that.
Right.
However, my concern is that if that will not be enough for Iranians to see that the regional countries are not putting enough pressure on Washington, then the third stage could come. And in the third stage, Iran could start targeting the strategic depots that are preserved for the wartime, such as food depots and the water supplies. And if that is not good enough, in the fourth stage, it could start attacking the residential areas, saying, well, if our children are dying, then your children are also going to be harmed.
That is quite concerning. Mohammed, before I come to you about how might Gulf states respond? I just wanted to ask Wolfgang about the Iranian strategy militarily. Does the pattern of strikes that we've seen from Iran, Wolfgang, suggest a deliberate campaign against these targets or something more fragmented and improvised?
Well, it's in part an organized campaign as far as it is centrally controlled from Tehran, and in parts it's more improvised, especially regarding to some drone site commanders who are not really in touch with their headquarters in Tehran anymore and who are allowed to strike targets that they believe makes most sense. Let me briefly add with regard to the likeliness of an extended air campaign of Iran against civilian and infrastructure targets in the Gulf states. It is certainly not in the interest of Iran to become the subject, the target of a retaliation of the Gulf states. One must be aware that not only the Air Force of Qatar, but also Saudi Arabia and the United Arab Emirates have hundreds of modern sophisticated fighter jets, and Iran cannot have any interest whatsoever to become subject to airstrikes from these powerful air forces.
Mohammed Al-Masri, on the possible retaliation of Gulf states, they have so far appeared to be cautious about direct military involvement. Do you see their position as primarily a deterrent message, or is there a scenario where they could be actively involved militarily?
Well, I do think there's a scenario. I mean, I think it depends in part on some of what Rasul was saying, kind of the extent to which Iran is going to apply pressure. But I've been saying for a couple of days now, I see this response or potential response one of two directions. Either they could really ramp up pressure on the U.S. administration, basically tell the Trump administration that enough is enough. We can't tolerate this any longer. You need to stop this war and apply pressure on Netanyahu to make sure that he stops from his end as well. That's one possibility.
But do they have that leverage today?
I think the Gulf states have quite a lot of leverage. I've said this in many contexts over the past couple of years. They have a lot of leverage. There's a huge amount of economic investment that the Gulf countries provide to the United States. They've pledged upwards of, depending on the estimates, potentially $2 trillion. Right? It's an awful lot of money. That's one thing that's just one lever that they could pull. And there are other, there's the oil and natural gas prices that they can manipulate as well potentially. But the other possibility is, and this is more to your point, they could take a more aggressive stance toward Iran and either engage Iran directly, which I think at this point remains very unlikely, or they could open their bases up to the Americans. Or let's remember that they've told the Americans so far that they do not want these bases to be used for attacks on Iran. But if they were to allow the Americans to do that, then that would provide even greater edge to the Americans and the Israelis. That, though, is also unlikely because they will then be seen as cooperating with the Americans and the Israelis.
They're in a very difficult position, aren't they? Rasul, Wolfgang made an interesting point about reports that Iranian drone operations are not fully centralized. What do you know about the current state of command and control in Iran following the killing of the supreme leader? How in control are they of the military?
I think one of the first hints about what is the current situation of the IRGC is what has happened 2 days ago. So an energy facility in Oman came under attack. It was quite surprising because Oman has been the main mediator since decades, even before the Islamic Revolution. Whenever Iran is mediating or having a diplomatic problem with the world, so Oman will be there. And so that has been asked to the Iranian foreign minister, Abbas Araghchi, and he said that, well, it was not a central decision, meaning it was a mistake. And he said that there has been some isolated units which were conducting the pre-planned action. So I'm not sure of that. So IRGC is simply saying that we have adopted a strategy of decentralization because in the last war, during the 12 days, due to over-centralization, it was extremely difficult, the command change to work and the operations to work smooth. And in some cases, when particularly the communications are interrupted, so they could not act. But based on the preparations, so some local remote units have been authorized that based on their own risk assessment, they can develop the strategies. So that is very well possible. However, it's impossible to verify this because in many cases, what we are seeing is that despite again and again being attacked, despite all the warnings since October 7th onward, Iran has always been caught off guard. So, and that is the main question. When are you going to be ready? So is it a part of the strategy or simply it is because of the lack of proper organization and planning?
Okay, Wolfgang, your thoughts about what Rasul said there. And also, how long can Iran sustain this current military campaign as it stands?
Iran can sustain the military campaign against Israel only for a limited time because they are running out of especially important transport erector launchers, the mobile launching systems for the mid-range ballistic missiles. They are able to sustain the campaign against the Gulf states much longer because they have a much larger quantity of short-range ballistic missiles, more than 1,200, allegedly even 1,500, and hundreds of these mobile launching systems that can be used to launch short-range ballistic missiles against the Gulf states. And moreover, they have more than 10,000, probably between 12 and 15,000 combat drones that can be used. And these combat drones are not so much a threat to Israel because they have a long warning notice before the drones arrive in Israel. And that's quite different with the Gulf states. Here we are talking about minutes. So those drones are a bigger threat to the Gulf states than to Israel. And I assume that Iran would be able to continue the campaign against the Gulf states for a much longer period of time. But the question is, does it really make sense for them before they drag the Gulf states into the war?
Mohammed, your thoughts about this and how calibrated do you think Iran's targeting decisions are right now?
Look, there's a sports analogy. They say in boxing, they say everyone has a plan until they're punched in the mouth. And I don't doubt that the Iranians made extensive preparations over the past several months, in particular since the June war. But they've been hit quite hard over the past few days by the Israelis and the Americans. The leadership structure has obviously been compromised. And as Rasul was saying, we don't exactly know to what extent the command and control structure is intact.
Right.
So they're in a very difficult position. But I also think that they view this as kind of existential. And so they're going to be, to use another boxing analogy, they're going to be throwing haymakers. I mean, I think that they realize that it's kind of fight or die in some respects. So I think they're digging their heels in and planning on a long war.
Right. Now, if they're planning on a long war, when it comes to the Israelis and Americans, Mohammed, there seems to be a divergence as to how long this can go on for. We heard from President Trump talking about 4-5 weeks possibly, but Netanyahu was saying this can be quick. What does that say to you about the strategy, the objectives from the Israelis and the Americans, and whether it can succeed, given that there seems to be a divergence there?
Yeah, well, I think there's clearly an inconsistency. They're still kind of looking for a common narrative, but I think it just underscores that kind of what Marco Rubio said yesterday, that Israel forced America's hand in this. I'm of the mind that the United States didn't necessarily want this war, at least not now, but it was Benjamin Netanyahu, again, kind of getting his way with Donald Trump. And it's ironic, as many have noted, that the America First president has become almost kind of Israel First during this second term. So look, I think Israel wants chaos. I certainly don't think this is about a nuclear weapon. I don't necessarily think it's about regime change. I think they want a collapsed state. I think they want a weakened region all around them so that they can emerge as the only hegemon
Right. Wolfgang, your thoughts. You know, when Washington says the objective is to destroy Iran's missile and nuclear capabilities, what does that actually require militarily? And who, between President Trump and Netanyahu, who is right on the timeline? Trump says 5 weeks, possibly. Netanyahu says quicker. What are your thoughts?
The current discussion about the timeline is part of information warfare. I would say the Americans have planned for a war for just a few weeks until they have reached their objective, that they would be able to enable local resistance movements, for example, among the Kurds, to take over at least part of the country. I would say the decision to start the war was definitely a decision by the US President Donald Trump. Why? If the Iranians would have continued their nuclear program, and if they would have really buried it deeper underground, as the information from the US suggests, and if they would have enhanced their air defense system by modern Chinese and Russian air defense systems, the task for the Americans and the Israelis to strike Iran in a couple of years would have been much more difficult. If the information about the nuclear program is true, yes or no, to be honest, I don't know. I think no one knows other than the Iranians and maybe the Americans and the Israelis. So I expect the conflict to continue for a few more weeks in a very tough way, in a very harsh, seeing very harsh strikes by the Americans and the Israelis. I don't expect this to becoming a war over several months. Why? One point is that President Trump would never have agreed to such a long war in the face of the upcoming midterm elections.
All right. Risso, finally, as I think everyone agrees, and Mohammed said, this is an existential crisis for Iran. If the goal is regime change for the Americans and Israelis, it would seem more, can they succeed in elevating a pragmatic leader within Iran, an insider who's capable of recalibrating policy even if the system is still in place?
I think that is extremely difficult. And I don't think that Americans and Israelis are looking for a quick regime change because of a couple of reasons. First, in Iran, there are millions who hate this regime and want to bring it down. But on the other hand, it has millions also that are extremely loyal to the regime. How do we know that? Just 18 months ago, 2023, when there was a presidential election. So the ultra-conservative candidate, Saeed Jalli, has received 13 million of votes. And those who voted for Masoud Pezeshkian are not necessarily anti-regime. Half of them are loyal to the regime, at least. So roughly, based on this simple mathematics, we're talking about 20 million people. It's not a typical Middle Eastern dictatorship that it's holding on the weapons and imposing its wills on people. Yes, there is a growing public frustration and there is a growing public discontent with the regime. However, it still has a very huge base as well. That's one side. But on the other hand, so IRGC is not merely an army. It is a political, ideological, and economic pillar of the Islamic Republic. And these guys are not going to just surrender, submit their weapons, and leave just because they came under the pressure.
Right.
So they will stay there because it is their revolution and it is their state. So as long as the army is in place and as long as the regime still have millions that supports it, I don't think that's going to happen anytime soon.
Right.
Eventually, yes, but not in any foreseeable future. Yeah.
Briefly, Mohammed, your thoughts about that, the regime, the system remaining in place in Iran. Can the Americans succeed in finding someone to take over, even with a system in place? Let's say a scenario like they have in Venezuela right now with Delcy Rodriguez in place, but the system still in place.
The short answer is I don't think there's a quick or easy path to doing that, especially without putting boots on the ground. I just wanted to say I thought what Wolfgang said was really, really interesting about the nuclear program. However, I would just say this. If this were really about the nuclear program, we all know that there's a much easier path to ensuring that Iran doesn't get a nuclear weapon, and that is the path of negotiations. We know that it was the United States and Donald Trump that walked away from the Iran nuclear deal, and it's the United States that's refused to engage seriously and substantively at every stage in the second term with a negotiated agreement.
All right, gentlemen, thank you for a very interesting discussion about these developments. Wolfgang Postai, Rasul Sadar here in Doha and Mohammed Al-Masri. Thanks to all three of you. An Iranian-made drone has hit a British airbase in Cyprus, causing limited damage and no casualties. The UK has already announced it's sending a warship to defend the base. British Prime Minister Keir Starmer said the Cyprus base is not being used by American planes to attack Iran. Al Jazeera's John Serapoulos reports from RAF Akrotiri.
I'm standing outside the British sovereign military base at Akrotiri on the southern coast of Cyprus, where a nearby village has been evacuated for precautionary reasons. 1,000 people have been moved into relatives' homes. About 100 of them have been put up in hotels. But there are no procedures in place, we're told by the local mayor, for such evacuations. They are now deliberating on how to put civil protection procedures. There are no sirens, for example. There's no way to warn people of an incoming air attack. And they are trying to tally all of the transport means at their disposal, such as local municipal buses and other vehicles to transport people in the event of another aerial attack. The evacuation happened because late on Sunday night, a single drone flew into the British sovereign base and struck a hangar. Luckily, it didn't detonate. We presume that explosives experts at the base are now occupied in defusing it. But 2 more drones flew towards the base on Monday, and we're told that they fell into the sea with no intervention from the base itself, although that remains an open question, whether electronic warfare means were used to intercept and down those drones. The Republic of Cyprus as a whole is now doing what the local municipality is doing. They are talking with their European partners to formulate an integrated political crisis response in order to have procedures in place should further air attacks happen.
Now, one of the first groups of passengers to make it out of the conflict zone in the Gulf region has touched down safely at London's Heathrow Airport. They departed Abu Dhabi in the United Arab Emirates, which is offering limited flights, while much of the airspace in other parts of the Middle East remains closed. Thousands of flights have been cancelled, stranding tens of thousands of passengers. The closure of major transit airports in the region in recent days has significantly impacted travel between Africa, Asia, and Europe.
We stayed in a hotel in Dubai, and we saw. We heard explosions, we heard the hotel shake, we could see columns of black smoke, we saw drone interceptions ahead. And while we were having breakfast on Sunday morning, there was black ash falling on the breakfast table.
There were quite loud explosions being heard, and quite a lot of military jets flying over. But other than that, and checking the news regularly, there isn't really much in the way of knowing what was going on. I've never had anything like it, never been so scared in all my life. You know, you go to the Middle East and you think like the Emirates are safe, but clearly they're not. So.
1400 hours GMT, 5 p.m. here in Doha. You're watching Al Jazeera's continuing coverage of the conflicts between the U.S., Israel, and Iran. I'm Fuli Batibo, and these are the latest developments on day 4. Explosions are being heard in Iran's capital, Tehran, and neighboring Karaj. At least 787 people have been killed across Iran since Saturday, according to the Iranian Red Crescent. Airstrikes have been targeting several other cities, including Isfahan and Shiraz. Meanwhile, Iran's ambassador to the UN has vowed to continue striking U.S. bases in the Middle East until the attacks against Iran stop. Iran has launched dozens of attacks on Israel and U.S. assets across the region. Multiple interceptions have taken place in parts of northern and central Israel. Local medics say at least 7 people have been injured in 3 separate locations. At least 11 people have been killed across Israel since Saturday. And this is the Lebanese capital, Beirut, where the Israeli army says it's targeting Hezbollah commanders after hitting command centers and weapon storage facilities. A senior Hezbollah official has said, quote, "If Israel wants an open war, then let it be an open war." The Israeli attacks have triggered a new wave of forced displacement in Lebanon. The UN's refugee agency estimates at least 30,000 people have registered at shelters in Lebanon. And these are images from Fujairah port in the UAE after debris from an intercepted drone caused a major fire. The U.S. State Department has ordered the departure of non-emergency government personnel and their family members from Jordan, Iraq, Bahrain, Qatar, the UAE, and Kuwait. Well, we have correspondents across the world following developments in Tehran, Iran's capital, Ramallah in the occupied West Bank, Beirut, from the White House in Washington, D.C., and here in Doha. We begin with Mohammed Val in the Iranian capital. So, Mohammed, reports of more explosions in Tehran and Kara, west of the Iranian capital. Bring us up to speed with the situation on the ground.
That's right, fully. Explosions have been heard every now and then here in Tehran, around the city of Tehran, and also in other cities. So that's a continuous situation, 24 hours a day, with very, very small intervals between strikes. We have also, reports of strikes in other cities, several other cities, including Purdis, Karaj, Shiraz, Khomein, Esfahan, and so on. Those strikes have also been reported, or some of those strikes have also been reported in Esfahan. That's where some of the nuclear facilities are located. The government here doesn't give figures or any details about the targets that have been struck. But we know from sources close to the government that overnight the TV station has been targeted, and also some of the other security headquarters. Some hospitals have been hit, 9 so far. Some strikes were near schools, residential buildings, and there were casualties among civilians here and there across the country. We have just had a chat with the spokesman of the Ministry of Health, and he told us that the number of civilians killed so far has neared 800, and the number of wounded is above 5,000. He confirmed the hitting of several hospitals, 9 so far. Some of them have some severe damage to their facades and other. There is a hospital in Ahvaz that has been struck, and there was evacuation of children who are being treated and other people in the ICU unit. He talked about horrible scenes of wounded people or people who are already sick in those hospitals being evacuated in the most extremely precarious condition.
Well, Mohammed, Iran, we know, has held a mass funeral for the 165 people killed in a U.S.-Israeli strike on a girls' school on Saturday. This is drone footage which shows excavators digging rows of fresh graves in Minab as workers prepare burial sites. The UN's education agency has condemned the attack. Deliberately attacking an educational institution is a war crime under international humanitarian law.
The American people should ask their politicians, what threat to the national security of America did our school children in Minab pose? What threat to the national security of America did the volleyball players killed at a gym in Lamad pose?
So, Mohammed, how are Iranians processing all this and the funerals?
Yeah, I just have to say that while that clip was being played, there have been huge sounds of explosions here in Tehran, again, just to confirm that these strikes are ongoing. Yeah, the story of this school is an open wound here in Iran. People are really very shocked by this. Even those who are, not really on the side of the government, everybody is talking about this school tragedy, and that massive or mass burial or ceremony that has taken place or is taking place today has been attended by so many people from all walks of life in that area, and the government is, it's focusing on this story because it is very painful to the people here, and it has been condemned across the board. Even the president himself talked about it yesterday, Pezeshkian, saying that there is no reason whatever for any country to be suffering this way, and for children to be suffering this way. There is no reason to kill children in a school, pointing out that the goals of this campaign by the Americans and the Israelis have now revealed that it is not just a campaign against military facilities and strategic locations, but it is also a war on the Iranian people.
Mohammed Val in Tehran, thank you. Let's now turn to the situation in Lebanon, where the Israeli army says it's targeting Hezbollah commanders after hitting command centers and weapons storage facilities. These are armored vehicles, and they have been seen in southern Lebanon. Israel's defense minister has authorized the military to advance and take control of additional positions in Lebanon and confirmed that soldiers are operating there. A senior Hezbollah official has said, quote, if Israel wants an open war, then let it be an open war. Let's go to Zaina Khodr in Beirut for the latest. What's been happening there in Beirut, and what has Israel been targeting, Zaina?
Well, the Israeli military is continuing its offensive against Hezbollah. Roughly 2 hours ago, there were 2 airstrikes targeting buildings in Beirut's southern suburbs, the neighborhoods behind me. The Israeli military said that they targeted a meeting of Hezbollah military commanders. We're not able to independently confirm that. But those 2 strikes came without prior warning. Earlier today, there were strikes targeting areas in Beirut's southern suburbs, but there were prior warnings issued. So the Israeli military keeping up the pressure, not just in Beirut, but across southern Lebanon. There have been dozens of strikes targeting areas across southern Lebanon in the past 24 hours. In the early hours of the morning, the Israeli army issued continuous evacuation orders, really forcing people to leave, keeping people displaced. Again, part of a military strategy to put pressure on Hezbollah, because the areas that they are targeting are areas where their supporters live. And what the Israeli military is hoping is that these people will turn against Hezbollah, blame it for starting this conflict following its decision to launch rockets across the border in retaliation for the killing of the late Iranian Supreme Leader, Ali Khamenei.
And Zaina, even as Israel is attacking Lebanon, it itself is under attack by Iran. They've just been struck outside of Tel Aviv. These are live pictures of the aftermath of that airstrike. Let's find out more with Noor O'Day in Ramallah. Noor, what's been the latest on Tel Aviv and what's happening there?
Well, sirens have been going off every a few minutes, every 15 or so minutes from a new salvo, a new volley of missiles coming mostly predominantly from Iran, from Ashdod all the way to Netanya. That includes the Tel Aviv, the wider Tel Aviv area, the suburb of Beni Brak, where several injuries were reported and extensive damage was reported to several buildings. The missiles, it seems, have been different from the missiles used in previous days, larger perhaps. Even the shrapnel and falling debris have caused damage in Tel Aviv, in Beni Brak, in Tahtikva, and elsewhere. And of course, we also have warnings in northern Israel, in areas closer to the Lebanese border, in the occupied Syrian Golan as well, going off right now as we speak, Folly.
And as we've heard from Zaina and Noor, Israel stepping up its attacks against Hezbollah and also putting boots on the ground in southern Lebanon, even if they're refusing to call this a ground operation, a ground invasion. What is the scope and objective of this operation?
Well, they're even calling it a defensive operation, Folly. And this is part of the evolving military doctrine in Israel, the extraterritoriality of Israeli policy, using someone else's land, occupying it, taking it over, and pronouncing it a buffer zone for Israel. We've seen that in Syria, where Israel occupied additional Syrian territory as soon as the Assad regime fell, and it is now building reinforcements there. In Lebanon, even after reaching a ceasefire agreement with Hezbollah over a year ago, Israel retained control over areas in southern Lebanon, and it is now going to expand them, in addition to carrying out escalating strikes in on targets in the Dahia, in the southern district of Beirut, but across Lebanon, really, because the objective has been declared to crush Hezbollah, to annihilate the group, even though everybody in the defense establishment understands and admits that is not really a realistic objective. No timeline, no time limit has been put on that operation. In fact, even the defense minister said that this may even outlast the war on Iran.
Zaina, the Lebanese army, meanwhile, saying it's evacuating some positions along the Israel-Lebanon border. How significant is that?
This is quite significant, especially since the Lebanese army only recently deployed to that area. The state trying to reclaim sovereignty in the area south of the Litani to the Israeli border. It was part of the agreement reached to end the war in November 2024, a ceasefire that has been one-sided, with Israel carrying out near daily attacks against Hezbollah and controlling hilltop positions along the border, with the Israeli defense minister ordering the army to take control of more positions. Now there's a lot of concern that Israel is expanding the areas under its control.
Zina, thank you very much. Zina Roder in Beirut, Noor O'Day in Ramallah in the occupied West Bank. Thank you both. Now, in a statement on social media in the last few minutes, U.S. President Donald Trump has said the U.S. has a virtually unlimited supply of weapons. He also says stockpiles of medium and upper medium grade weaponry have never been higher. The president goes on to say that wars can be fought forever, and he says very successfully using these supplies. He also points out that other countries are storing more high-grade weaponry for the U.S. Trump ends his statement with, "Fortunately, I rebuilt the military in my first term and continue to do so. The United States is stocked and ready to win big." Let's bring in our White House correspondent, Kimberly Halkett in Washington, D.C. President Trump, Kimberly, seeming to go back on his previous statements that there will be no more endless wars in the Middle East on his watch. What more have we heard from him?
Yeah, the U.S. president has had shifting messages, and you did read out the most relevant and most recent Truth Social posts. But I think what's important to note from these is the sense that the president really has struggled to find a single narrative surrounding the U.S.-Israeli war on Iran. What we know is that the U.S. president had always maintained that diplomacy was his preferred option. Yet now, with these latest posts that you've highlighted, he has essentially abandoned that notion, giving up on it altogether. We know as well on Monday, the U.S. president also blamed Iran for the point that we now find ourselves at, saying that twice there was a deal only for Iran to back out. What he's suggesting is that the talks dragged on too long and that Iran really no longer has any leverage. What we also are noticing in terms of messaging is that the U.S. president, with regard to the timeline, seems to change it with each public statement or interview. He has said in just the last 24, 48 hours that this conflict could go just beyond 4 weeks. Now he's saying more recently that with this latest post that things are closer to meeting objectives. And as you also highlighted in a previous post, said that there is an unlimited supply of weaponry for these wars to continue even forever. It's an interesting choice of words from a president who campaigned on getting the United States out of forever wars. But also the bigger thing we can deduct from this is the fact that the U.S. president doesn't have a single message and possibly not even a single strategy.
All right. Kimberly Halkett at the White House. Thank you. Let's bring in another of our correspondents in Washington, Phil Lavelle. Phil, talk to us about the response outside the administration to all of this. How are Americans, the American public, reacting?
Well, I mean, the general mood from a lot of Americans is they don't really have the appetite for one of those, as we just said, those forever wars, those endless wars. And many people are pointing to the fact that the president did campaign on a promise to say that he wouldn't be getting involved in these entanglements. He wouldn't be putting boots on the ground. And they're seeing some of that messaging shifting. But, you know, it's not just the people on the street. It's the lawmakers up on Capitol Hill. That's where it's all happening, because they want answers, especially when we hear these statements from the president talking about unlimited weapons supplies. The question for them is whether or not those supplies can legally be used. You know, you've got lawmakers who are decrying the fact that they weren't briefed, they weren't given any information beforehand, they didn't know about this, and they want to know why. Well, there are two questions. First of all, they want to know why this happened. Was the US under some kind of immediate threat? Remember, President Trump said on Saturday morning, as he announced what was happening, that he talked about how these weapons could reach the American homeland at some point soon. And then the question is, what happens next? Now, we saw that the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, he was on Capitol Hill on Monday. He was briefing the so-called Gang of Eight. Those are the congressional leaders who have security clearance. He's going to be back later today, Tuesday, along with the Defense Secretary or the Secretary of War, Pete Hegseth, also the CIA director, as they really try to stave off a revolt against what's going to come next. So you've got congressional lawmakers, you've got the Senate, they're going to be addressing all of them there, and they're going to be trying to make the case to make sure that an act that is going through the stages at the moment doesn't pass, and that is an act that would effectively limit the powers of the president on any further action. The Republicans are feeling reasonably confident. The House Speaker, Mike Johnson, believes he's not going to have to worry too much. The Democrats would need about 5 defections. It doesn't look like that's going to happen. But of course, this action is already taking place. So the question is, even if that was to pass, is it going to change anything realistically on the ground at the moment?
Phil Lavelle in Washington, thanks for the update. Now, earlier I spoke to Ambassador John Bolton, former U.S. National Security Advisor to President Trump in his first term. He says he has no doubt that Iran was working towards a nuclear weapon.
Iran was trying to get a deliverable nuclear weapons capability and that they were making substantial progress on it. I think that is a perfectly legitimate basis, along with several other reasons, like Iran's continued sponsorship of terror around the world for the U.S. and Israel to take the actions that they're taking now. I've been recommending it myself for over 20 years.
Right. But there have been mixed messages, Ambassador, from the Trump administration. President Trump's decision to go to war, his justification initially was that this was for the Iranian people. 3 days later, last night, he listed 4 objectives, missiles and nuclear program, and not once did he mention the Iranian people. What are we to make of that? And are you convinced by this strategy?
That it's Trump behaving like Trump. This is what he does. He doesn't have a strategy. He doesn't have a philosophy. He doesn't do policy the way anybody listening to this program understands the word. And I think it's a political problem for him internationally. It's a political problem for him domestically. The president has to make the case to the American people why this is in their interest to engage in these hostilities. I think the case is plain and can be made very effectively. But right now, that's not happening. And if that communications problem isn't corrected, Trump will have serious domestic political ramifications to face.
Are the Americans and Israelis on the same page as far as the goals, the objectives of this operation, and how long it will last?
Well, I think the Israelis know exactly what they're doing. Their premier object is regime change, and it has been for some time. Bibi Netanyahu has been thinking about regime change in Iran longer than I have. And the United States knows that that's Israel's objective, and we are assisting them, as we should. We provided intelligence, which together with Israeli intelligence allowed them to carry out many of the strikes in the opening hours of the campaign, particularly the one that got the supreme leader. So it's pretty hard to argue that regime change isn't certainly one of the objectives of the 2-country coalition that's engaged in this. I think Israel shares the other U.S. objectives too, but the key point, the logic behind this is to eliminate the nuclear weapons program, to eliminate Iran's support for terrorism, you have to eliminate the regime in power. If you don't do that, if you simply wound it and diminish its capacities, it will grow back, and in some period of time, we'll be right back where we were before this attack started.
But who's leading this dance, Ambassador? Is it the Israelis or the Americans?
Well, I think by dint of total combat capacity, it's the United States. But I think the strategic thinker here is Bibi Netanyahu beyond a doubt.
Well, the U.S. and Israel, no doubt, hold overwhelming military superiority. If the objective is regime change and to truly compel Iran to surrender, what are they missing here? Because we've seen the Iranian response and how far they're willing to take this.
Well, I think the Iranian response is like writing a long suicide note. I think the attacks on the Gulf Arab states, the attack on the British base in Cyprus, certainly other things they've done and could do, like mounting terrorist attacks around the world, in Europe, in the United States, through their terrorist proxies like Hamas, Hezbollah, and the Houthis, are simply sealing their fate. I don't know how long it will take. Neither does President Trump. But every time another Revolutionary Guard headquarters or base are bombed, every time another member of the government, civilian or military, is eliminated, the regime gets weaker. And that is the point. That is how the bombing facilitates regime change. The regime begins to crumble at the top. Its leading figures begin to spar with one another because many of them begin to think maybe we're not on the winning side if we stick to the regime. And it gives the opposition courage that the outside world understands how unpopular the regime is inside Iran and how they're willing to stand with the opposition.
But, you know, coming back to Iran and what they're doing right now in this region, lashing out at Gulf states is also perhaps their strategy, and they see it as an effective way to compel a change in American behavior. Could Gulf states be putting the pressure on the U.S. here to change tactics, to change the strategy because of the impact it's having on them and the impact it will have worldwide?
Well, I think the attacks and the casualties they've caused are unfortunate, but they're really quite minimal. And I think it's a big mistake for Iran to have done this. I think the governments of the Gulf Arab states know full well that the only way to peace and security in the Middle East over a sustained period is for the regime in Tehran to be overthrown. Like everybody else, they'd like to do it with a minimum amount of disturbance. But the disturbance is here, and the question is now, are they going to side with Iran? Or are they going to side with the United States? I think this is pretty clear.
Finally, Ambassador, do you think there's a diplomatic off-ramp at this stage?
I'm sorry, I didn't catch your question.
Is there a diplomatic off-ramp at this stage? Can there still be a de-escalation here?
Well, Trump will talk to anybody, anytime about anything, and his biggest thrill in life is to make a deal. So sure, they can try, and it wouldn't be untypical of Trump to agree to something. I think that would be a mistake, and I'll just say it one more time. The only way to end the Iranian nuclear and terrorist threats is to eliminate the regime. There's nothing to negotiate about that point.
Thank you, Ambassador Bolton, for joining us on Al Jazeera. John Bolton, former U.S. National Security Advisor to President Trump in his first term. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Well, let's pick this up now with Mohammed Al-Masri, professor at the Doha Institute for Graduate Studies. What did you make, Mohammed, of what we heard there from John Bolton? Do you agree with him that this bombing campaign will facilitate regime change in Iran?
No, I don't. I think he's a bit too optimistic. Let's remember that Mr. Bolton is a hawk. He's the same guy that told us 23 years ago that he was certain that Saddam Hussein had weapons of mass destruction in Iraq. And obviously he was wrong about that. I don't think there's a quick path to regime change. I'm not even certain that that's what Israel wants. Does Israel really want a turn to democracy in Iran? Israel is not exactly popular in Iran. They wouldn't be popular with whoever would win a free and fair democratic election in Iran. I think Israel wants chaos and collapse, not just of Iran, but of all of their neighbors in the region, so that they can be the only hegemon, and that they can then carry out their expansionist agenda without any sort of hindrance.
What about the Americans? Is regime change not what they're seeking?
I actually think that the Americans are just going along with the Israelis in this particular instance. I thought it was interesting.
Which is also what Bolton suggested there, that the strategy was all Israel's.
That is true. I do agree with him on that. I thought it was interesting what Marco Rubio, the Secretary of State, said yesterday, basically admitting, I thought it was a stunning admission that he said that basically Israel forced the United States' hand to go into this war. Donald Trump has a long history of rejecting regime change operations and specifically war with Iran. He's said it on numerous occasions, but I think he was kind of dragged into this one. I'm not giving him a free pass. I think he's as guilty as Netanyahu, because at the end of the day, he did what he did. But I think it was Netanyahu that pushed the United States into this war, and I do agree with all the analysts who are calling it Israel's war.
Right. If, as you say, they've dragged the Americans into this, Israelis, how long will the Americans stick it out? How long will they keep going at this if it proves to be too costly?
Well, I think that they probably want to get out of it as quickly as possible. The problem is that the United States is pretty much beholden to the Israelis. The Israelis exercise an unbelievable amount of control over American policy, especially American foreign policy. This is well documented in the academic literature. And ever since Donald Trump took over, the Israelis have been pretty much getting whatever they want. I think it's difficult to say right now how long this might last, but who's to say? Donald Trump said yesterday 4 to 5 weeks, or possibly much longer.
I want to ask you now about Iran's strategy. They seem to be focusing on inflicting as much damage and costs, not just on U.S. military assets. As we've seen, they've also now targeted energy infrastructure in this region. Why are they doing this, you think? And is it something that could pay off? I mean, if that you can use that word for them.
Well, I think their hope is that these Gulf countries, Saudi Arabia, the UAE, Qatar, Bahrain, Oman, that they get together and basically go back to the United States and say, look, enough is enough. We can no longer tolerate this. We need you to step in and stop this war, end this war, and make sure that Israel doesn't go back to war.
Right. But do they have the leverage to do that, given what you've said about the Israelis really driving this strategy?
Right. Well, I think the Arab countries do have a lot of leverage. There's no question. They have a lot of leverage with the United States. We spoke in the last hour about the investments, right? About $2 trillion worth of investments in the United States. So I do think the Gulf countries have leverage. But to your question about what Iran is trying to do, Iran is trying to make this as painful and costly as it can on all of the actors, whether they're directly involved or from Iran's perspective, indirectly involved by hosting American military bases, right? That's their strategy, and I think it's from their perspective, this is existential. This is a kind of fight or die.
Right. So far, we haven't seen a direct response by the Gulf states. They haven't retaliated directly, and they've been rather cautious in their response. What does that suggest to you, and why do you think that is, and what would change their calculus and lead them to get directly involved in this conflict?
Yeah, well, I don't think they want. They didn't want this war. Obviously, they had been lobbying for months against an attack on Iran. They don't want this war. They don't want this kind of instability. I think they are being cautious. I don't think they're going to be quick to respond militarily. But the longer this goes on, and especially if energy sources are hit and are continuously hit, then this could get very costly. And then I think it's going to be a strategy of trying to apply pressure on the Americans. Potentially, I think, and I mentioned this in a previous interview, they could open those military bases up to the Americans and basically tell the Americans to sort of have at it. And then as a last resort, yes, if it goes on long enough and if it's serious enough, they could potentially respond militarily as well.
Mohammed Al-Masri, always good to have you with us on Al Jazeera. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thanks.
It is now 14:30 GMT, 5:30 p.m. here in Doha. I'm Foliba Thibault with our continuing coverage of the conflict between the U.S., Israel, and Iran. These are the latest developments on day 4 of the conflict. Explosions are being heard right now in Iran's capital, Tehran, and neighboring Karaj. Israel has also issued forced evacuation orders for at least one neighborhood in Tehran, warning of an imminent strike. At least 787 people have been killed across Iran since Sunday, according to the Iranian Red Crescent. Airstrikes have been targeting several other cities, including Isfahan and Shiraz. Iran's ambassador to the UN, meanwhile, has vowed to continue striking US bases in the region until the attacks against Iran stop. Iran has also launched dozens of attacks on Israel and US assets across the Middle East in response. Multiple interceptions have taken place in parts of northern and central Israel. At least 11 people have been killed across Israel since Saturday. This is the Lebanese capital, Beirut, where the Israeli army says it's striking Hezbollah commanders after hitting command centers and weapon storage facilities. A senior Hezbollah official has said, quote, if Israel wants an open war, then let it be an open war. The Israeli attacks have triggered a new wave of forced displacement in Lebanon. The UN Refugee Agency estimates at least 30,000 people have registered at shelters in Lebanon. And these are images from the Fujairah port in the United Arab Emirates after debris from an intercepted drone caused a major fire. The U.S. State Department has ordered the departure of non-emergency government personnel and their family members from Jordan, Iraq, Bahrain, Qatar, the UAE, and Kuwait. Here in Qatar, the spokesman for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs has said Gulf countries are united to counter Iran's aggression. Majid Al-Ansari gave a news conference a short while ago. Let's listen to what he had to say.
At the very beginning, I'm not going to go into the details and the escalation in this period from Iran and the latest development since the start of the aggression against Qatar last Saturday. The state of Qatar has been hit with 3 missiles, cruise, 101 ballistic missiles, 79 drones, and that have been intercepted. As you know, some establishments in Masaid and Ras Laffan have been targeted. Industrial complex has been targeted, and in Masaid and in Ras Laffan, vital tanks and infrastructure has been targeted, and the technical evaluation is being done now to continue working in these establishments. And as you said, the Qatar Energy statement, the production has been stopped for the safety of the staff and employees in this location. Regarding the diplomatic moves recently, the state of Qatar has witnessed an active diplomatic moves, and Qatar received 88 phone calls from leaders, prime ministers, and foreign ministers. And His Highness the Emir received 34 phone calls from different leaders of the world. And the prime minister received 27 phone calls. And Sultan bin Said, Minister of State for Foreign Affairs, also, and Mr. Saleh Al-Khalifi and the Minister of Foreign Affairs received more than 13 contacts from their counterparts. And the state of Qatar has, the foreign ministry has summoned Saleh Al-Abadi, ambassador of Iran, and Qatar expressed to him its total rejection to these aggression that is complete violation to the international law and the international agreements. Dr. Mohammed bin Abdul Saleh Al-Khalifi confirmed to the Iranian ambassador that the repeat of these aggressions is against the good neighborhood between the two countries, and this will lead to a deterioration of mutual and bilateral relations between both countries. And a memorandum has been sent to the Iranian embassy to express the rejection of the state of Qatar. the GCC meetings on last Sunday through conference have been held, and they discussed the aggressions, and they condemned the Iranian aggression against the GCC countries, and the ministers confirmed their commitment to deal together and to cooperate for the sake of stopping that aggression in order to work within the neighborhood relationship and the United Nations Charter. Also, statements have been issued where Qatar expressed its complete rejection to this aggression, and on the GCC countries, and an aggression on the mediator is an aggression on the mediation in itself that is being played by Oman. Also, they condemned the state of Qatar, Saudi Arabia, Bahrain, Jordan, and Kuwait, United Arab Emirates, and the US have condemned in a statement the Iranian attacks, and the statement considered this escalation, this aggression, as an escalation in the region. Also, condolences messages have been sent to the Kuwaiti government, and the foreign ministry confirmed its full support to the Kuwaiti people in this regard. Also, the state of Qatar yesterday sent a message to Antonio Guterres and Michael Walters, the American permanent representative to the United Nations, regarding the Iranian aggression against Qatar, that is against the territory safety of Qatar and against the peace and stability in the region. If you have any questions, I'm ready to answer. We have some questions regarding the Iranian aggression on Qatar. Is Qatar going to hit back? The Qatari Ministry of Defense announced that 2 planes have been dropped. So what's the fate of the crew? Also, a Mossad cell was arrested. What are the details regarding the statement of Araghchi, the Iranian minister? So these statements were not true. They are false. And also, there were no warning or arrangement. Qatar was surprised by these unjustified attacks. I'd like to say that they are not targeting military establishment or American interests in Qatar, but they are targeting the country and the territories of Qatar. This is not acceptable at all. So many missiles launched against Qatar were against Qatari interests and against certain areas within Qatar and against our vital establishments, like what happened in Masaid and Ras Lafan. And the Qatari armed forces have dealt with all these missiles and aggression without losses. If the Iranian foreign minister Araghchi spoke about a warning contact with Qatar, it was the last time, not this time. It was a contact regarding the reaction. They did not say when, they did not say what. And at that particular time, we have said to Araghchi, and we have said this time to the Iranian ambassador, that this aggression will never be dealt in a positive way from our side. And we have the right to reply. When the Iranians attacked Al Adid base last time, the state of Qatar preferred to support a ceasefire because Qatar has put the security of the region on top of its agenda, despite the fact that it's our right to reply. We are still monitoring the situation, but these attacks will never go without a reply. Regarding the planes that we dropped yesterday, the planes crossed the Qatari space, and we gave the pilots a warning according to the rules, and these flights are being targeted, and still we are looking for the crews. Regarding the Mossad cell, we have no information about this right now. Question from Qatar TV. What is the formal assessment about the readiness of the country and the classification of the aggression? As you know, this aggression, particularly what happened yesterday, is a dangerous escalation. And thank Allah Almighty, we managed to deal with all these aggressions through the Sukhoi and the missiles in night time. We managed to deal with them and to drop them. And this is a good opportunity to express our thanks and appreciation to the Qatari armed forces who have proved that Qatar is strong enough and is always against anyone who wants to attack Qatar, to attack the citizens, or to attack the residents. And Qatar has proved its readiness in this regard and in this connection, and no one can represent a threat to its security. This is a fact that has been seen during the last days. As we said, and as mentioned in the statement that was issued yesterday, we are fully ready. The media, the false media report regarding Patriot and is not true. We still have our ability to and readiness to deal with the threat at any moment. The Qatari armed forces have proved its ability to deal with these threats. We are quite ready to take care of the citizens and the residents. This is your responsibility in the media to not to circulate these wrong information. It's your job, your media people, to stop these false things. And our dealing with our allies and our partners, we exchange these matters with all our partners in the region and outside the region, so as to have a full coordination regarding the defensive system in the state of Qatar. This system is being discussed in all transparency.
Some breaking news now, and we're hearing that the building that houses the Iranian Assembly of Experts has been flattened by an air attack. This happened in the city of Qom, south of the Iranian capital, Tehran. This is the assembly that would be expected to select the next supreme leader after the assassination of Ali Khamenei. But we understand the building was empty at the time of the strike. Information is being reported by the Iranian state media. We'll bring you more when we have it. In the meantime, let's get an update on the situation in the Gulf region and bring in Zain Basravi in Doha. Zain, we heard there from the Qatari Foreign Ministry spokesman saying that Gulf countries are responding to the Iranian attacks in concert. Bring us up to speed with the situation across the region right now.
Well, today was yet another busy day. On day 4, we saw attacks on the U.S. Embassy in Riyadh in Saudi Arabia. We saw attacks on the port in Oman. Once again, drone strikes there. We saw 20 missiles and 3 missiles and 20 drones, Iran says it used to attack Bahrain, the U.S. air base there. And here in Doha at around 2 a.m. local time in the early hours of this morning, loud explosions heard across the city. There was some debris fall as well, and that was because the Ministry of Defense confirmed it intercepted 2 Iranian ballistic missiles. This after the day it shot down 2 Sukhoi jets that had been flying in from Iran. So severe escalation happening over and over again, day by day. In that press briefing, Majid al-Ansari, the foreign ministry spokesman, also said that all red lines had been crossed as far as Qatar is concerned. He said the focus is now on protecting the country and everyone living in it, including the residents here that represent nationals from 140 different countries. With regards to the jet, he said something very interesting. He said that they were warned that rules of engagement were observed to the letter, and that if it happens again, that they will do the same thing. And all options are on the table with Qatari leadership as to how to retaliate. With regards to the incident last year in June when Iran attacked Qatar during the 12-day war, he said what Qatar had done then is choose not to retaliate, putting national security, regional security first. But he said what has happened now illustrates that Iran has crossed all red lines and retaliation in some way must happen. He said all options are with the leadership of Qatar at the time.
Zain, thank you very much for bringing us the latest there from Doha. Zain Basravi. An Iranian-made drone has hit a British airbase in Cyprus, causing limited damage and no casualties. The UK has already announced it's sending a warship to defend the base. British Prime Minister Keir Starmer said the Cyprus base is not being used by US planes to attack Iran. John Sarapoulos reports from RAF Akrotiri.
I'm standing outside the British sovereign military base at Akrotiri on the southern coast of Cyprus, where a nearby village has been evacuated for precautionary reasons. 1,000 people have been moved into relatives' homes. About 100 of them have been put up in hotels. But there are no procedures in place, we're told by the local mayor, for such evacuations. They are now deliberating on how to put civil protection procedures. There are no sirens, for example. There's no way to warn people of an incoming air attack. And they are trying to tally all of the transport means at their disposal, such as local municipal buses and other vehicles to transport people in the event of another aerial attack. The evacuation happened because late on Sunday night, a single drone flew into the British sovereign base and struck a hangar. Luckily, it didn't detonate. We presume that explosives experts at the base are now occupied in defusing it. But 2 more drones flew towards the base on Monday, and we're told that they fell into the sea with no intervention from the base itself, although that remains an open question, whether electronic warfare means were used to intercept and down those drones. The Republic of Cyprus as a whole is now doing what the local municipality is doing. They are talking with their European partners to formulate an integrated political crisis response in order to have procedures in place should further air attacks happen.
Well, let's get more on this now from Richard Guestford, who's in London. So, Richard, a British warship headed to Cyprus. What do we know about the situation there?
Yeah, well, following the information that John's just giving us about the attack in Cyprus and the drone activity, it seems the British government now playing catch-up folly by making plans through the Ministry of Defence to send a Type 45 destroyer to the Middle East. I was in Portsmouth, which is home of the Royal Navy, on Sunday. There was an awful lot of activity around the dockside there, and it's thought that it will be HMS Duncan, a Type 45 destroyer, that will be sent. I've been on one of these warships myself. They have really quite impressive radar and detection systems, weaponry to match, and HMS Duncan has been up in the North Atlantic on patrols most recently, and has just undergone, we're told, an intensive training program on dealing with drones. So that may well be useful if it is the ship that is about to be deployed. At the same time, the Foreign Office, through the Foreign Secretary, Vet Cooper, announcing today that they are making plans to take British citizens out of Oman. The most vulnerable people, we're told, will be on planes in the coming days, those plans being currently drawn up.
And meanwhile, strains, it would appear, in the so-called special relationship after President Trump criticized the UK. How is Prime Minister Keir Starmer weathering the political storm at home?
Yes, Keir Starmer is certainly walking a tricky path at the moment. He's been seen here in Parliament today, standing alongside his Chancellor, Rachel Reeves. And by rights, all of the eyes should have been on that building, listening to her spring statement, which laid out the country's financial position, which, of course, could be quite severely affected by this conflict if it drags on. But all of the talk in Parliament, all the talk around here in Westminster really is about the souring of that special relationship with the United States. It is clear that Donald Trump is not happy with Sir Keir Starmer. He's told two British newspapers that he wished that action had been taken much sooner. And of course, Sir Keir Starmer has gone back to the Americans and said, you can use British bases, but only for defensive operations. And he has spoken to Parliament himself and really laid it down and made it clear that in his mind, regime change cannot be achieved through the air. And certainly that he's worrying, it seems, about just exactly what Donald Trump has in mind for what comes next. His chief secretary today standing up, talking to the media and saying any decision that is made will solely be done so in the best of British interests.
Richard, thank you for that. That's Richard Guestwood live for us there in London. Now, one of the first groups of passengers to make it out of the conflict zone has touched down safely at London's Heathrow Airport. They departed Abu Dhabi, which is offering limited flights, while much of the airspace in other parts of the Middle East remains closed. Thousands of flights have been cancelled, stranding tens of thousands of passengers. The closure of major transit airports in the region in recent days has significantly impacted travel between Africa, Asia, and Europe. Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps has threatened to set fire to any ships that try to pass through the Strait of Hormuz. Brigadier General Ibrahim Jabari, advisor to the commander of the Revolutionary Guard, says it will not allow the U.S. access to any oil.
The price of oil's reached $81, and the world's certainly waiting for it to reach at least $200. The Strait of Hormuz is closed. Our heroes in the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, Navy, and the Army will set fire to any ships that try to pass through the strait. We'll also target their oil pipelines in the region, and we will not allow oil exports from this region until we put pressure on the enemy. The Americans have debts of hundreds of thousands of billions of dollars, and they're thirsty for the region's oil. They'll not get a single drop.
As a result of all that turmoil around the Strait of Hormuz, stock markets in Europe are falling for a second day following declines in Asia. South Korean regulators briefly halted trading after the benchmark Kospi index tumbled by as much as 6.4%. European gas prices jumped another 30% on Tuesday to the highest level in 3 years. Let's take a closer look at what's happening in oil and gas markets. On Monday, European natural gas prices surged by 50% when Qatar halted production of liquefied natural gas. Qatar's state-owned energy firm blamed Iranian strikes on its facilities. Europe gets roughly 10% of its LNG from Qatar, but some countries like Italy get about a third of their supplies from Qatar. Global gas production is already near capacity, making it difficult to replace lost Qatari volumes in the short term. The disruption triggered the largest LNG price surge since 2022 when Russia invaded Ukraine. Let's bring in Osama bin Javed in Brussels. So, Osama, Europe's energy and security in question again. What's been the reaction there?
Well, it is intertwined, both energy and security. You're hearing already the murmurs from the Hungarians who've been asking for the Druzhba pipeline to be reopened. And we've heard this morning from the Norwegians talking about if this drags on further in the Middle East, then the whole concept of weaning away from Russian gas in Europe could be reopened. So it just brings back the energy crisis we saw just over 4 years ago in Europe, where energy prices shot up to astronomical places, and then governments had to subsidize them, and that ultimately resulted in economic troubles for each of these countries. You've heard from the French saying that there's no direct threat to the oil and gas supplies of France, and they're correct. Directly, the Strait of Hormuz does not provide to the Europeans, but what our analysts telling us is that there is a scramble across Europe, one, to figure out what its inventories are, and two, to figure out how can it go for alternate suppliers of various petroleum products that it needs. So it is not going to directly impact Europe immediately, but what's going to happen is that when they go out looking for those supplies, it's going to be the Asian markets who are going to be there first, and they're going to be getting into a bidding war. And that bidding war would mean higher prices for gas, higher prices for consumers, and then eventually they will have to ultimately pay the price. And that is why the European leaders so far have been urging all sides to show restraint. There's a meeting on Wednesday of Europe's oil experts, and then they are going to come up with some sort of a strategy to mitigate the fallout from this crisis as it continues to drag on.
Osama, thank you for that. Osama bin Javed in Brussels there. Now, the United Nations Refugee Agency estimates at least 30,000 people are now internally displaced inside Lebanon since the Israeli attacks escalated on Monday. It's also observed a significant increase of Syrian refugees in Lebanon crossing over into Syria. Obaida Hito reports from the Lebanon-Syria border.
As the Israeli airstrikes in Lebanon intensify, the humanitarian crisis continues to grow. What you're seeing here is waves of Syrian refugees, for the most part, returning from Lebanon into their home country. Women and children, entire families, some of them who have been on the road for more than 24 hours, packing all of their things into their cars, tying their mattresses and suitcases and belongings onto the roofs of the cars, and making their way to the Syrian border. This is the Jdedet Yabus border crossing. All of the people that are arriving are entering into this administrative office where they are trying to sort out their administrative paperwork before making their way into the country. Authorities here say they are prepared to accept all of the Syrians who are going to be returning in the coming days, and they say that they are also going to be accepting foreigners, including Lebanese citizens who want to enter. Since we've been here, we have seen people from foreign countries who are entering, who have fled Lebanon due to the ongoing bombardment. We've also seen Lebanese citizens who are entering, most of them having some kind of familial relations to people here in Syria. But the government here says despite the ongoing escalation in Lebanon, they are prepared to accept as many people as necessary. The Ministry of Disasters and Emergency Management is on site along with the United Nations and several UN agencies providing emergency services to the people that arrive. But unfortunately for everyone here, they're exhausted and there's no clear end to this recent escalation. And they say they're concerned about what the days and weeks ahead are going to look like. Obaida Hito, Al Jazeera, Syrian-Lebanese border.
This is Al Jazeera with our continuing extensive coverage of the conflict between the US, Israel, and Iran. I'm Rob Matheson. At least 787 people have been killed across Iran since Saturday. That's according to the Red Crescent. Multiple buildings have been targeted, including one in Qom. It hosts meetings of the Assembly of Experts, which chooses the new supreme leader. As we speak, that joint offensive by Israel and the US is continuing. The pictures you're seeing now are from the cities of Isfahan, Khomeini Sar, and Tehran. The capital's Mehrabad airport has also just been hit. The joint US-Israeli strikes have targeted schools, residential areas, and medical facilities in Iran. A hospital in Bushehr in the southwest was hit, leading to the evacuation of the building, and that's put the lives of babies in the neonatal ward at risk.
This is the neonatal ward of the hospital. We are evacuating all wards. I can hardly talk. I have a lump in my throat. In a neonatal ward, look where they've hit. If this baby, or the one I'll show you over there, if you take them off the machine, they will die. Look at this. Look at this innocent baby.
Funerals have been held in the Iranian city of Minab for some of the 168 people killed in a US-Israeli attack. The strike on Saturday hit a girls' school. Most of the victims were children. Forensic teams are still trying to identify some of the remains. Iran has been retaliating with drone and missile strikes hitting Gulf states. One of the latest attacks was at Fujairah port in the United Arab Emirates. Air defenses intercepted a drone and the debris sparked a fire. Iran has carried out more than 1,700 strikes across the Middle East in 4 days. 2 drones struck the U.S. embassy in Saudi Arabia's capital, Riyadh. The defense ministry said a small fire broke out and the building sustained minor damages. The U.S. State Department's ordered non-emergency government personnel and their families to leave Saudi Arabia, as well as Jordan, Iraq, Bahrain, Qatar, the UAE, and Kuwait. There's no let-up in Israel's attacks on the Lebanese capital, Beirut. The military says it's destroying Hezbollah command centers and weapons storage facilities. Israel's defense minister has authorized troops to take control of additional positions in southern Lebanon. Hezbollah says it downed an Israeli drone in that area. And the attacks on Lebanon have triggered a new wave of forced displacement. Thousands of people have been fleeing towards the Syrian border. The UN Refugee Agency says at least 30,000 people are registered at shelters in Lebanon in a matter of days. And now we've got a team of correspondents following developments in Tehran and Doha, Beirut, Ramallah, and in the occupied West Bank, as well as Washington, D.C. We're going to go straight to Mohammed Val in the Iranian capital. Mohammed, we were just talking about the strikes that have been going on, including one at an airport close to the capital. Talk to us about what's been happening.
Yes, Rob, there is smoke rising from every corner in the Iranian capital, Tehran. There is no let-up in the bombardment. Hour after hour, there are strikes in different places. Overnight, we have seen the strikes on the TV, the national TV, and also on other security-related locations. And today we have strikes in different parts. Even behind me, smoke was there rising just a while ago. The government isn't giving a lot of details about places, but we know from sources close to the government that the Assembly of Experts headquarters in Qom has been all but destroyed. And there are strikes on the cities of Qom, Shiraz, Kharaj. Kharaj is west of Tehran, not far from it, and Pave in Kurdistan. This is ongoing at the same time that the Iranian Islamic Revolutionary Guard is talking about the 15th wave of what it calls True Promise for Operation Against the Enemy. He talked about drone strikes and missile strikes on US bases in Bahrain and also in Kuwait. And they are promising more strikes, stronger, more devastating strikes. They are talking about destroying command centers and also even THAAD launch pads in those areas, and talking about dominance in the ability to send their drones now because they have destroyed the defense facilities, the air defense facilities of the enemy. That's what they say in their reports. So this is a war for Iranians that is a war of existence, and they are not holding any punches, talking about a continuation and the possibility and the means to do that.
Well, Qatar's foreign ministry says Iran has crossed every possible red line and the country reserves the right to retaliate. The spokesperson addressed media a short while ago.
Red lines have already been crossed. The attack on our sovereignty, the blatant attack on our people, on the security and safety of our nation, it has already crossed every possible red line. and therefore we have taken all possible measures, and we reserve the right to retaliate. And as I said, our leaders are considering right now all the options on the ground. Our main focus right now is in protecting our sovereignty, protecting our people, protecting the residents who live here in Qatar of 140 nationalities. And we, as mentioned before, our armed forces, our great armed forces, are doing a wonderful job in protecting our country very bravely, and have shown their capability in defending our country against any threat. So our focus right now is on that. Regarding communicating with Iran, at the moment there are no ongoing communications. As I said, we are focused on protecting our sovereignty.
I'm going to go live now to Zain Basrawi in Doha. That was quite a wide-ranging press conference. What else was said, Zain?
Well, Majid al-Ansari, the foreign ministry spokesman, really speaking very plainly. And this is a country, Qatar and Iran have enjoyed very warm relations for years. They've been close allies. They share the largest natural gas field in the world. And for the relationship to break down so quickly over the course of the 4 days really just does illustrate how upset Qatar and other GCC countries are at the level of Iran's retaliation. Now, Iran has said all along that this is what they would do if they were attacked. And perhaps from the point of view of an observer and an analyst, you can see the strategic value in carrying out this kind of broad, sweeping attack on its neighbors. What we have heard, we've seen reporting in Bloomberg earlier this morning saying that the leaders of the UAE and Qatar have been reaching out to the E3, Germany, France, and the United Kingdom, to try to convince the United States to end this conflict, to try to place pressure on them after the first 3 or 4 days of this conflict. But what we are seeing is the breakdown of political collateral that has for years been spent on trying to develop a warm relationship between the Arab states and Iran. Majid al-Ansari going on to talk about how the focus now is to protect the country and everyone living in it. With regards to the jets that were shot down, he made it clear that all rules of engagement were observed to the letter. Pilots were warned, and when their trajectory was determined to be Doha, that's when these two Sukhoi jets that flew into Qatar airspace last night were shot down. And he says that the fate of the pilots are unknown, but if there are any other future attacks on Qatari sovereignty, the Qatari government, the Qatari military will deal with it in the same way.
Okay, let's go back to Tehran and Mohammed Val. There are more Iranian attacks, of course, going on neighboring Gulf countries. Can you talk us through what the latest situation is with that?
Rob, I think you are asking me. I have just said in my previous reply that there is this 15th wave of the True Promise operation, True Promise 4 operation. There is a wide range of targets that the Revolutionary Guard, Iranian Revolutionary Guard, is talking about, particularly in Kuwait and Bahrain. They are talking about destroying lots of targets in those countries, and the promise is on. I mean, the pledge is on that also Hormuz Strait is still a no-go zone, that any ship, any tanker that passes there will be a target. The Iranian authorities, the Iranian army, is talking in very strong terms about the capacities it has and its ability to continue this. But let me, in completion of my previous talk about the strikes on Iran, that Israel, and this is the second time in less than 24 hours, has issued the Israeli army evacuation orders to 2 areas, civilians in 2 areas in Tehran here, Hakimiyeh, that's an east of Tehran, a residential area, and the second one is Payam Airport area in Kharaj, that's west of Tehran. This is the second time evacuation orders that look like, sound like evacuation orders that have been issued to people in Gaza and in southern Lebanon. That's beginning to happen here in Iran. The problem of Iran, the problem with Iranian people is that they don't have access to the internet. Even though these orders were issued in Farsi and they're sent to social media posts here in Tehran, the majority of Iranians do not have access to internet. And the case, for instance, of Hakimiyeh, just minutes after the order was issued, there was bombardment on Hakimiyeh. I doubt if any civilians were able to see that evacuation order. I doubt if they were able to leave their homes for safety.
Okay, let's come back to Doha and Zain Basrawi. Just talk us through some of the other targets that have been hit. We have been hearing missiles going overhead occasionally over the last 24 hours or so.
Well, it began in the GCC again this morning at around 2 a.m. local time in Doha. Loud explosions over the city once again. Residents reported waking up to loud booms. And the Ministry of Defense confirmed that it has shot down 2 Iranian ballistic missiles. There were some reports of debris in parts of the city as well from those threats being met. So 2 ballistic missiles from Iran were shot down. The Ministry of Defense confirming that in the early hours. Then later in the day, there was attacks on Bahrain. Iranian IRGC saying that they used 20 drones and 3 missiles to attack a U.S. airbase in Bahrain. There were attacks once again on an Omani port, drone strikes there, and in Saudi Arabia in Riyadh at the diplomatic compound. Americans were warned early in the morning not to approach the U.S. embassy because it was under attack. There was a fire. There was some material damage to the compound there. Black smoke could be seen rising over the diplomatic corridor that is home to many diplomatic missions there. And we've also heard from the U.S. State Department throughout the course of the day that non-emergency personnel should be they've been ordered to leave Bahrain, Kuwait, Qatar, Jordan, and Iraq. And the U.S. Embassies, the U.S. State Department has also issued a warning pretty much for every Middle Eastern country, suggesting to people that if they are living there, that they should use commercial means to try to leave, as the threat from Iranian retaliation around the GCC remains a real potent problem. And so we are seeing this escalation carry on more and more on a daily basis, and these attacks continue. The Qatar Ministry of Interior also warning today that people should not do any unnecessary travel around the city, and they should also avoid proximity to windows and open areas. Really every indication from not just the United States, but regional governments as well, that the threat remains and the risk still remains, and people should take precautions.
Zain Bashrawi in Doha, Mohammed Val in Tehran. Thank you both very much indeed. Got to go to Zina Khoda now, who's live for us in Beirut. In the meantime, of course, Israel carrying out attacks in southern Lebanon. Talk us through what's been happening there. What are they targeting?
Well, this conflict is escalating. Israel escalating its strikes, targeting buildings in Beirut's southern suburbs, the cluster of neighborhoods that you see behind me. A few hours ago, we saw 2 strikes come in just minutes apart. They came in without prior warning. At times, the Israeli military warns that they intend to target the building. But when they don't give these prior warnings, it is usually a targeted killing, a targeted assassination. The Israeli army is saying that they targeted a meeting of Hezbollah military commanders. We do not have independent confirmation. There have been strikes across southern Lebanon as well over the past 24 hours since Hezbollah fired rockets across the border in support of Iran and in retaliation for the killing of the late Iranian leader Ali Khamenei. Israel promising Hezbollah is going to pay a heavy price, promising to intensify strikes. They forced people from their homes across southern Lebanon. People made their way further north. They forced people out of Beirut's southern suburbs behind me. So Lebanon also experiencing a humanitarian crisis, but Hezbollah too, very much defiant. Since the early hours of the morning, they've carried out at least 6 attacks, claiming to have targeted an Israeli Merkava tank as it advanced into Lebanese territory.
We're going to go to Noor Odeh, who's live for us now in the occupied West Bank. So let's get the Israeli side of this. How is Israel justifying these incursions into Lebanon?
Well, Rob, these incursions, this taking over of Lebanese land is part of Israel's security doctrine. It is described as extraterritorial, by which Israel creates buffer zones on someone else's land, claiming that it is necessary for its defense. We saw Israel maintain control over occupied Lebanese territory even after a ceasefire agreement was reached with Hezbollah in 2024. Now that territory will be expanded. Israel will take over more land as part of that approach of supposedly creating that buffer zone in order to defend the northern communities in Israel, which have come under attack. But it is unclear how far the Israeli army will go. What is clear, though, is that the Israeli government has not put a time limit on this operation. Israeli ministers and the Israeli Prime Minister have said this operation, this assault on Hezbollah will continue as long as it takes to completely crush Hezbollah once and for all. The defense minister even saying that this operation might even outlast the war on Iran.
No, thanks very much indeed. We're going to go back to Zaina Khodr, who's in Beirut for us. Noor, just describing there the two key elements of this. First of all, that there is no time limit on this, and there's no indication of how far into southern Lebanon these Israeli troops may go. What are you hearing about what's happening on the ground from where you are?
Well, the UN peacekeeping force that's deployed along the border in southern Lebanon said that they observed Israeli troops advanced into Lebanese territory in some locations. But the Israeli forces have already set up hilltop positions within Lebanese territory, occupying 10 square kilometers. And occasionally, they have carried out ground incursions. They've abducted civilians. They've detonated the homes that remain standing along that border. Villages are destroyed, leveled to the ground. People have not been able to return. So there's concern here following the statement of Israel's defense minister that the military has been authorized to take control of more positions along the border, that Israel wants to expand the territory it controls along the border. So yes, there is a lot of concern, and Hezbollah, has been using this really as justification for keeping its arms, saying that the Lebanese government has done nothing to end Israel's occupation of Lebanese territory. But about that time frame, it seems that this time around, Israeli pressure is going to continue until Hezbollah agrees to surrender its weapons. But there's no sign that the group is willing to do so, at least not yet.
Thank you. Zaina Khodr in Beirut and Noor Odeh in Ramallah. Well, the UN Refugee Agency estimates at least 30,000 people have been displaced in Lebanon since the Israeli attacks escalated on Monday. Thousands are heading towards the border with Syria, among them Syrian refugees who'd been living in Lebanon. Obaida Hito reports from the Syria-Lebanon border.
As the Israeli airstrikes in Lebanon intensify, the humanitarian crisis continues to grow. What you're seeing here is waves of Syrian refugees, for the most part, returning from Lebanon into their home country. Women and children, entire families, some of them who have been on the road for more than 24 hours, packing all of their things into their cars, tying their mattresses and suitcases and belongings onto the roofs of the cars, and making their way to the Syrian border. This is the Jdedet Yabus border crossing. All of the people that are arriving are entering into this administrative office where they are trying to sort out their administrative paperwork before making their way into the country. Authorities here say they are prepared to accept all of the Syrians who are going to be returning in the coming days. And they say that they are also going to be accepting foreigners, including Lebanese citizens who want to enter. Since we've been here, we have seen people from foreign countries who are entering, who have fled Lebanon due to the ongoing bombardment. We've also seen Lebanese citizens who are entering, most of them having some kind of familial relations to people here in Syria. But the government here says despite the ongoing escalation in Lebanon, they are prepared to accept as many people as necessary. The Ministry of Disasters and Emergency Management is on site along with the United Nations and several UN agencies providing emergency services to the people that arrive. But unfortunately for everyone here, they're exhausted and there's no clear end to this recent escalation. And they say they're concerned about what the days and weeks ahead are going to look like. Obaida Hito, Al Jazeera, Syrian-Lebanese border.
White House correspondent Kimberly Hawkins joining us now from Washington, D.C. I understand that President Trump has been issuing a statement. What's he been saying?
Yeah, the U.S. president continuing to be the primary messenger in this conflict from the U.S. And in his latest Truth Social post that came out just under 2 hours ago, he says their air defense, Air Force, Navy, and leadership is gone, referring to Iran. He says they want to talk. I said too late. What the U.S. president is saying is essentially that while he maintained he preferred diplomacy, he has now given up on it, asserting that the negotiations now are irrelevant. That Monday he also said and accused Iran of saying there had been a deal when there were those negotiations, we presume, back last week in Geneva. In fact, there had been one twice, but he accuses Iran of backing out. So the president is suggesting that the talks essentially dragged on for too long, and now Iran no longer has any leverage. But we should also point out that when it comes to the messaging from the president, it's much more vague when it comes to the timeline of how long this joint U.S.-Israeli operation against Iran will take place. Initially, the U.S. president saying that it could be about 4 weeks, maybe just a little more. But in a more recent Truth Social post in the last 7 or 8 hours, he said, in fact, that the U.S. is getting very close to its objectives, almost implying that things would be shorter in timeline. But now he has also said in a simultaneous posting that there are unlimited weapons the U.S. has at its disposal, and that this could go on forever if needed, which is an unusual choice of words for a president who campaigned on getting the United States out of the so-called forever wars in the Middle East.
Kimberly, thank you very much indeed. We're going to bring in Phil Lavelle. He's live with us from Washington, D.C. I understand Secretary of State Marco Rubio is going to be briefing members of Congress. Do we have any idea what he's likely to say?
Well, he's going to give them some answers, or at least that's what they're hoping. You know, Kimberly just talked there, Rob, didn't she, about how things are vague. They don't want vagueness on Capitol Hill. They want answers to a number of questions. First of all, they want to know why this happened. So how immediate any potential threat was, not to other countries, but to the US and to US interests. And bear in mind that President Trump, in the early hours of Saturday morning when this action began, he at one point said that Iranian weapons or missiles could reach the US homeland at some point. So they'll want to get clarification on that. But then it's also what about what happens moving forward? Because we saw Marco Rubio on the Hill late on Monday. He briefed the so-called Gang of Eight. That's the nickname for the congressional team that have got security clearance. He's back on Tuesday, as you just mentioned. He's going to be there with Pete Hegseth, who's the defense secretary. He's going to be there with the CIA director, the general, the joint chief, the boss of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. And they're going to be giving answers to congressional leaders, answers to their questions. And this is all about trying to stave off a revolt over the War Powers Act. There is a vote taking place over the next 24 hours. Maybe it might slip into tomorrow. That would limit the president's powers if it passes. It's almost certainly not going to pass. But even though that is the wide expectation, lawmakers are saying they want this specifically so they can put on record who voted for it and who voted against it, bearing in mind the mistakes that they say are still being felt from Iraq and Afghanistan.
And thank you both, Phil Lavelle and our White House correspondent Kimberly Hawkett in Washington, D.C. Ambassador John Bolton is a former U.S. National Security Advisor to President Donald Trump in his first term. He says Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu wants regime change in Iran, and the U.S. is assisting him.
That it's Trump behaving like Trump. This is what he does. He doesn't have a strategy. He doesn't have a philosophy. He doesn't do policy the way anybody listening to this program understands the word. And I think it's a political problem for him internationally. It's a political problem for him domestically. The president has to make the case to the American people why this is in their interest to engage in these hostilities. I think the case is plain and can be made very effectively. But right now, that's not happening. And if that communications problem isn't corrected, Trump will have serious domestic political ramifications to face. I think the Israelis know exactly what they're doing. Their premier object is regime change, and it has been for some time. Bibi Netanyahu has been thinking about regime change in Iran longer than I have. And the United States knows that that's Israel's objective, and we are assisting them, as we should. We provided intelligence, which together with Israeli intelligence allowed them to carry out many of the strikes in the opening hours of the campaign, particularly the one that got the supreme leader. So it's pretty hard to argue that regime change isn't certainly one of the objectives of the two-country coalition that's engaged in this. I think Israel shares the other U.S. objectives too, but the key point, the logic behind this is to eliminate the nuclear weapons program, to eliminate Iran's support for terrorism, you have to eliminate the regime in power. If you don't do that, If you simply wound it and diminish its capacities, it will grow back, and in some period of time, we'll be right back where we were before this attack started.
Going to bring in our guest. Barbara Leaf is a former U.S. Assistant Secretary of State for Near Eastern Affairs and former U.S. Ambassador to the UAE. And she's joining us from Washington, D.C. Here in the studio, Mohammed Al-Masri, Professor at the Doha Institute for Graduate Studies. Thank you both for being with us on Al Jazeera. Mohammed, I want to start with you. We heard what John Bolton was saying there, that essentially this is, and I'm paraphrasing, obviously, essentially Israel pulling Donald Trump into a war, that Donald Trump is slipstreaming behind what Benjamin Netanyahu wants. What's your assessment of that?
Yeah, well, I think for 14 months or so, Benjamin Netanyahu has been pretty much getting what he wants from Donald Trump. And I think this is another case. I thought Secretary of State Rubio admitted as much yesterday when he basically said that Israel had forced America's hand in getting involved in this war. So I think it's another instance, unfortunately, for the America First president to be implementing a kind of Israel First policy.
Barbara, there's been a lot of obviously confusion, or perhaps the US would say misconception, about the reasons why they're actually going into this conflict. How does that affect, if there is no actual strategy, as John Bolton was suggesting, when it comes to US policy, with the end game as far as the US is concerned in this? How difficult does that make it to find an off-ramp in this?
So it's a very good question. I would say on day 4 of this campaign, it remains entirely unclear what the president's bottom line is. So that said, he can build his own off-ramp at any point. He has claimed victory, in a sense, on the first day of having rid the region, rid the Iranian people of the supreme leader, the architect of 37 years of very destructive policies in the region and repression at home in Iran. And the campaign this week will likely substantially diminish, not completely destroy, but substantially diminish the remnants of the nuclear program and, of course, the ballistic missile arsenal. Those are two big wins for the president if he decides not to simply go further towards a longer scheme of regime change, notwithstanding what he said almost every day. In fact, every day he's mentioned that as one of a number of aims.
Mohammed, it sounds from what Barbara is saying that there is at least there's a commonality of goals between what Benjamin Netanyahu wants and what Donald Trump believes that he could benefit from, ultimately, from this action in Iran. But at the same time, given what you were saying before, when it comes to the point at which the US action is likely to stop, is that going to be set by Donald Trump, or is that going to be dictated by Benjamin Netanyahu, do you think?
Well, it remains to be seen. I guess let's hope that it's Donald Trump that can set the U.S. agenda and timeline. I have no doubt that Benjamin Netanyahu wants to create chaos and collapse. I don't think regime change in particular is what he's after. I mean, if Iran were to take a democratic turn, does Benjamin Netanyahu think that would work out in Israel's favor? Israel's not exactly very popular in Iran. So I think what Netanyahu wants is what he said in October of 2023. He wants total victory. He wants chaos and collapse throughout the region so that Israel can become the only kind of hegemon. They want absolute hegemony, and they want to be able to pursue their expansionist agenda, Greater Israel, without any sort of hindrance. So one can hope that Donald Trump would see his way out of this war sooner than later. The problem, though, of course, is that many of the figures in the Trump administration are as devoted to the idea of Greater Israel as Israel is.
Stay with me, both of you. I just want to take a pause for a second, just bring our viewers up to date with what we're covering. I'm Rob Matheson with Al Jazeera's continuing coverage of the conflict between the US, Israel and Iran. Israel's military has issued more forced evacuation orders for areas in Tehran The Iranian capital has been bombarded continuously by a joint US-Israeli offensive. At least 787 people have been killed across Iran since Saturday. And Iran has been retaliating with drone and missile strikes hitting Gulf states. One of the latest attacks was at Fujairah port in the United Arab Emirates. Iran has carried out more than 1,700 strikes across the Middle East in 4 days. And 2 drones have struck the U.S. Embassy in Saudi Arabia's capital, Riyadh. The Defense Ministry said a small fire broke out and the building sustained minor damages. The U.S. State Department has ordered non-emergency government personnel and their families to leave Saudi Arabia, as well as Jordan, Iraq, Bahrain, Qatar, the UAE, and Kuwait. And there's no let up in Israel's attacks on the Lebanese capital, Beirut. The military says it's destroying Hezbollah command centers and weapons storage facilities. Israel's defense ministers authorized troops to take control of additional positions in southern Lebanon. Hezbollah says it's downed an Israeli drone in that area. Okay, let's return to the discussion we were having just a few seconds ago. And I want to come back to Barbara Leaf, former U.S. Assistant Secretary of State for Near Eastern Affairs, former U.S. Ambassador to the UAE. Let's talk about the strikes that have been happening on the Gulf countries. They have made it plain that so far they reserve the right to retaliate, but at the moment they have no intention of doing anything other than acting defensively to protect their own countries. What kind of pressure should they or could they be putting on, say, the United States in order to try to temper what is going on and try to bring this to an early close?
So, Rob, this goes back to your last question, which is an important one. The president ultimately has to answer to a set of audiences that the Prime Minister of Israel does not answer to, and that is the American people, the Congress, which has a very important role that it will have to exercise, but also to key partners in the region, in the Gulf and in Turkey. And he listens to them. So you saw the extraordinary images yesterday, or the event of Qatar, this small country warning off Iranian strike aircraft that were attempting to attack Qatar's LNG facility. And then having warned them, Qatar shot them down. I mean, who could have imagined that a few years ago, 10 years ago, 2 years ago? So these Gulf countries are in a defensive posture. They're doing exceptionally well in that sense, from Saudi Arabia all the way through the Gulf, in defending their territory and protecting the people in their countries. So they are in a defensive mode. But they will certainly be talking to the president nonstop about where the exit ramp is for this, because ultimately they are on the front line, and they will want to see the diplomatic play and where that comes into play.
Mohammed, let's talk about that diplomatic play that Barbara was just mentioning there. Donald Trump has said, and we mentioned it earlier on, that with regard to Iran, their air defense, air force, navy, and leadership is gone. They want to talk. I said, too late. Now, the head of Iran's National Security Council, Ali Larijani, has been refuting media reports that he had tried to restart nuclear talks. In your assessment of the situation, at this point, is there genuinely no interest in having any talks? Or does neither side simply not want to be seen to be the one that goes first?
It's difficult to know what they would talk about, all right? Because there have been ongoing discussions, right, for the better part of really all of Donald Trump's second term. And it's been the U.S. that has abandoned those talks. Right, in the middle of talks in June of 2025, the U.S. Decided to bomb Iran, and they did the same thing on Saturday in the middle of talks. If this were about the nuclear program, I think it would be very simple. The U.S. could just go to the negotiating table. They could arrive at an agreement like the JCPOA, which was in play up until Donald Trump canceled it several years back during his first term as president. But I don't think it's that simple. I think that, again, it goes back to, and I don't mean to, beat a dead horse here, but I do think that this comes back at the end of the day to Israel's objectives in the region and Trump's willingness and his administration's willingness to kind of go along with the Israeli plan.
Barbara Leaf, Mohammed Al-Masri, very grateful to you both. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
Okay, let's get an update from our correspondents. Our White House correspondent Kimberly Halkett is in Washington, D.C. first. First, we're going to go to Mohammed Val in Tehran. Mohammed, you were telling us earlier about the attacks that have been going on in the last several hours or so in Iran. Just bring us up to speed with what we know.
Yes, Rob, those attacks are continuing throughout the day and the night before. Around a little bit after midnight, there were strikes on the national TV headquarters and also on other facilities there in that area. There is an airport called Mehrabad. This is the 5th time probably that this airport has been hit. It's the 2nd most important airport. It is a civilian airport, but there is talk about some facilities, some security facilities or military installations around it. So that airport has been hit several times now. We have also Qum and Shiraz and Kharaj. Qum, that's where the Assembly of Experts, one of its headquarters, is located, and it has been hit severely. But the understanding we have is that it has been evacuated before the strike. We don't know how they knew about that strike. Pave in Kurdistan also has been hit. And as I said, Mehrabad Airport, there were 2 evacuation orders from the Israeli army over the last 24 hours. One of them was overnight for the Evin district. That's where the biggest prison in the country is located. And it was not the prison, but the area was struck after that evacuation order. And the second one was just a while ago for 2 districts in Tehran, Hakimiyya, that's east of Tehran, a residential area, and Payam airport area, that's in Kharaj. Kharaj is west of Tehran. So this is a new development in the war. The same thing we saw in Gaza, the same thing we saw in South Lebanon, we are seeing it now in Tehran. Israeli army issuing evacuation orders to civilians. But civilians in Iran, they don't have access to internet right now, and I doubt that many of them have seen those evacuation orders. And one of those 2 places has already been hit by Israeli aircraft just a while ago.
That's Mohammed Val bringing us up to date there from Tehran. Thank you very much. Well, the International Atomic Energy Agency has released a statement. It says that based on the latest available satellite images, the IAEA can now confirm some recent damage to entrance buildings of Iran's underground Natanz fuel enrichment plant. The agency's added that no radiological consequence is expected. There's no additional impact detected at the fuel enrichment plant itself, which was severely damaged in the June conflict. Now, the Trump administration is trying to justify its decision to go to war against Iran and why the attacks were necessary with briefings and press conferences. Al Jazeera's Rosalind Jordan reports from Washington.
Nearly 72 hours after the U.S. and Israel started bombing Iranian military and civilian targets, the official notification from U.S. President Donald Trump to Congress about his decision to declare war. The threat to the United States and its allies and partners became untenable. It is not possible at this time to know the full scope and duration of military operations that may be necessary. Earlier on Monday, Trump explained why now.
This was our last best chance to strike what we're doing right now and eliminate the intolerable threats posed by this sick and sinister regime.
A point the U.S. military later stressed on social media. U.S. forces have destroyed Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps command and control facilities, Iranian air defense capabilities, missile and drone launch sites, and military airfields. Congressional Democrats have called the attacks illegal since Congress did not authorize them.
There needs to be the proof of an imminent threat to American interests. I still don't think that standard has been met.
Republicans say they'll oppose Democratic efforts to force the White House to end the operation now.
I think the idea that we would move a War Powers Act vote right now, I mean, it will be forced to the floor, but the idea that we would take the ability of our commander-in-chief, the president, take his authority away right now to finish this job is a frightening prospect to me. It's dangerous.
The conflict has caused the price of crude oil to jump. Analysts say U.S. drivers will be affected.
Higher gas prices are a frustration to people, and they certainly make a difference in their overall budget. But typically, it's not a deal breaker for most people. They're not going to stay at home just because gas prices have bumped up a little bit.
U.S. officials aren't predicting just how long the operation will take. They're not ruling out deploying U.S. ground troops in Iran, meaning more tough questions from members of Congress when the Secretary of State and other officials brief them later on Tuesday. Rosalind Jordan, Al Jazeera, Washington.
Our White House correspondent Kimberly Halkett's joining us now from Washington, D.C. I want to talk to you about the visit by German Chancellor Friedrich Merz that he's made to Donald Trump at the White House. It was interesting because on Sunday he's insisted that Germany does stand by Israel and the United States, but he also says Germany finds itself in a dilemma regarding the original attacks by Israel and the U.S. In other words, the attacks are not necessarily covered by international law. That's a dilemma I would imagine many allies of both Israel and the United States are facing at the moment.
That's right. The conflict that Israel and the U.S. have launched against Iran has left Europe rattled, to say the least, and Germany specifically. So what I can tell you is that the meeting between the German chancellor and the U.S. president was already on the schedule. But now it's clear that the conversation, when they sit down for their bilateral meeting in the next hour, will be dominated by this conflict. Now, the conflict has, as I mentioned, rattled Europe. The shipping lanes have been disruptive, and that has affected supply chains. Risk of a wider conflict is of grave concern to broader Europe. And also, there are concerns about further implications should this go on indefinitely. Now, what Germany is trying to do, essentially, is sort of balance its historical support for the United States with its broader concerns of where things are headed, and trying to manage the concerns for not just Germany, but Europe as a whole. So initially, this was a conversation that was scheduled to discuss trade, tariffs, security with respect to ending the war in Ukraine. But now we know that this conversation is likely to be overtaken, overshadowed, and dominated by the U.S.-Israeli attacks on Iran.
Kimberly, thank you very much indeed. That's Kimberly Halkett, our White House correspondent in Washington, D.C. Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps has threatened to set fire to any ships that try to pass through the Strait of Hormuz. Oil and gas prices have spiked. Global markets have tumbled as the conflict in the Middle East continues. Energy facilities across the big producers like Qatar and Saudi Arabia have halted production after their infrastructures were hit. Kulsum Sharif explains the impact.
Iran's Revolutionary Guards Corps says the Strait of Hormuz is now closed. Now, this is an important waterway with about 20% of the world's oil consumption passing through this narrow curve. It's used by most of the major oil and gas producers in the Middle East. Well, the Strait of Hormuz is rather narrow, but holds a lot of traffic. If we look at just this narrow point, it's about 33 kilometers, but an estimated 20 million barrels of oil have flowed through it every single day last year. Now, much of it is headed to Asia through the Arabian Sea, but some of it is also headed to Europe, right through the Arabian Sea and up through the Suez Canal. Its closure would mean 19 billion barrels of oil will be wiped off the global market. Now, Iran has been targeting energy infrastructure right across the region. It sent global oil and gas prices soaring. In its latest attack, it has hit an oil tank in a port in Oman. A drone struck it, but no casualties have been reported. Iran is also targeting Israel, and the Israeli military has reported interceptions in Tel Aviv, West Jerusalem, and El Beth. Israel, for its part, is targeting Tehran and Beirut. And overnight, the Israeli military has deployed additional forces to southern Lebanon.
Well, the cost of transporting natural gas across the Atlantic has doubled. Bloomberg News reports chartering a liquid natural gas tanker across the Atlantic is now $200,000 per day.
Thank you for subscribing to Truth Talks Live. Be sure to like this video now to keep our algorithm high.
Professor of economics at the University of the West of England. He's joining us now from Bristol in the UK. It's very good to have you with us. US Energy Secretary Chris White is quoted as saying that the world is well supplied with oil right now, and that would give President Trump more leverage in his geopolitical actions not to worry about a crazy spike in oil prices. How accurate is that?
It is the case that the US is less dependent on Middle Eastern oil than it used to be. It has substantial domestic production now, both of oil and gas. It's also the case that the US has a large strategic reserve, as does China, which will be brought into play. And there has been at least an assumption, I think, that OPEC states, including Saudi Arabia, would increase production to try and smooth market prices and prevent oil price spikes. Having said all that, really the question is, how long does this conflict go on for, and how wide does it go? In particular, how much damage is done to oil production and refinery facilities in the Gulf, and how much traffic is restricted through the Straits of Hormuz. If we do see serious disruption there, then the facilities which I mentioned will not be enough to cushion. Already we've seen the oil price today, Brent crude above $80, up from somewhere in the 60s only a few days ago. And although markets were relatively calm until today, we're seeing some quite large moves, downward moves in stock markets, upward moves in bond yields. That means interest rate predictions. So if the war is over relatively quickly, then these relatively positive statements may turn out to be true. But if the war lasts longer and the damage is long-lasting, then they will not last very well.
We tend to think of the importance of oil in terms of it being transferred from one place to another. But clearly, if that transfer doesn't take place, it's not only that it's not getting to the places that need it, but it also is backing up in the places which are producing it. And if I understand it correctly, the whole purpose of oil is to keep the pumps running, keep the refineries going, keep a steady flow. And we're just hearing Iraqi oil officials have been telling Reuters that apparently because of the disruptions in the Hormuz Strait, they've pushed storage to critical levels. So that's the other end of it, isn't it? It's not just delivery, it's actually where you store the stuff if you can't get it through the strait.
Yes, absolutely right. I also read reports today that Saudi Arabia is shutting down one of its large oil fields because storage has reached capacity and they can't get the oil onto the transit through the Straits of Hormuz. And as I understand it, I'm not an expert on oil production and so on, but as I understand it, it's very costly, or it can be very costly, to shut down facilities and restart them. So they will want to avoid that. So all of this points towards the longer the conflict goes on, the greater the impact on oil production, transport, and therefore prices, and therefore the effect on the global economy.
We were reading just a few moments ago that apparently Aramco, you were talking about Saudi Aramco there, which is, of course, is the biggest producer for Saudi Arabia, is apparently planning to reroute crude away from the Strait of Hormuz, which, if I understand it correctly, and please forgive me, probably oversimplifying this, but instead of sending it by tanker through the Strait of Hormuz and out into the wider ocean, they're going to transfer it through pipelines and going essentially westward and further north. Now, if I understand it correctly, that's what the US had always wanted Saudi to do. So in one respect, the US is getting what it wants from this.
As far as I understand it, yes, there is an east-west pipeline, and that can be used to transfer some of the Saudi capacity for onward transit from points in the Mediterranean. Whether the US is really strategically interested in these kinds of questions is not for me. I mean, I'm an economist rather than an oil strategist. But I think there are much bigger strategic questions at play here than rerouting Saudi oil. Clearly, the intent of at least some people involved is regime change. That seems to be coming more strongly from the Israeli side than the US side. But these are big political questions which are somewhat beyond my capacity.
I understand. Let me try and bring it back to the economic element. We have about 50 seconds left. So briefly, if you don't mind, experts have warned that oil markets could surge from about $72 a barrel to about $100 a barrel. Is there a point, given the fact that the Trump administration pays close attention to the way the markets behave, do you think that there will reach a price that will factor into a decision about when to end the war?
I think that's right. Already we're seeing about 50 cents on a gallon of oil, increases predicted by the markets. If the price of oil, in my view, goes to around $120 a barrel, that's the point at which you start seeing a real pain threshold in terms of inflationary pressure. And that's very difficult for central banks because we're coming out of a recent inflationary period in which many think central banks didn't act strongly enough against that inflation. That isn't my view, but that's the view of many. So there will be pressure on central banks to raise interest rates, and that can trigger a whole range of negative consequences, not least for countries of the global south. We're seeing some serious pressure in emerging market exchange rates today in the wake of the COVID pandemic and the interest rate hikes by the Federal Reserve. Those lower income countries were particularly hard hit, and already we're starting to see strains in some of those markets. So I think above about $110, $120 a barrel, you really start to see some of these dominoes falling in terms of these knock-on effects.
Joe Mitchell, we really appreciate you giving us the benefit of your expertise in this. Thank you very much indeed for being with us on Al Jazeera.
Thank you.
Hashim Al-Kharam is a Saudi political analyst. He says Iran's decision to attack countries in the Middle East is a major mistake.
Let's look at the Iranian strategy. Iran is targeting energy sites, civilian infrastructure. And in my view, this has backfired. When your strategy is launching hundreds of missiles and drones at all GCC states, thinking that you could coerce Gulf states into urging US to de-escalate, this firebacks. You're actually doing the opposite. You erode trust, you accelerate GCC military buildup, and also GCC-US ties. And more importantly, Iran risks GCC retaliation if energy hits continue. And I think this is the actual red line. They will eliminate moderate Gulf voices and positions once for all if they continue targeting the oil facilities and gas facilities in the Gulf. At the current moment, de-escalation or any involvement of the Gulf faces huge barriers. As we have seen, Iran rejects talks under any attacks. The signals from the US shows that this will take weeks, not days. I think we are at the beginning, not the end of this war. And I think that the harder hits are ahead. Also, there is this shifting US goals, which complicates any off-ramps or any Gulf intervention or mediation. There is also, I think, my fear is a risk of a broader war. Iran proxies involvement, Houthis, also other parties such as Europe, or also, GCC involvement. And this will be a different and a totally different dynamic that we do not want to see.
France and Greece plan to send anti-drone systems to Cyprus after a British base was attacked. An Iranian-made drone caused limited damage and no casualties. About 1,000 people have been moved to safety. UK media are reporting the government is considering sending a warship to protect its assets in the region. Zon Seropoulos reports from Akrotiri.
I'm standing outside the British sovereign military base at Akrotiri on the southern coast of Cyprus, where a nearby village has been evacuated for precautionary reasons. 1,000 people have been moved into relatives' homes. About 100 of them have been put up in hotels. But there are no procedures in place, we're told by the local mayor, for such evacuations. They are now deliberating on how to put civil protection procedures. There are no sirens, for example. There's no way to warn people of an incoming air attack. And they are trying to tally all of the transport means at their disposal, such as local municipal buses and other vehicles to transport people in the event of another aerial attack. The evacuation happened because late on Sunday night, a single drone flew into the British sovereign base and struck a hangar. Luckily, it didn't detonate. We presume that explosives experts at the base are now occupied in defusing it. But 2 more drones flew towards the base on Monday, and we're told that they fell into the sea with no intervention from the base itself, although that remains an open question, whether electronic warfare means were used to intercept and down those drones. The Republic of Cyprus as a whole is now doing what the local municipality is doing. They are talking with their European partners to formulate an integrated political crisis response in order to have procedures in place should further air attacks happen.
Russia and China have criticized the US and Israeli attacks on Iran, and they're calling for an immediate halt to military operations. Russia's Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov says Moscow has seen no evidence to support claims that Iran was developing nuclear weapons, the main justification given by Washington for the attacks.
We repeatedly hear statements about the goals of this war. We still see no evidence that Iran was developing nuclear weapons, which was the main, if not the only, justification for the war. There is proof provided by both the IAEA and the American intelligence professionals that Iran did not manufacture and did not try to produce nuclear weapons.
The United States and Israel's military strikes against Iran without authorization from the UN Security Council violate international law. China is deeply concerned about the spread of war into neighboring countries. We urge all parties to stop military operations and prevent further spread of the war.
One of the first groups of passengers to make it out of the conflict zone have arrived in London's Heathrow Airport. They departed Abu Dhabi, which is offering limited flights. Much of the airspace in other parts of the Middle East remains closed.
Hit that subscribe button
Thousands
now.
of flights have
Thank
been
you.
cancelled, stranding tens of thousands of passengers. The closure of major transit airports in the region has significantly impacted travel between Africa, Asia, and Europe. The US-Israeli war in Iran is costing millions of dollars a day. If the conflict continues for several weeks or months, total economic and military costs could reach into the tens or potentially hundreds of billions of dollars. John Hendren reports from Washington, D.C.
3 American F-15 jets plunged to the ground in Kuwait. All 6 crew members eject to safety, but the jets, costing $94 million apiece, are lost.
Thank you for subscribing to Truth Talks Live.
Today,
Be
we
sure to
grieve
like
for
this
the
video
4
now
heroic
to
American
keep our
service
algorithm
members who have been
high.
killed in action, and send our love and support to their families.
But the financial cost can be calculated, and they are in the billions of dollars and counting. 2 massive aircraft carrier strike groups, the USS Abraham Lincoln and the USS Gerald Ford, each cost $6.5 million a day to operate. That's $390 million a month. Some in Congress say the cost of President Trump's war is too high.
Trump says his goal is to topple the Iranian regime. But the American people are tired of regime change wars that cost us billions of dollars and risk our lives.
The 37-hour strike on Iran's nuclear facilities in June, dubbed Operation Midnight Hammer, totaled $2.25 billion. This time, President Trump says the war could last 4 to 5 weeks. If so, costs are likely to range into the hundreds of billions. There is the cost of munitions. The bunker busters dropped on Iran's nuclear sites cost $10 million to $20 million apiece. For the sites targeted by Iranian bombs at American bases throughout the Middle East alone, rebuilding will cost millions, possibly billions. Those direct costs are all paid by American taxpayers, but as consumers, Americans and others will pay more in higher oil costs and in sinking stock values.
Thank you for subscribing to Truth Talks Live. Be sure to like this video now to keep our algorithm high.
9 countries combined, in fact. That's 3 times more than China, nearly 7 times more than Russia. And since 2001, the U.S. has spent an estimated $5.8 trillion funding more than 2 decades of war in the Middle East and Afghanistan. And with the war in Iran, that tally is on the rise. How long the war lasts could be determined in part by how long Americans are willing to bear the financial and human toll of war. John Hendren, Al Jazeera, Washington.
Thank you for subscribing to Truth Talks Live. Be sure to like this video now to keep our algorithm high.
This is Al Jazeera with our continuing extensive coverage of the conflict between the US, Israel, and Iran. I'm Rob Matheson. At least 787 people have been killed across Iran since Saturday. That's according to the Red Crescent. Multiple buildings have been targeted, including one in Qom. It hosts meetings of the Assembly of Experts, which chooses the new supreme leader. As we speak, that joint offensive by Israel and the US is continuing. The pictures you're seeing now are from the cities of Isfahan, Khomeini-Shar, and Tehran. The capital's Mehrabad airport has also been hit. Funerals have been held in the Iranian city of Minab for some of the 168 people killed in a US-Israeli attack. The strike on Saturday hit a girls' school. Most of the victims were children. Forensic teams are still trying to identify some of the remains. US President Donald Trump has rejected new talks with Iran, saying it's too late. In a previous post, he said the US has a virtually unlimited supply of weapons with which to attack Iran. Iran has been retaliating with drone and missile strikes hitting Gulf states. One of the latest attacks was at Fujairah port in the United Arab Emirates. Air defenses intercepted a drone and the debris sparked a fire. Iran has carried out more than 1,700 strikes across the Middle East in 4 days. 2 drones struck the U.S. Embassy in Saudi Arabia's capital, Riyadh. The defense ministry said a small fire broke out and the building sustained minor damages. The U.S. State Department has ordered non-emergency government personnel and their families to leave Saudi Arabia, as well as Jordan, Iraq, Bahrain, Qatar, the UAE, and Kuwait. And there's no let-up in Israel's attacks on the Lebanese capital, Beirut. The military says it's destroying Hezbollah command centers and weapons storage facilities. Israel's defense minister has authorized troops to take control of additional positions in southern Lebanon. Hezbollah says it downed an Israeli drone in that area. Now, we've got a team of correspondents following developments from Tehran, Ramallah, and Washington, D.C. We're going to go straight to Mohammed Val in the Iranian capital. Those attacks still going on. Just talk us through what's been going on in the last several hours.
You're watching Morning News on Truth Talks Live.
Yes, Rob, attacks haven't abated over the last several hours and even throughout tonight. Starting midnight, there were waves of attacks across the capital, Tehran. And during the last few hours, smoke rose from all corners of the city. Of course, we don't have reports from the authorities about the targets that have been hit. No official reports or details given, but we have some sources close to the government talking about some of the places that have been hit, including the Mehrabad airport. That's the second most important airport in the country. It is located in Tehran. We understand that there are some military and security facilities around that airport, but also it is not very far from residential areas. Payam Airport area in Kharaj, that's a place where a warning by the Israeli army has been issued for civilians to evacuate. And also the other place is Hakimiyya. Hakimiyya has been under attack just a while ago, a few minutes after an evacuation order was sent by the Israeli army through social media to the Iranian people. But it was difficult for most Iranians to see that evacuation order because there is a blackout in the internet here. This is one of the main problems facing civilians here. Also, other cities like Qom was the target of several strikes. One of them was against the Assembly of Experts headquarters. That's not the main headquarters, but is one of the buildings where they used to sit. This is the assembly made up of 88 members that is going to elect the new supreme leader of Iran. So that hit is a kind of message by Israel that it is not going to allow that to happen in a smooth manner. Aside from Qom, we have Shiraz, we have Kharaj, west of Tehran, we have also Pave in Kurdistan. These are some of the cities that have been hit over the last several hours. On the other hand, the Iranian Revolutionary Guard is talking about the 15th wave of what it calls Operation True Promise number 4. And they have, in that 15th wave, they talk about sending missiles and drones against targets across the Gulf region, against US bases in Bahrain and in Kuwait. In consistency with what they have been saying over the last few days, that Iran has the means and the capability to strike wherever any attack came from, without, of course, meaning to be aggressive against neighbors, just for no reason, saying that the places that are hit have all to do with American interests and American bases, military bases in the region.
Well, Qatar's foreign ministry says Iran has crossed every possible red line and the country reserves the right to retaliate. The spokesperson addressed media a short while ago.
The red lines have already been crossed. The attack on our sovereignty, the blatant attack on our people, on the security and safety of our nation, it has already crossed every possible red line. And therefore, we have taken all possible measures, and we reserve the right to retaliate. And as I said, our leaders are considering right now all the options on the ground. Our main focus right now is in protecting our sovereignty, protecting our people, protecting the residents who live here in Qatar of 140 nationalities. And we, as mentioned before, our armed forces, our great armed forces, are doing a wonderful job in protecting our country very bravely, and have shown their capability in defending our country against any threat. So our focus right now is on that. Regarding communicating with Iran, at the moment there are no ongoing communications. As I said, we are focused on protecting our sovereignty.
Dr. Majid Al-Ansari is also taking to social media, saying Qatar has not been part of the campaign targeting Iran. We're exercising our right in self-defense and deterring Iranian attacks against our country. We urge media outlets to use credible Qatari sources when reporting on Qatar. Hussein Basrawi is here in Doha with more on why Qatar is deeply concerned about the recent Iranian attacks.
The foreign ministry spokesman really speaking very plainly. And this is a country, Qatar and Iran have enjoyed very warm relations for years. They've been close allies. They share the largest natural gas field in the world. And for the relationship to break down so quickly over the course of the 4 days really just does illustrate how upset Qatar and other GCC countries are at the level of Iran's retaliation. Now, Iran has said all along that this is what they would do if they were attacked. And perhaps from the point of view of an observer and an analyst, you can see the strategic value in carrying out this kind of broad, sweeping attack on its neighbors. What we have heard, we've seen reporting in Bloomberg earlier this morning saying that the leaders of the UAE and Qatar have been reaching out to the E3, Germany, France, and the United Kingdom, to try to convince the United States to end this conflict, to try to place pressure on them after the first 3 or 4 days of this conflict. But what we are seeing is the breakdown of political collateral that has for years been spent on trying to develop a warm relationship between the Arab states and Iran. Majid Al-Ansari going on to talk about how the focus now is to protect the country and everyone living in it. With regards to the jets that were shot down, he made it clear that all rules of engagement were observed to the letter. Pilots were warned, and when their trajectory was determined to be Doha, that's when these two Sukhoi jets that flew into Qatari airspace last night were shot down. And he says that the fate of the pilots are unknown, but if there are any other future attacks on Qatari sovereignty, the Qatari government, the Qatari military will deal with it in the same way.
Okay, let's go back to Mohammed Val in Tehran for us. So Zain was talking about the attacks that we've been seeing here in Qatar. Meanwhile, more Iranian attacks on neighboring Gulf countries.
Well, that's right, Rob. As I said before, there is a little bit of obscurity around the Iranian official position towards these attacks. All the communiques, all the statements that we get from the authorities here in Iran is about American bases, American military bases in those countries. They're not hiding that they are targeting those bases, but there is no single official statement in which the government of Iran officially owns an attack on any oil facility, either in Saudi Arabia or in Qatar. Instead, we have sources close to the government talking about sabotage in this respect. But the surprising thing here is that if that's the case, maybe the president here in Iran or someone at the highest level should say that clearly to the public, also to the neighbors. But that's not something that we have seen them doing. So there is a lot of confusion about the narrative here in Iran about how they are explaining to people and to the neighbors what's going on. They haven't owned those attacks on oil facilities, either in Qatar, gas facilities in Qatar, or in Saudi Arabia. And they are sending messages from close sources or somebody close to them sending messages about possibility of sabotage by other parties, particularly, namely Israel. But at the same time, I mean, people here are wondering why there is no clear declaration about this from the Iranian government.
Mohammed Val, bringing us up to date there from Tehran. Mohammed, thank you very much indeed. We're going to go to our White House correspondent, Kimberly Harkett. She's joining us now from Washington. I understand that President Trump has put something out. I believe it might be on Truth Social. What's he been saying?
Yes, that's right. The U.S. president has been doubling down on this assertion that essentially he has abandoned diplomacy for now, after saying it was always his preferred option. In his latest Truth Social post, the U.S. president writes, "Their air defense, Air Force, Navy, and leadership," referring to Iran, "is gone. They want to talk. I said, too late." Now, why this is important is because the U.S. president is essentially saying that any chance at diplomacy is now irrelevant. In fact, the U.S. president on Monday said that there had been a deal. He didn't specify when, but we presume it was last week in Geneva when those talks were being mediated by Oman, and that there was a deal twice. But he says it was Iran that backed out, and that's when the president said he no longer wants to, in his words, deal with these people. So the U.S. president is insinuating that Iran no longer has the leverage to resolve this any other way than militarily. Having said that, though, when it comes to the timeline of where things are headed, it's very unclear. The U.S. president has given a number of different timelines, initially saying around 4 weeks. Now, in his latest Truth Social post, or a recent Truth Social post, he has said that there is unlimited ammunition and the U.S. could go on forever if it needed to, which is an interesting choice of words for a president who promised Americans that he would get the country out of foreign entanglements.
It's our White House correspondent, Kimberly Harkett. Thank you very much indeed. We're going to bring in Phil Lavelle, who's live with us from Washington, D.C. Secretary of State Marco Rubio is expected to brief members of Congress. Do we have any idea what he might be saying?
Well, they're going to want to drill down on a number of those points that Kimberly was just talking about. They're going to want answers to questions about why this happened now. Was there an imminent threat? Remember, President Trump had alluded to the fact that when he made that statement on Saturday morning that Iranian missiles could soon hit the American homeland. But they're also going to want to know what's going to happen going forward. So they're going to want answers to a number of those questions surrounding that. And it's going to be Marco Rubio's second time on the Hill in as many days. He was there Monday evening. He spoke to the Gang of Eight. That's the nickname for the congressional leaders with security clearance. He's back on Tuesday with the defense secretary and also the head of the CIA, where they're going to be addressing congressional leaders again. And then there's going to be this vote at some point this week, perhaps today, perhaps tomorrow, and it's a bipartisan vote on the War Powers Act. Now, this is really significant because if it passes, then it would limit the president's powers unless there is an act of Congress. But nobody expects it to pass. That's because Democrats would need 5 people to move across to support them. The Republicans feel very confident that they've got the votes, that there's not going to be anybody that deviates from that. Mike Johnson, the Speaker of the House, has already alluded to that. But so you might say, well, why bother? The reason for this is because Democrats say they want it on record who voted for it and who voted against it. Some lawmakers haven't yet said how they're going to vote, even though pretty much everybody expects them to vote in a particular way. But because of the lessons learned from Iraq and Afghanistan, they want to know for history who voted in which direction, because this could come back to haunt people later down the line.
Bring us up to date there from Washington, D.C. Phil Lavelle, thank you very much. Well, smoke still hangs over the capital, Lebanon, as Israeli strikes continue to target the city. Sienna Khoda has been following the latest developments from Beirut.
This conflict is escalating. Israel escalating its strikes, targeting buildings in Beirut's southern suburbs, the cluster of neighborhoods that you see behind me. A few hours ago, we saw 2 strikes come in just minutes apart. They came in without prior warning. At times, the Israeli military warns that they intend to target a building, but when they don't give these prior warnings, it is usually a targeted killing, a targeted assassination. The Israeli army is saying that they targeted a meeting of Hezbollah military commanders. We do not have independent confirmation. There have been strikes across southern Lebanon as well over the past 24 hours since Hezbollah fired rockets across the border in support of Iran and in retaliation for the killing of the late Iranian leader Ali Khamenei. Israel promising Hezbollah is going to pay a heavy price, promising to intensify strikes. They forced people from their homes across southern Lebanon. People made their way further north. They forced people out of Beirut's southern suburbs behind me. So Lebanon also experiencing a humanitarian crisis, but Hezbollah too, very much defiant. Since the early hours of the morning, they've carried out at least 6 attacks, claiming to have targeted an Israeli Merkava tank as it advanced into Lebanese territory.
The UN Refugee Agency estimates at least 30,000 people have been displaced in Lebanon since the Israeli attacks escalated on Monday. Thousands are heading towards the border with Syria, among them Syrian refugees who've been living in Lebanon. Awaida Hito reports from the Syria-Lebanon border.
As the Israeli airstrikes in Lebanon intensify, the humanitarian crisis continues to grow. What you're seeing here is waves of Syrian refugees, for the most part, returning from Lebanon into their home country. Women and children, entire families, some of them who have been on the road for more than 24 hours, packing all of their things into their cars, tying their mattresses and suitcases and belongings onto the roofs of the cars, and making their way to the Syrian border. This is the Jdeida Yabus border crossing. All of the people that are arriving are entering into this administrative office where they are trying to sort out their administrative paperwork before making their way into the country. Authorities here say they are prepared to accept all of the Syrians who are going to be returning in the coming days. And they say that they are also going to be accepting foreigners, including Lebanese citizens who want to enter. Since we've been here, we have seen people from foreign countries who are entering, who have fled Lebanon due to the ongoing bombardment. We've also seen Lebanese citizens who are entering, most of them having some kind of familial relations to people here in Syria. But the government here says despite the ongoing escalation in Lebanon, they are prepared to accept as many people as necessary. The Ministry of Disasters and Emergency Management is on site along with the United Nations and several UN agencies providing emergency services to the people that arrive. But unfortunately for everyone here, they're exhausted and there's no clear end to this recent escalation. And they say they're concerned about what the days and weeks ahead are going to look like. Awaida Hito, Al Jazeera, Syrian-Lebanese border.
Your order is live for us in the occupied West Bank. No, we understand that Israel is intending to push soldiers further into southern Lebanon. How is Israel justifying these incursions? And do we have any indication about any sort of timeline or physically how far they intend to go?
Well, let's start with the last bit. There is no time frame, no time limit on this operation, Rob. In fact, the Israeli Minister of Defense has said that this assault on Lebanon, on Hezbollah, may outlast Israel's war on Iran. Of course, all of that remains to be seen. Now, as per the justification, Israel doesn't feel the need to justify what it's doing because for the past 2.5 years, it has been implementing its doctrine of extraterritoriality, meaning that Israel creates buffer zones on other countries' land bordering Israel in the name of self-defense. We saw that in Syria, with Israel occupying additional territory in the Golan Heights as soon as the Assad regime fell. We saw that in Lebanon as well, with Israel maintaining military presence on occupied Lebanese territory even after reaching a ceasefire agreement with Hezbollah, an agreement that, as we've been hearing from Zaina, was really one-sided because Israel never stopped bombing Lebanon. Now that territory will be expanded. That sphere of control will be expanded, and the Israeli military and government are vowing to continue with these punishing airstrikes against Hezbollah targets and leaders until the group is crushed.
Noor, thank you very much indeed. Noor Ode there talking to us from the occupied West Bank.
Thank you for subscribing to Truth Talks Live. Be sure to like this
to
video now to keep our algorithm high.
With briefings and press conferences. Al Jazeera's Rosalind Jordan reports from Washington, D.C.
Nearly 72 hours after the U.S. and Israel started bombing Iranian military and civilian targets, the official notification from U.S. President Donald Trump to Congress about his decision to declare war. The threat to the United States and its allies and partners became untenable. It is not possible at this time to know the full scope and duration of military operations that may be necessary. Earlier on Monday, Trump explained why now.
This was our last best chance to strike what we're doing right now and eliminate the intolerable threats posed by this sick and sinister regime.
A point the U.S. military later stressed on social media. U.S. forces have destroyed Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps command and control facilities, Iranian air defense capabilities, missile and drone launch sites, and military airfields. Congressional Democrats have called the attacks illegal since Congress did not authorize them.
There needs to be the proof of an imminent threat to American interests. I still don't think that standard has been met.
Republicans say they'll oppose Democratic efforts to force the White House to end the operation now.
I think the idea that we would move a War Powers Act vote right now, I mean, it will be forced to the floor, but the idea that we would take the ability of our commander-in-chief, the president, take his authority away right now to finish this job is a frightening prospect to me. It's dangerous.
The conflict has caused the price of crude oil to jump. Analysts say U.S. drivers will be affected.
Higher gas prices are a frustration to people, and they certainly make a difference in their overall budget. But typically, it's not a deal breaker for most people. They're not going to stay at home just because gas prices have bumped up a little bit.
U.S. officials aren't predicting just how long the operation will take. They're not ruling out deploying U.S. ground troops in Iran, meaning more tough questions from members of Congress when the Secretary of State and other officials brief them later on Tuesday. Rosalind Jordan, Al Jazeera, Washington.
Well, joining me now is Mohamed Al-Masri, Professor of Media Studies at the Doha Institute for Graduate Studies, and Paul Musgrave, Associate Professor of Government at Georgetown University here in Qatar. Very good to have you with us, gentlemen. Paul, I want to ask you, first of all, in terms of the U.S. strategy, it's a big question, as Rosalind Jordan was just outlining there. There are so many different elements to this, so many different interpretations of what is being said by different people. Now, my question is that a deliberate policy? And if so, does that allow the U.S. a degree of flexibility in the way that it approaches this conflict? Or does it work against them?
Well, I think one of the hallmarks of the Trump administration is that a lot of their approaches to every facet of policy is chaotic. And sometimes it's hard to say, is this noise, is this signal? Because we're dealing with an administration that has very little of a policy process, that has no interagency coordination. And so sometimes it could be strategy. It could be Trump trying to preserve negotiating room. And sometimes it could just be that the administration doesn't know what they want. I think that from yesterday, with President Trump's articulation of 4
firmer, easier to track goals, not all of which are probably attainable, we're now moving into something where there might be something that looks like an off-ramp, perhaps the degradation of IRGC and Iranian military capabilities. But it could also be that what America wants and what Israel wants aren't the same. And actions like we've just seen in Iran could be one way for Israel to prevent the United States from finding off-ramps that Trump might want.
I want to bring that point up with you, Mohammed, because again, there is this question. It is a joint operation that was initiated by Israel with that first attack. But in terms of what Paul was just describing there, if there is this sort of vagueness, for want of a better phrase, about what the end game is as far as the US is concerned, Benjamin Netanyahu has been extremely clear about what he intends for Iran. So what's your assessment of the kind of dynamic, if you like, between the way the US is doing this compared to the way that Israel is doing this?
Well, what I would say is that Benjamin Netanyahu has been getting his way for the most part with Donald Trump for 14 months. And I think we're seeing more of that now with this attack on Iran. I thought it was interesting yesterday what Secretary of State Marco Rubio said. He essentially he admitted that Israel had sort of twisted America's arm to get into this war. They sort of forced the American hand, if you will. And I thought that was an absolutely stunning admission from a U.S. Secretary of State. And now this is becoming a real crisis for the Trump administration because Donald Trump is very plugged into social media. Undoubtedly, he's seeing all of the criticism that he's getting, not from Democrats, but from MAGA Republicans. Marjorie Taylor Greene, Tucker Carlson, Candace Owens, Matt Walsh, the Hoge twins, Megyn Kelly, all of these people that I just mentioned have millions of social media followers. Even Nick Fuentes, the popular white nationalist and a MAGA, America First Republican, went to his social media platform yesterday and encouraged Republicans to vote Democrat in the upcoming midterm elections. So this is becoming a crisis. Trump is aware of this. He's seeing the opinion polling data showing that only 27% of Americans support the war policy and that 55% of Republicans support the policy, only 55%, which is a very low figure. George Bush had 93% Republican support for the war, the invasion of Iraq in 2003, for instance. So I think that, to Paul's point, I think that the administration is kind of flying by the seat of its pants a little bit and trying to adjust to what Israel has pushed them into.
I want to bring in Robert Pape. He's a professor of political science at the University of Chicago. He's the author of The Escalation Trap on the online platform Substack. He's joining us now from Chicago. It's really good to have you with us on Al Jazeera. Thank you very much indeed. The bulk of the combat that we're seeing so far, particularly on the side of Israel and the US, is driven by air power, as well as, of course, backed up by missiles and so on. If the ultimate goal is regime change, is that the most effective way of managing to do it without actually having to put boots on the ground?
President Trump is up against the weight of history, not just simply Iran. For over a century, states have been trying to topple regimes with air power alone. Over a century. And it has never, and I'm choosing my words carefully, never worked. What you are seeing play out in real time is the escalation trap. That's why I started this Substack just literally a week before the bombing, because this is fully predictable. It's unfolding exactly in the stages I lay out. And you are seeing that the war is now widening, and this is all fully predictable.
Paul, I want to come back to you because in terms of off-ramps, Donald Trump has already said, and our correspondent Kimberly Halkett was referring to it earlier, he was suggesting that the Iranian leadership had been in charge with him and they wanted to talk, but it was far too late. And the head of Iran's national security has been refuting media reports, saying, we never intended to talk in the first place. We're not going to talk to the US. Is there a sense that there is a genuine disinclination to have any talks at the moment, given what's going on? Or is it also the case that neither side wants to be seen to be making that first step?
I think that you've got it exactly right. It is too early for either side to begin serious negotiations in public. And we should always remember that we don't know what's happening in back channels. There can be other means of communication, other ways that you can keep lines open. One complication here is that the Iranian leadership has been decapitated, and we've seen further moves to preserve that decapitation, which makes it literally hard to conduct negotiations, both in the sense that there may not be anybody with operational or political control to negotiate with, but also in the sense that every time you have a strike like that, it is harder for the other side to give in or make concessions because it looks like they were pushed. The Trump administration can't back away from this war now, having just begun it, because they are invested, at least for a little while. And now the Iranians can't give in because they've just suffered a severe deterrence failure because we're in a war that nobody, presumably in Iran, wanted. And they have to be shown to be at least credible enough that in a little while, if negotiations do take place, it doesn't look like they were pushed or that they lost.
I want to come back to you, Robert, if you don't mind, because you mentioned a phrase there, the escalation trap, and I'm really interested in that because there are, to me, it sounds like there are many different elements that could cause that to happen. Can you just sort of dig in a little bit more about what you mean about, and particularly in relation to this circumstance, how you see that may apply?
Oh, of course. Yes, of course. Stage one is where the smart bombs are near 100% tactically successful. You kill the leader in this case. Stage two is where you don't actually succeed strategically. And that's what you're seeing. Iran is now fully capable of retaliation and continued retaliation. Yes, dispersed, but nonetheless very, very powerful. I'm sure tourism is dropping like a rock across the Persian Gulf, which is almost surely the intended aim of many of these strikes. And moreover, the supreme leader being killed means that a threshold has been crossed where politics has now changed inside of Iran, changed inside of the regime. It's no longer the same regime. It's a regime much more willing to take risk, the society much more willing to bear risk. And so what you are seeing is we are in now stage two of the escalation trap, and Iran now is more and more in control of escalation than the United States.
Gentlemen, I want to thank you all. I want to thank Robert Pape in Chicago, Mohammed Al-Masri, of course, and Paul Musgrave as well for your expertise. Thank you very much indeed. I'm Rob Matheson with Al Jazeera's continuing coverage of the conflict between the US, Israel and Iran. Israel's military has issued more forced evacuation orders for areas in Tehran. The Iranian capital has been bombarded continuously by a joint US-Israeli offensive. At least 787 people have been killed across Iran since Saturday. Iran's been retaliating with drone and missile strikes hitting Gulf states. One of the latest attacks was at Fujairah port in the United Arab Emirates. Iran has carried out more than 1,700 strikes across the Middle East in 4 days. And 2 drones struck the U.S. Embassy in Saudi Arabia's capital, Riyadh. The Defense Ministry said a small fire broke out and the building sustained minor damages. The U.S. State Department's ordered non-emergency government personnel and their families to leave Saudi Arabia, as well as Jordan, Iraq, Bahrain, Qatar, the UAE, and Kuwait. And there's no let up in Israel's attacks on the Lebanese capital, Beirut. The military says it's destroying Hezbollah command centers and weapons storage facilities. Israel's defense ministers authorized troops to take control of additional positions in southern Lebanon. Hezbollah says it's downed an Israeli drone in that area.
Thank you for subscribing to Truth Talks Live. Be sure to like this video now to keep our algorithm high.
You're watching Morning News on Truth Talks Live. Hit that subscribe button now. Thank you.
He doesn't have a strategy. He doesn't have a philosophy. He doesn't do policy the way anybody listening to this program understands the word. And I think it's a political problem for him internationally. It's a political problem for him domestically. The president has to make the case to the American people why this is in their interest to engage in these hostilities. I think the case is plain and can be made very effectively. But right now, that's not happening. And if that communications problem isn't corrected, Trump will have serious domestic political ramifications to face. I think the Israelis know exactly what they're doing. Their premier object is regime change, and it has been for some time. Bibi Netanyahu has been thinking about regime change in Iran longer than I have. And the United States knows that that's Israel's objective, and we are assisting them, as we should. We provided intelligence, which together with Israeli intelligence allowed them to carry out many of the strikes in the opening hours of the campaign, particularly the one that got the supreme leader. So it's pretty hard to argue that regime change isn't certainly one of the objectives of the two-country coalition that's engaged in this. I think Israel shares the other U.S. objectives too, but the key point, the logic behind this is to eliminate the nuclear weapons program, to eliminate Iran's support for terrorism, you have to eliminate the regime in power. If you don't do that, if you simply wound it and diminish its capacities, it will grow back, and in some period of time, we'll be right back where we were before this attack started.
Well, joining me again is Mohammed Al-Masri, Professor of Media Studies at the Doha Institute for Graduate Studies, and Paul Musgrave, Associate Professor of Government at Georgetown University here in Qatar. Thank you very much indeed for staying with us, gentlemen. Mohammed, I want to ask you first. We've seen Iran carrying out attacks on Gulf nations. They've also been targeting specific economically important areas like the Ras Laffan oil refinery and various other areas around the Gulf. What kind of pressure do you think Gulf nations can bring on the United States? And would they feel obliged to do that under the circumstances?
Well, first of all, we have to recognize that this is an asymmetric war. Iran cannot fight the U.S. and Israel. And so what it's trying to do is make this very expensive, very costly, very painful for everyone involved, whether they are direct party or indirect in their view, and this has become painful for the Gulf countries, for Qatar, for Saudi Arabia, for the UAE, Bahrain, the other Gulf countries. And to answer your question, yeah, there is pressure that can be brought to bear by the Gulf countries. They do have a collective weight. They do have collective power. Let's not forget that Qatar, the UAE, and Saudi Arabia pledged almost $2 trillion as investments in the United States economy. That is something that they could be in the United States economy. That is something that they could dangle, particularly if this goes on, right? Then there are other things. I mean, there are other levers that they can pull. I think the question, becomes though, is the leverage that they have, or does the leverage that they have outweigh the leverage that Israel has over the United States?
Let's talk about
over the United States.
Let's talk about going forward the relationship between the Gulf states and the U.S. because obviously they are good. They have played host to U.S. bases and U.S. troops and various other elements of U.S. infrastructure, if you like. That dynamic has over the years worked extremely well, but now, of course, they're seeing a very different side to this. What do you think is the relationship going to be between Gulf states and the United States going forward?
Well, let's imagine that what comes out of the current conflict is a temporarily weakened but more hardline Iran. We have all seen, those of us who live here in the Gulf, that Iranian weapons pose a threat to the energy, the infrastructure, the way of life here in the Gulf. And the Gulf states are strong, they're sovereign, but they will still require external security allies to help protect them and to help maintain their security. And in a sense, that means that there will still be a potentially major role for the United States. But there's going to have to be a lot of trust rebuilt because all the work that Gulf leaders have done in order to cultivate ties, political, cultural, social, economic, with the United States, those are being tested. One thing I would add to this very great analysis is that in the Republican coalition and in the United States, this war is not popular. And the more that this war is tied to an unpopular Israeli government, the easier it is to begin to lobby against this and to begin to lobby for off-ramps and for something that preserves the relationship, preserves the foundation of a wider American role with a greater array of partners here.
There's been a variety of different interpretations of the relationships that the Gulf countries have had over the years with Iran, particularly. You mentioned trust there, Paul. Mohammed, how... This is perhaps a slightly naive question, given that we're only like 4 days into this conflict. We don't know when it's going to end. But at some point, let's assume that it does. Where does that leave Iran with regard to not just the US and the rest of the world, but its neighboring Gulf states?
I mean, it's going to be very tricky. I mean, it's going to be very tricky, and that's putting it lightly. I mean, think about this from the Qatari perspective, right? Qatar has actually had very warm relations with Iran. When the Saudi-led Axis initiated a blockade against Qatar in 2017, it was Iran that was actually providing Qatar with a lot of aid and support. And that has been reciprocated at various points in time. And now you have Iran attacking Qatar, right? This is a kind of, it's going to be seen as a betrayal of trust. It's going to be very difficult to mend that relationship. It will take time and a lot of trust building, but Iran is going to be isolated, certainly from the Gulf countries for some time. This might change Gulf relations with Iran for a generation, perhaps.
Paul, we've heard that Benjamin Netanyahu certainly has an intention that there should be a regime change in Iran. The US says that that's one of its goals as well. Is there a scenario, do you think, in which the Gulf countries, the Gulf states, may have some influence over who eventually runs Iran?
Well, that's a hypothetical I'm not sure I want to get into, but that does point to some of the central political tensions here, which is the United States at the beginning was describing this as a regime change operation. Israel has continued to describe it forcefully in those terms. The United States has been ambivalent about this and increasingly ambivalent. And we talked earlier about Secretary of State Rubio's discussion about why the United States scuppered its negotiations with Iran and went into the war the way it did. Well, it was because of Israeli pressure to go through with the decapitation strike. Now, that's pushing on an open door. The Trump administration isn't being led by the nose here. They want to do something like this. But you do begin to see these divergences over what the United States and Israel want. For all that President Trump says that he's fine with this going on 4 or 5 weeks or even longer, let's be frank, that is not going to get more and more popular in the United States as the costs of this war mount in every direction. Instead, what I think you see is the United States seeking to get something that looks like a resolution, something that looks like a win, something that allows President Trump to keep those cost of living increases down. And in that sense, there would be an opening for the Gulf to begin to say, we need to bring this to a close, we need stability. But that could put them on the opposite side of a government that does not want stability in Iran, which sets up a future conflict.
Paul Moser, Mohammed Al-Masri, we appreciate it, gentlemen. Thank you very much indeed. Well, the conflict is starting to look to have consequences for the US stock market, with the Dow Jones Industrial Average falling nearly more than 1,000 points since the start of trading on Tuesday. Other major indices have also seen sharp declines, including the Nasdaq, the S&P 500, and the Russell 2000. Traders are fearing rapidly rising oil prices are going to put pressure on the entire global economy. And the turmoil in the markets has also hit Europe and Asia as the closure of the Strait of Hormuz. Be sure to like this video now to keep our algorithm high. South Korean regulators briefly halted trading after the benchmark Kospi index tumbled by as much as 6.4%. East Asian economies are highly dependent on imported gas and oil. European gas prices jumped another 30% on Tuesday to the highest level in 3 years, signaling some of the highest rises since Russia's attack on Ukraine. Kristen Salumi is joining me now live from New York. Talk to us about how the markets are going at the moment.
Yeah, markets have tumbled since the opening bell amid renewed concerns about the conflict in the Middle East and how long it might last. And we've seen oil prices rising here as well as a result. Now, on Monday, the markets did trend lower before recovering by the end of the day. They had pretty much expected the attack and priced it in. But since Monday, what we've seen happen is the head of the Revolutionary Guard in Iran threatening that any ships through the Strait of Hormuz could be set on fire. We've seen drone attacks in Riyadh. We've seen Hezbollah's attacks on Tel Aviv, all suggesting that this might not wrap up as quickly as investors had initially hoped. And President Trump himself has said now that the conflict could last for weeks or more. So what we saw happen at the opening bell today is the Dow Jones at one point down more than 1,200 points, or more than 2%. That's about 2.3%. Again, they have recovered slightly since then, but all of the major stock indices are now in negative territory. And this is across the board. It's technology stocks, banking stocks, industrials, all trading lower. We are seeing more money going into bonds, which is considered a safe haven when times are uncertain. So I think that just speaks to the questions and uncertainty going forward. While the United States is in a better position than other parts of the world to weather the increase in fuel costs coming from the Middle East, the concern, again, is if this is prolonged, it will have that wider impact on the economy and drive up prices more generally as it continues.
And bringing us up to date with the markets there from New York, Kristen Stillman, thank you very much indeed. There are ongoing strikes in Qatar, the UAE, and Kuwait. We're going to go back to Zain Basrawi in Doha. Just talk us through what you've been seeing and hearing from where you are, Zain.
Well, this morning began with a series of attacks across cities in the GCC, including Bahrain, Oman, Saudi Arabia, and Riyadh, and here in Doha overnight. And for the rest of the day, it had been relatively quiet. Now, once again, we're seeing and we're hearing multiple loud explosions here in Doha. Presumably, those are explosions from interceptions of Iranian missiles or drones that have been striking Doha for several days now. Simultaneously, we're hearing reports of loud bangs heard in Dubai, as well as Kuwait, and loud explosions heard in Abu Dhabi as well. So what we are hearing or seeing seems to be a coordinated assault, once again, on GCC cities as far as part of Iran's retaliation for coming under attack.
Zain, from where you are, and I appreciate, obviously, you maybe can't talk about Dubai and the other cities which have been attacked just at the moment, but from what you're seeing in Dubai, is there any sort of sense amongst the people that there is a panic, or is life essentially carrying on as normally as it can be?
Well, this region is relatively no stranger to these kinds of conflicts. And in the past, in the 90s and the 80s, we've seen people, once conflicts like this tend to mushroom, there is a desire for people to leave. The majority population in this part of the world are expatriates who come here to live and work. They've built lives here. But the concern when conflicts like this tend to seem like they're going to go on for some time, people do look at trying to leave. So far, there's been no panic. Every government in the region has been regularly, routinely putting out statements to illustrate that militarily they are capable to defend their cities, to defend the populations living in them. And they assure people there is enough food and water to sustain life here for the foreseeable future. That's something that every government has been messaging ever since this conflict began from day one. Nobody wants to see a panic. Nobody wants to see an exodus of the population. But the fact of the matter is, many people are now looking at trying to get out. We've seen this in Dubai, people wanting to leave. We've seen a resumption of some flights by the UAE to begin trying to restore international air travel. But the fact of the matter is, for the most part, skies remain closed, airspace remains closed, and it is still tenuous. While there is relative calm throughout the day, these attacks, even if they happen once or twice a day, even if they are low-level attacks that carry on for some time, that will become an existential crisis for people that have made their lives in this part of the world. And just to give you an update, we have a message from Central Command from U.S. CENTCOM saying the Iranian regime is using mobile launchers to indiscriminately fire missiles in an attempt to inflict maximum harm across the region. U.S. forces are hunting these threats down, and without apology or hesitation, we are taking them out. That is the message coming from U.S. CENTCOM on their social media page. What I can tell you is that in the last few days, the profile of cities like Doha, cities like Dubai and Abu Dhabi has shifted. Here in Doha, when you're standing here looking up at the skies, there is no commercial air traffic, which was a staple of the skyline in the city, seeing airplanes coming in and out of the international airport. Now it's been replaced with very few sightings of either a C-130 Hercules U.S. aircraft, which has been part of the security posture here. You'll see those in the skies. Or you'll see military helicopters doing sorties and doing sweeps to survey the area as part of the security apparatus that is functioning over the country now. But for the most part, at the moment, attacks like these that punctuate the day, that what seems to be happening is the Iranians want to make sure Arab states begin the morning with attacks like this and end the day with attacks like this as well. And as we've seen, with multiple attacks happening simultaneously here in Dubai, in Kuwait, and Abu Dhabi, this does seem like a coordinated effort.
Zain Bashrawi bringing us up to date there from Doha. Zain, thank you very much. Iran's been targeting American bases and other infrastructure across the Gulf countries. We're now getting a clearer picture of the extent of those strikes. Official figures from across the Gulf region indicate more than 1,830 Iranian missiles and drones have been intercepted since the start of the conflict 4 days ago. The UAE says its air defenses responded to 812 drones and 186 missiles. Qatar says it successfully intercepted 98 ballistic missiles, 3 cruise missiles, 24 drones, and 2 fighter jets. Kuwait says it's detected and dealt with 178 ballistic missiles and 384 drones. Bahrain says it's shot down 70 missiles and 76 drones. All these figures are interceptions, and they don't include any strikes that made landfall.
You're watching Morning News on Truth Talk.
Saudi Arabia has not released
button
statistics
now.
on the extent of the attacks there, but statements indicate it's been targeted by at least 12 drones. Iran strongly denies attacking Oman, but the Oman news agency has quoted a security source saying it was targeted by several drones. Hesham Al-Khanam is a Saudi political analyst, and he says Iran's decision to attack countries in the Middle East is a major mistake.
For each other.
Let me take you to the White House, and this is U.S. President Donald Trump meeting with German Chancellor Friedrich Merz. Let's listen in.
Thank you for subscribing to Truth Talks Live. Be sure to like this video now to keep our algorithm high.
The relationship that we have in trade and everything else has been very strong. We've been able to do our deals, and it's been very strong. We'll obviously be talking a little bit about Iran today. And he's been helping us out. We've been very nice, actually. And that is coming along, as you see, very well. They have no Navy. It's been knocked out. They have no Air Force. It's been knocked out. They have no air detection. That's been knocked out. Their radar has been knocked out. And just about everything's been knocked out. So we'll see how we do. But we're doing very well. We have a great military. And they're doing a fantastic job. So we'll be talking about that. And we're talking about some very big trade deals. And those I know will work out too. So I just want to say it's a great honor to have you at the Oval Office, the beautiful Oval Office, beautiful White House. It's a special place, even from your standpoint. And you have some very special places too. And I look forward to being with you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you for subscribing to Truth Talks Live. Be sure to like this video now to keep our algorithm high.
Time now. Yeah. Really happy to have the opportunity to speak with you in these challenging times. We are on the same page in terms of getting this terrible regime in Tehran away. And we will talk about the day after, what will happen then if they are out. We have to talk about our trade agreement, which I would like to be in place as soon as possible. And we have to talk about Ukraine. There are too many bad guys in this world, actually. And this is an issue we have to talk about because we all want to see this war coming to an end as soon as possible. But Ukraine has to preserve its territory and their security interests. And, well, we will talk about that.
We will.
Looking forward to that.
Well, thank you for being here.
Thank you
for
your hospitality. Thank you for letting me spending the night in your guest house.
That's
it's
right.
A very, very
good,
comfortable place.
You liked it, right?
Absolutely. Yeah, great place and a famous place.
That's great. Very famous.
So many former presidents.
That's right.
Yeah.
Very famous place. Any questions, please?
Mr. President, did Israel force your hand to launch these strikes against Iran? Did Netanyahu pull the United States into this war?
No, I might have forced their hand. You see, we were having negotiations with these lunatics, and it was my opinion that they were going to attack first. They were going to attack. If we didn't do it, they were going to attack first. I felt strongly about that. And we have great negotiators, great people that do this very successfully. and have done it all their lives very successful. And based on the way the negotiation was going, I think they were going to attack first. And I didn't want that to happen. So if anything, I might have forced Israel's hand. But Israel was ready and we were ready. And we've had a very, very powerful impact because virtually everything they have has been knocked out now. Their missile count is going way down. Amazingly, they're hitting countries that were, let's call them neutral, right? They lived together for a long time. I think they were surprised. I was surprised. I think and now those countries are all fighting against them and fighting strongly against them. Someday they'll write a story and they'll say why they did that, but they hit countries that had nothing to do with what's going on. They were sort of leaving everything alone. All of a sudden they had missiles shot in, which shows you the level of evil that we're dealing with. They'll hit people that were actually at least somewhat friendly, and they had no problems with it. Also hitting only civilian places, hotels and apartment buildings, and we're hitting them where it is much more appropriate. We're hitting them very hard. And the big scale hitting goes now. They no longer have air protection. They no longer have any detection facilities at all left. And so they're gonna be in for a lot of hurt. These are bad people. These are people that killed. I guess it's 35,000. It's coming out 35,000 over the last 3 weeks. Protesters, 35,000 violently killed. So these are bad people. And the leader of the pack is gone. And as you know, 49 people were taken out in the first hit. And I guess there was another hit today on the new leadership. And it looks like that was pretty substantial also. So they're getting hit very hard, and we'll see what happens. A lot of people are coming forward. A lot of the people you would least suspect want to quit. They want to have immunity. They're asking for immunity, and probably at some point they'll be dropping, as you would say, laying down their guns. We'll see what happens. In the meantime, we're just continuing to go forward. Our military is the #1 in the world by far, and we are. Everything's big in my book. Venezuela was big. This is big. The original hit, Midnight Hammer, was big. Everything you view is big, but it's not considered very big by some standards, by some of our standards. We have a military like no other military that's ever been built.
Yeah, please. Mr. President, what's the worst case scenario that you have planned for in Iran?
Well, I don't know if there's a worst case. We have them very much beaten militarily from the military standpoint. They're still lobbing some missiles. At some point, they won't even be able to do that because we're hitting all of their carriers. We're hitting all of their missile stock. They built up all these missiles over the last few years. They had a lot of them. They've shot a lot of them, and we're knocking out a lot. I guess the worst case would be we do this, and then somebody takes over who's as bad as the previous person, right? That could happen. We don't want that to happen. That would probably be the worst. You go through this, and then in 5 years, you realize you put somebody in who was no better. So we'd like to see somebody in there that's going to bring it back for the people. And we'll see what happens with the people. They have their chance. We've said, don't do it yet. If you're going to go out and protest, don't do it yet. It's very dangerous out there. A lot of bombs are being dropped. But I would say that would be about the worst.
Do you have someone in mind right now? Because you said all the people you did have in mind have been taken out. What do you
Well,
think
most of the
that
people we had in
process-
mind are dead. So, we had some in mind from that group that is dead. And now we have another group. They may be dead also, based on reports. So I guess you have a third wave coming in. Pretty soon we're not going to know anybody. But we have... Venezuela was so incredible because we did the attack and we kept government totally intact. And we have Delcy, who's been very good. We have the whole chain of command, and they've been, look, the relationship's been great. We've taken out 100 million barrels of oil already. And a big part of that goes to them and a big part goes to us. And it's been great. We paid for the war many times over, and we're going to be running the oil. And Venezuela is going to make more money than they ever made, and that's great for the people. The relationship has been great. It's been seamless. Nobody's actually ever seen anything like it. If you look at Iraq, where very stupidly everybody was fired, the generals were fired, the military was fired, the police were fired, the fire departments were fired, and all of the government workers were fired. So after, people would call, they had no idea. And by the way, ISIS was formed. That's where ISIS came from, all of the fired people. We don't believe in that. So we'll see what happens. But first, we have to finish off the military.
What do you think about Crown Prince Reza Pahlavi? Is he an option at all in your mind?
I guess he is. Some people like him, and we haven't been thinking about too much about that. It would seem to me that somebody from within maybe would be more appropriate. I've said that. He looks like a very nice person. But it would seem to me that somebody that's there, that's currently popular.
You're watching Morning News on Truth Talks Live.
But
Hit
we
that
have
subscribe
people like
button
that. We
now.
have people that
Thank
were
you.
more moderate. These were radical lunatics, and you know what they get? They get nothing. All they do is kill people.
What exactly was he in the
You've asked, so not your turn. Not your turn, please.
Mr. President, are you going to take the heat off the Europeans who potentially help you mark on the allies who also help you?
What does that mean?
Well, you have to ask our Rutte. He said not as part of NATO, but to be helpful to you in this.
Well, some of the European nations have been helpful and some haven't. And I'm, very surprised. Germany has been great. He's been terrific. Others have been very good, terrific. I think that the head of NATO, Mark, is fantastic. Okay? Mark Rutte. I think he's fantastic. But some of the European, like Spain, has been terrible. In fact, I told Scott to cut off all dealings with Spain. Spain, first of all, it started when every European nation, at my request, paid 5%, which they should be doing. And everybody was enthusiastic about it, Germany, everybody. And Spain didn't do it. And now Spain actually said that we can't use their bases. And that's all right. We could use their base if we want. We could just fly in and use it. Nobody's going to tell us not to use it. But we don't have to. But they were unfriendly. And so I told him, we don't want to, Spain has absolutely nothing that we need other than great people. They have great people, but they don't have great leadership. And as you know, they were the only country that in NATO would not agree to go up to 5%. I don't think they would have agreed to go up to anything. They wanted to keep it at 2%, and they don't pay the 2%. So we're going to cut
Thank
off
you
all
for
trade with
subscribing
Spain. We don't
to
want anything
Truth
to do with
Talks
Spain.
Live. Be sure to like this video now to keep our algorithm high.
And I'm not, by the way, I'm not happy with the UK either. That island that you read
Catch
about,
our morning
the
news
lease,
updates every day at
for
6
whatever
a.m. to
reason, he
12
made a
noon
lease
on Truth
of
Talks.
the island. Somebody came and took it away from him. And it's taken 3-4 days for us to work out where we can land there. It would have been much more convenient landing there as opposed to flying many extra hours. So we are very surprised. This is not Winston Churchill that we're dealing with.
Mr. President, what's your expectations towards Germany? What can Germany do and what should Germany do to help you in this region?
Well, I think they're doing it. I mean, they're letting us land in certain areas, and we appreciate it. And they're just making it comfortable. We're not asking them to put boots on the ground or anything. I mean, we're just, they're a respected country. I have a very good relationship with the country. We have, in particular now, with this leader, with this new leader. I think he's an excellent leader. I had my differences with Angela. I said, you're hurting your country with immigration and you're hurting your country with energy. And we have a man sitting on my right that is, I think, pretty much the opposite of her on energy and the opposite on immigration. And I think he's doing very well. Well, because it happened all very quickly. We thought, and I thought maybe more so than most, I could ask Marco, but I thought we were going to have a situation where we were going to be attacked. They were getting ready to attack Israel. They were getting ready to attack others. You're seeing that right now. And a lot of those missiles that are hitting in, those are stationary. Those were aimed there for a long period of time at these other countries. So I think I was right about that. We attacked first. And if we didn't, it could have been, you know, look, we're really decimating them. They're being decimated. And if we didn't, and by the way, we have massive amounts of ammunition. We have the high end. A lot of it was given away stupidly by Biden, very stupidly, for free. And I'm all for Ukraine, but they gave away a lot. As you know, when I give away ammunition, everybody pays for it. The European Union's paying for it. Then they can do what they want with it, but they are giving it, let's say, to Ukraine, and it's okay. But we gave away a lot of high end, but we have plenty. But we have unlimited middle and upper ammunition, which is really what we're using in this war. And we have really an unlimited supply. We also have a lot of the very high end stored in different countries throughout the world. We're literally storing it there, which is actually something that I insisted on in my first term. I rebuilt the military in my first term. The military is great. Unbelievable amount of ammunition or munitions, as they say, we've given away to, the Wall Street Journal incorrectly covered the story when they said that it was given away to the Middle East. Not to the Middle East, it was given away to Ukraine. Very little was given to the Middle East. Middle East would buy a lot, and some of the nations, because they're rich, they have a lot, but it was given away to Ukraine. And it just should have been done. Look, it's a war that should have never happened. If I were president, that war would have never happened. But we have a tremendous amount of munitions, ammunition at the upper level, middle and upper level, all of which is really powerful stuff.
Mr. President, a question to both of you. How worried are you that the rising prices for gas and oil are damaging the American economy?
Catch our morning news updates every day at 6 a.m. to 12 noon on Truth Talks.
Damaging our economies. This is true for the oil prices, and this is true for the gas prices as well. So that's the reason why we all hope that this war will come to an end as soon as
Thank
possible.
you for subscribing to Truth Talks Live. Be sure to like this video now to keep our algorithm high.
Really a new government in place who is coming back to peace and freedom.
Yeah, something had to be done. And it's been 47 years. They've been killing people all over the world for a long time. They were the kings and fathers of the roadside bomb. Soleimani, we killed him last term. If we didn't, I think it might be a different story today. They would have been much stronger and smarter than they are. But they did the roadside bombs. 95% of the people lost their legs, arms, had their face wiped out, just wiped out. I've seen some young people that it's so sad to watch. And that was almost all, 95% comes from Iran and with Soleimani. Soleimani loved his favorite weapon. He loved the roadside bomb. And when you see people walking around with no legs and no arms and a face that's been blown to hell, these people, what they have to go and the way they have to live, this is Iran. When you look at the barracks, the famous barracks, when you look at the hostages, when you look at a lot of hostages, when you look at all of the problems, they were really a purveyor of terror all over the world for many, many years. And it's something that had to be done, and I believe that if we didn't, because I see where Congress, if I didn't do this, guys like Schumer, who are losers, the Democrats, are losers. That's why they're not here. Guys like Schumer would say, well, you should have done this. In other words, if I did it, it's no good. If I didn't do it, they would have said the opposite, that you should have done this. But most people feel, I'll tell you what, I have never had more compliments on something I did. People felt it's something that had to be done. So if we have a little high oil prices for a little while, but as soon as this ends, those prices are going to drop, I believe, lower than even before. Go ahead, please. Yes.
How do you want to solve the conflict on tariffs between the US and
Between who?
the conflict on tariffs between the EU and the US?
And U.S. and who?
EU, European Union.
Well, we won on tariffs, actually. Somebody said you actually won the case. We won on tariffs. We had a decision that was wrong. It was a very bad decision from certain standpoints. From other standpoints, a very powerful decision because it reaffirmed all the fact that we have all these various forms of tariffs that we felt right, but it totally reaffirmed it. It said you can use all of these tariffs. So we have all these vast menus of tariffs, and tariffs have made our country very rich. We have to charge tariffs to nations who play with their money. You know, they move their money up and down like a yo-yo. We have to take care of nations that have been good to us and fair to us, and we're going to take care of them. Other nations, they haven't, and we haven't let them take advantage of us. But the whole thing with tariffs is we had a decision that, like, as an example, we have a license situation, and the license is something that allows us to immediately stop all business with, nobody even knew we had this power, but we do now because of the decision. We have the right to stop all business having to do with a certain country. If a certain country is not treating us well, the president, without going to Congress, has the right to stop. Sort of interesting. I have the right to stop, but under that one law, I didn't have the right to charge them. So I have the right to license them, but I don't have the right to charge, which is frankly ridiculous. But the right was given to us by the Supreme Court. And we have the right, as an example, we talked about Spain. I could tomorrow stop, or today, even better, stop everything having to do with Spain. All business having to do with Spain. I have the right to stop it. Embargoes, do anything I want with it. And we may do that with Spain. What do you think?
Well, sir, I think we're going to talk about it with you. I know that you have strong power. Supreme Court clarified. We know you can use it, and if you need to use it to assure national and economic security, we'll do it.
Scott, do you have an opinion?
Sir, I agree. The Supreme Court reaffirmed your ability to implement an embargo, and as we've talked, from your first term, the Section 301s and the 232s have withheld more than 4,000 lawsuits, and USTR and Commerce are going to begin investigations, and we'll move forward with those.
And we've instituted a 15% tariff on everybody, as you know, and just used. I'll tell you, we had a couple of paragraphs written in that opinion that were really incredible. Justice Kavanaugh wrote a fantastic dissent, but in his dissent, he said what we should do, and we knew that too. We just wanted to simplify it, and for some reason, I think, very, very foolishly, the courts decided no, but they said you can do it many other ways, and that's what we're doing. And what we've done is we've gone to a very simple, straight 15% tariff. We've taken in hundreds of billions of dollars in our country because of tariffs. So we've taken in all of this money, hundreds of billions of dollars, and honestly, it's made us very rich as a country, right? So it's been doing good. When will you have the full plan implemented? We have a 5-month period, up to 5 months, where we can go at 15%. And while we're doing that, as you know, we're doing the various studies and things, and we'll be coming out with different tariffs on different countries. You want to talk about that first?
Yes, sir. By the time the 5-month period has elapsed, we'll have completed investigations under Section 301, which Secretary Besson talked about. We know there are countries out there with deals who are very interested in keeping the deals. We need to go through and investigate all these unfair trading practices, the kinds of things you talked about, and make sure that we're protecting U.S. economic security. We know there are countries.
How are we going to treat Germany?
Well,
I think you should hit them very, very hard.
You knew he was right there when he said that. They have expressed an interest. Germany's been quite constructive in wanting to move forward and be helpful. The rest of the EU will talk to them as well. But obviously,
I will say every single country wants to
catch our morning news updates every day at 6 a.m. to 12 noon on Truth Talks.
Using the other authority they want to make the same.
Thank you for subscribing to Truth Talks Live. Be sure to like this video now to keep our algorithm high.
You're watching morning news on Truth Talks Live. Hit that subscribe button now. Thank you.
Iran won't be able to deliver drones to Russia anymore. So what does it more mean to Ukraine? And having Chancellor Merkel sitting next to you, who would you call if you want to talk to Europe? And Chancellor Merkel, you've just been in China. The president.
Who are you? What country are you from?
I'm from Germany.
Okay, I thought so. I could see.
So, Mr. Chancellor, you have been in China, and the president.
She likes you.
In China.
I don't know.
Will you be talking about China?
We'll be talking about China, yeah.
And what about you?
I'll be going to China in a little while. Every time you meet, you talk about China. We respect China. I do. We both do, I think. But it's always a topic of conversation. We've had a very good relationship with China. We used to lose a tremendous amount of money with China, and that's no longer the case. We have a very, very good relationship with China, and we have a very good relationship with Germany. All right.
Thank you, Mr. President. We've seen countries around the world, many of whom don't usually work together, working with the United States on Iran, whether it's Saudi Arabia working with the United States, Israel, Qatari shooting down Iranian aircraft, and we've also seen European countries step up. Why are we seeing such unity around the world against Iran?
That's a great point. Look, they're just evil. They're it's not the politics; it's their whole philosophy. It's their whole where they come from. It's terrible. Where they killed 35,000, I thought it was 32. Now it turns out it's much more than 35,000 people, and in some cases using machine guns with people that have no weapon. They have no weapon, and they're being machine gunned. They're being sniped from buildings. They're hitting the people with snipers right through the eyes. It's just a very evil ideology, and nobody's really seen anything like it. As I said, even the fact that they've attacked all of their neighbors, and the neighbors weren't attacking. They thought they'd maybe sit it out or what. They've hit Qatar, they've hit UAE, they've hit Saudi Arabia, they've hit Oman. They were helping us negotiate. They got hit. Everybody got hit because they're evil and they're bad. It's a bad seed, and somebody had to do it. And it should have been done sometime during a 47-year period because so much death has been caused by them, so much unbelievable death. From Germany, too. Germany's been hit. Everybody's been hit by them. It's an evil ideology. And I've never been, look, I've done a lot of good things. So many people are saying, thank you, thank you, thank you. You see it in the streets of Los Angeles. They have thousands of people. I saw it the other day, pictures of Donald Trump. And I'm looking, I'm on the phone, probably talking
Catch our morning news updates every day at 6 a.m. to 12 noon on Truth Talks.
Another, protest. I see and then I started saying, boy, they were very friendly people. And then I saw a woman hugging the picture of me. I said, what's going on?
Thank you for subscribing to Truth Talks Live. Be sure to like this video now to keep our algorithm high.
Thousands and thousands. You saw the rallies.
You're watching morning news on Truth Talks Live. Hit that subscribe button now.
The fact is that people are happy what we did. And you could never.
Thank you for subscribing to Truth Talks Live. Be sure to like this video now to keep our algorithm high.
If Iran was allowed to have look at all the missiles they built. A lot have been now taken out by us, and a lot have been expended. But they had thousands of missiles in a fairly short period of time. And I'll go two things. The attack that we did, known as Midnight Hammer, had we not done that, Iran would have had a very powerful nuclear weapon within 1 month. We did it. It was great timing, but, and you've been able to see that too. The other thing was Barack Hussein Obama made maybe the worst deal I've ever seen because he gave all power in the Middle East to Iran. He went the exact opposite way, and I terminated that. If I didn't terminate that deal, they would be sitting with a massive nuclear weapon 3 years ago, which would have been used already on Israel at least, and other countries also. And we wouldn't be talking about it right now. But if I didn't terminate,
the deal that Obama made, giving them everything, including plane loads of cash. You remember the airplane flew over there? It was a Boeing 757. It was two of them, loaded. They took out all the seats. It was loaded with green cash. So much cash that it was in Virginia, Maryland, and Washington, D.C. They got all the cash from all the banks. They put it, and they flew it to Iran. I never knew a president had that power. I'm going to maybe try it sometime if it's okay. I think I'm going to do it. I'll fly it somewhere. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. Two planes loaded from floor to ceiling, big planes, Boeing 757s, taken over there and given cash.
Catch our morning news updates every day at 6 a.m. to 12 noon on Truth Talks.
Right to have
You're watching Morning News on Truth Talks Live. Hit that subscribe button now.
Well, it was going to be terminated anyway because it expired.
Thank you for subscribing to Truth Talks Live. Be sure to like this video now to keep our algorithm high.
They're crazy. Just like the people on my right.
Catch our morning news updates every day at 6 a.m. to 12 noon on Truth Talks.
And if they had a nuclear weapon, they would have used it. All right, how about one or two more? Go ahead, please.
You just heard that the president is thinking about punishing Spain. What are your thoughts, spontaneously on this, and what can you do to
Well, the answer on that is quite simple. We are trying to convince Spain to catch up with the 3% or 3.5%, which we agreed on in NATO. And as the president said, it's correct. Spain is the only one who is not willing to accept that. And we are trying to convince them that this is a part of our common security, that we all have to comply with these numbers. And this is 3.5 for military and another 1.5 for our military infrastructure. So Spain has to comply with that.
Spain has been very, very uncooperative. And so has UK. Now, the second one is shocking, but this is not the age of Churchill. I will say the UK has been very, very uncooperative with that stupid island that they have, that they gave away and took a 100-year lease, having to do with perhaps indigenous people claiming the island that never even saw the island before. What's that all about? And they ruin relationships. It's a shame. It's and that country, UK, and I love that country. I love it. My mother was born there. I love it. My mother was born there. My father was born, right? He knows all about my father. My father was born there. So, you know, very places that you sort of automatically very, very feel warmly about. But the UK, what they're doing with energy and what they're doing with immigration is horrible. You have the North Sea. Somebody said yesterday, what would you do if you were the UK? Open up the North Sea. They got windmills all over the place that are ruining the country, ruining the landscapes, ruining the beautiful fields. Open up the North Sea. It's one of the greatest. Think of it. They buy their energy from Norway, which gets the energy, the oil, from the North Sea. So Norway drills in the North Sea and sells it to UK. And UK has a better part of the North Sea. Open up that. And number two, illegal immigration. They got to solve that problem. And I must say,
Truth Talks.
That's not only UK.
Breaking
that's
news.
Other parts of the European Union have the same problem. Immigration and energy.
Catch our morning news updates every day at 6 a.m. to 12 noon on Truth Talks.
You're watching Morning News on Truth Talks Live. Hit that subscribe button now.
Thank you for subscribing to Truth Talks Live. Be sure to like this video now to keep our algorithm high. Catch our morning news updates every day at 6 a.m. to 12 noon on Truth Talks.